Boom. Hello, everyone. Don't need this quite yet, but I'll leave it on. Hello, everyone. Sarah P, the link's perfect. You've done it. The link is perfect, Sarah P. I thought you didn't do it. It's there. Everyone can click on that, get Matthew's book. Let's go. Right, let's start. Let's start. Sarah P's been in here. Kimmy, I saw you last night in here, but your thing's gone. But Kim gave a big shout out to Zachary Anderson, so we got that there. Oh, damn. Do you know what? I haven't shared on Twitter yet. I'll just do it now. Become a blue wench. If you're not a blue wench, please consider becoming a blue wench. Join our little community. I haven't done members only stream. We've been so busy streaming other stuff. I've not had a chance yet to just do members only content. So I'm going to do one next week. So definitely, I'll keep you updated. Get a copy of the book there. The hard book element's not available yet, so maths book. So don't worry. I'm gonna wait a couple of weeks till it's been launched because I don't want that Kindle stuff. I can get it for free, but I'd rather pay for it. So John P in the house. John P in the house. Hello, John. Hello, my lovely. Hope you're well. All right, everyone strap in. She's here. Strap in, everyone. We're in for a ride. Chrissy is here. Oh, hey, Chrissy, how are you, my darling? I hope you're all well as well. I love it when Chrissy's here, but Sarah P, the swearing's gone through the roof because I just read stuff and Chrissy's a tendency to write stuff and I just read it out. So I'm trying not to swear for 2 hours, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But lovely to see you, Chrissy. Hope you're okay though. Hope you're okay. Obviously join as you can. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of people in the chat are ill currently. Nunya message she's broken her hand. Unbelievable. So Tina P's to everyone. BS. I won't say the real word, but BS. Chrissy, be yourself, my darling. You know that. You know I want you to be yourself. Um, I'm super excited to have this, but not just about Matt Moore. I just doing a series together. I'm super excited. Now you might be thinking, where's everyone? Where's the co-host? Well, so just so you know, Dr. Hines is in an appointment, so cannot be here until um, 2 hours time. He's joining us in 2 hours, and then he'll be here. He had an appointment that came up on his phone this morning. He was like, "What?" I was like, "Oh no!" So he will be here. Um, we'll give you an update, Chrissy. We'll give you an update because you're in the right place, Chrissy. Because I tell you what, one of my mods, Josie, she is amazing, and she's one of the people that Zach speaks to. So there'll be updates on Zach. Don't you worry about that throughout. Um, and I'm sure there'll be other Zach people in supporters in the chat. So there'll be enough people updating us on that. I don't personally know yet how he's doing, but we'll get an update for you, Christy. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry. Um, Sally, talk with Sally. She is joining. I just had a conversation with her. She's in a car, like that, right? I was like, it's all good. Just come in. So she's just come back from dentist appointment. So Matt is joining. Matt is joining. Now, the plan with Matt is I've said to him because obviously this is quite a thing for him as well to look back on. So he's not going to be with us every minute of the stream. He's not because it's not A, it's not fair on him for his time. B, it's not like he's got things to do, and also it's quite tough for him to go through this again. So he is joining. I don't know when he's joining. I just told him just join whenever you want. However, I got his number. What he's asked for is if there is anything specific that the chat want to know, I can message him and he'll text me right back, or he'll call straight in. He said, but the plan is that he's joining every single week anyway. But as I say, I don't know. I'm not going to put the pressure on when and stuff. He'll know when he wants to join. Um, he'll yes. What RP says, some of it's going to be really triggering for him. So I respect that. I respect the fact that A, he gave me an interview. I respect the fact that he even reached out to me in the first place. I respect the fact that he's agreed to be here every single week. Um, so I'm not going to push it. He'll know when he wants to be here, when he doesn't. But I have all stream access to him to message him at any point to ask him any question, and nothing's off the table. He said. So I think that's how he wants to do it. He'll pop in, and he might pop in a couple of times throughout the stream, but any specific question, I can message him straight away, and he said he'll do his best to get straight back to me, either via text or he will just jump in if it's complicated answer and stuff. So we're just going with the flow here a little bit. I get on well with Matt. He's a cool dude. Chrissy, right? So what I've done, right? I don't think you know this. I did a fundraising t-shirt. I was going to give $5 to Zach, $5 to Matt. So I told Matt all about it. And Matt was like, no, 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 no. Give give it all to Zach. I don't need money. Give it all to what cool guy. He's like, I don't need money. It's all good. I'd rather you put everything to Zach. I'm saying for this stream, he's like, my main goal for this series, he said. Because I said I want to get out of this what you want. He goes, what I want from it is for you to get as many viewers as possible. I was like, man, I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it for you, my man. So hopefully we get loads of books sold for him. We get some stuff out there. Also, does anyone right, Sarah? This is you. A question for you. Mighty Meat, you and Erin. Right, I need to get in touch with Mighty Meat. Um, because yeah, uh, yeah, I need someone to tell Mighty Meat to get in touch with me. Um, so you should will him host it. I don't know what that is. He's just doing a stream. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's interesting, Christy. We can talk about that offline. That's great. Happy days. Good. Thanks, Lou. Thanks for updating us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As Lou, I know you got questions. So as we go through the stream, if there's any specific questions, and if Matt's not actually here at the time, I can message him. So like I don't want to be messaging him every 5 minutes, guys, but I mean I can message him specific questions. Um, I've never met a man like him, Chrissy. He's so chilled, like you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe how chilled he is. He's so happy. Every time I speak to him, he's so happy. It gives you a different perspective. Doesn't, I don't know. Anyway, I let the man speak for I love the guy. I love the guy. So I've got loads of respect for him. Um, so I really want to try my best for him as much as I can. So we'll probably I know some of you watched it, but I'm going to start with opening again, opening statements. I know we watched it a couple of weeks ago, but I think it's only right that we do that. For those that are replay crew, and I know a lot of people are replay crew, um, we'll probably start in quarter of an hour in, so just so you know. Um, thank you, Lou. Hey Lou, Chrissy. When they went to arrest him, it was a circus, yes. And made it look like he was on the run. Well, I remember it a couple of years ago. I watched it and I was like, "Whoa!" I thought what you just said. I had no context in it. That's why I wanted to ask a question of him. About it. So and Lou's in the house. Lou is very much a big advocate of this trial as well. Lou loves this trial. So um, as I say, we're going to be starting it. We're starting without Sally and Dr. Hines, but they are joining now. Hopefully, Lady Law joins us. But Lady Law is a grandmother. Woo! She got a grandchild yesterday, so a little girl. They got her a daughter gave birth to a little girl yesterday. So I'm not, I've sent her the link, but I've said to her, whatever. Do you know what I mean? If you're joining, join in. If not, I don't expect her on here. So that's a bit of false advertising on my part. But um, also just a small thing. I'm not sure if he is going to join us at any point during the next 8 weeks, but Solomon as well. I send the links to him every week as well. So he's said that if he's available, he will always hop on as well. But he's got college stuff on, but he might be in chat. But if he's free anytime during the 8 weeks, he'll try his best to get on screen as well. So we'll also get an update off him if he does come on about Zach as well. But again, I'm putting an asterisk on that. His college and his life comes first, but he's keen to do this. And also, I'm part connecting Matt and Solomon because Matt's very keen to do something for Zach with Solomon. So that's what left with Solomon now, see what they want to do. But Matt's very keen to help out where he can as well, which is great. Congratulations on the baby, yes. I'm not sure what the baby's called, but good. Um, so I hope you can see put a little bit of effort into this, guys. There's a lot of guests I'm hoping to have on. I was hoping to have a few more. Maybe we do over the next few weeks. Um, but yeah, I'm super excited and thankful to everyone that is joining. I'll get this on screen for now. And I know there's some people that can't make it quite at 4 o'clock, but will be joining us later. I know that some people aren't able to be here today, but will be part of replay crew. Also, the weather in Wales, absolutely atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. It is pissing down here. Pissing down. So, this is start of it. What I'm planning to do is start at 1:15. So in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, I'll start it. So replay crew, start it in 15 minutes. I need to get better at putting links in as well because some people don't want me talking, don't want to listen to me droning on at the start. But for everyone else, I'm going to start at exactly 1:15, and then once Sally joins, we'll see um, what happens. Pnawn da, Emma. Pnawn da. Good afternoon to Emma. It's afternoon here in Wales. It's morning for most of you. Storm Agnes, is that what's called? Is it? Jesus, hang on. And Sarah P, the links, ignore what I just sent you because you've done it. You've done perfectly. You've done the link perfectly for the book. Um, I need to message Luna. Where's my beautiful Luna? I need to message her now. Luna. Tweak her up. Make sure she's here. You come in the stream. Yes, oh, going to wake you up. Appreciate anyone from the West Coast here because it is literally. Sally said she'll be here in about half an hour or so. Got a flat tire. I love this because at the end of the day, this is what it's all about. Everything that can go wrong is going wrong. It's fantastic. So we're first, Agnes. Oh, Lou, I'm scared that the storm is going to take my power out. It's calmed down a little bit. Honestly, it's really storming bad, pissing down, really bad here. All I can hear is my niece, her little arrest me, like police little buggy thing going. She's riding it. But I can hear the storm's bad. Yeah, it's strong, isn't it? It's strong. Right, I'm gonna prepare this now then. Put this. Was that the one? No. Is this the one? Yes. So we're going from closing, and then we'll hopefully by the end of the first closing, not closing, opening, we will have Sally joined us, and then hopefully Dr. Hines. So, oops, inside out umbrella. Yes. Also called get yes, please, if you feel generous, you know, please consider buying this shirt. I can change if people want me to change it. I don't know if it's too busy or not. And $10 from every sale goes to the Zach Fund. It might be a little bit more than that. Whatever profit it is, it going straight to Zach. I'm not sure if it's like 10, 50, 11, something like that. So whatever it is, it all goes to Zach. So Zach's Fund. So now we're talking about a man of mystery. We're talking about legends. We're talking about like our heroes, and one of my heroes has just come in chat. Not in chat, is online. The one, the magnificent, the one and only
chat.
Matthew Moore.
In chat is online.
Here
The
he
one,
is.
the magnificent, the one and only chat, Matthew Moore. In chat is online.
You're
The one,
behind.
magnificent, the one and only chat, Matthew Moore. In chat is online. You're behind.
You're on
We're
delay.
not, we're not synced up.
No, you need to.
You're
We're not synced up.
No, you're like 5 seconds behind. Right. Are we better now?
I just turned off the sound on my monitor on my computer. Now I'm just gonna go with the phone. Can you hear me?
Right. Yeah, this should be better, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We're just not synced up.
That's fine. It's only
We're
like
not
5
synced up to
seconds.
what I'm seeing on my computer screen. That's all. Hey,
Don't
what's
worry,
going on,
man. You're good. Look at you. Look at you. I'm so chuffed to hear, man. Everyone's super excited to see you. Genuinely.
Yeah, I didn't realize you had so many subscribers. You're kind of a big deal.
Nah, man. Not a big deal
No,
here,
you
man. Not a
are.
big deal.
And I'm happy to see what you're doing for your buddy there that's in jail. I think that's great. I think he
Yeah.
needs all the support he can get. I couldn't imagine what he's going through right now, but just trust me when I tell you, just having people out on the outside fighting for that kid. I mean, he's not a kid. He's obviously 40,
No.
but yeah, keep that
got-
up. Write him. Letters mean the world to people that are inside. So
it's interesting because a lot of these guys do write letters. Lou's just got a letter. He's doing okay. We got Chrissy. She's a big fan of yours. Sarah P here. Lou's here. William H and Matt both had the amazing fortune to have the beast that is Diane Minash on their side. Yeah, because they were talking about William Minaj. So yeah, I mean Lou. I'll always give Lou credit. She's a huge Matt Moore fan. Huge. Um, she loves your trial. She'll watch it every single day if she could. I know that about her. She's a big advocate of yours. Sorry to embarrass you, Lou, but I'll give you a shout out. She's the reason, well, one of the big reasons why I'm doing this trial. So, dude, big shout out to Lou.
we're talking via email now. She's very nice.
She's great. Well, I was supposed to give her a little link up. I forgot. Now we've said that. I forgot. Oops. So you go, hi, Matt. Dylan is a big diesel, a big deal. I'm a big guy. What can I say? I'm big, but not on YouTube. Do you know what I mean?
I like your style. I dig it, and that's why I'm reaching out to you. Apparently, there's several people that are doing my trial that are, I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that you guys were even out there. I had no idea.
So I think once we did this, you reached out to me, we did this, and I think there was another one, Mighty Me, he was doing the same time. And I think that obviously people see us do it, see you come on, and they obviously just want to basically jump on board to get you out there. You know what I mean?
With you, man.
So hey, trend setting. Thank you, my man. Thank you, my man. No, I'm just glad that you reached out. Do you know what I mean? If I can make sure that people come on and get you, that's even better. But I'm hoping that people don't all do it at once because I think this is something that it'd be good for people to start. If I was a streamer now, I would be starting this right now. I would be doing it in about 4 or 5 weeks because after your documentary, which I won't name because but you have named it, comes out, and it gives everyone shouldn't do it at the same time. People space it out. Mark will come on. You are great. You answer every question. You will come on at any point. Just not everyone do it at the same time. Spread it out a bit. And in 4 weeks, when
I watched the last one we did, and I did a little bit too much talking. I think it would be better if I just
answered your questions because I don't think a lot of people are that intimate with my story, and I think everybody is. So there's things I'm saying you probably don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm just gonna kind of like, if you have any questions about any of the trial, I mean, just ask me, and I'll I'll figure it out for you.
No, I know you will.
It's not that.
I told the guys that you won't be with us all day. You're just going to be popping in and out as you
Right.
want to, and and it's important because and actually the chat came in and said, and I was mentioning that some parts of this would actually probably be quite triggering for you, because even though obviously great results at the end, but a lot of this is probably not great memories for you. Do you know what I mean?
It's
In a way, it's therapeutic. Mind at all. It's
because I want people to know what I've been through, because I want them to learn from it. And it's maybe it's hard to understand. And I will, if you see something that you don't understand, I want to explain it to you. And it's literally any part of the trial I want to go into. It's there they are. I mean, their case is so weak. It's as though they lost it on purpose at times. And you'll see that right from the beginning. I know you're like, why would anybody want? I don't know. You tell me. But they had like the first witness that they had, like 4 witnesses that they bring up on literally testify for me. And I'll show you where. I mean, you can see it. It's very odd.
Okay. Well, we're going to be doing openings today because some people haven't seen the openings. We're starting with that today, the opening statement. So hang on, before we go, hang on. So we got Julian. Hello, Julian. Sally is on the way. She's a bit late. She had a flat tire, and now I said that I'm lying. She's just joined us. So hang on, let's get Sally on. So we got Matt, who's the brains of all this, and I thought, you know what, we need to sprinkle in some beauty here, and actually someone that's quite savage as well. Someone will give their opinion. Someone that doesn't know this trial, and that is Talk with Sally. Here she is. Hi, Sally.
Hi, everyone. How are you today?
Very well.
Hi.
Matt, this is Sally.
Is my sound okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I
Sweet.
can hear you.
Sweet. Awesome.
We can hear you. It's all good. So Matt, the plan is we got Sally here, and I got another guy called Dr. Hines, who will both come in. So the 3 of us have never seen this trial. The 3 of us have got a YouTube channel. So with this, hopefully we can reach other people, more people. And what I have is Sally and Dr. Hines, who are 2 opinionated people that don't BS, and they have got questions. If they've got questions, they will ask it. They're not going to sugarcoat it because you're here or anything like that. Anything that doesn't sound right or sounds a bit dodgy, they'll probably question it, rightly so. So you're just the ideal man to answer those kind of questions then. Do you know what I mean? So
I do.
I wanted that type of people because these are people not saying that they would question anything, but fresh eyes, just to see, right, what do people actually think of this trial? Where are the question marks? And you can answer.
So
it.
you
Treating them as like they were a juror. They don't know anything about it. They have
no
no
backstory. They have nothing. It's like
Nope.
they're just going into the courtroom and
they're a juror.
Yeah.
Yep,
So
I have
Sally,
0
that's
back.
right.
Yeah, I have 0. It was intentional. I wanted to have an objective look, kind of see how the evidence unfolds, kind of see it from my perspective, how everything went down.
all right.
So,
Well,
and
when you have a question,
you're Matthew, correct?
I am.
Sweet. Nice to meet you.
Now, when you see him next week, he'll have a different look because this guy changes his look every bloody week. Last time his hair wasn't down this much. It's like Jesus. But all fun and games. So, I'll just say to Julian, Sally, because I know no Julian's one of your followers. I say Sally's on the way. Don't worry. And then he popped in, so you are here. So that's great. So we've got
Yay.
Lou there. Just go through the chat quickly. So, question from Chrissy: have you ever met William Husel, Matt?
who
No, you haven't. That's fine. I don't know him either.
I've heard the
He
name.
was what? So Diane
He was-
represented him as well.
Right. He's the doctor. I don't know anything
Yeah,
about that
that's it.
case. Right. He's the doctor.
Yeah. Yeah.
All I knew was from what you all know now. I mean, she was working on the Husel case before she was working on mine. So it was she gets rather focused, on her case, and I was kind of bothering her while she was working on that case.
Rightly so.
She kind of put me in my place because she was so focused on that case. And I was worried about my case. I was like, hey, are you gonna come help me? Eventually, she got to me. She just had to wait till after that case.
Yes.
That case is, from what I heard, was a euthanasia case, and I think it was very important. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it was nationwide, and they were for the euthanasia rights, I think. Was that, am I close to getting that right?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I've never seen it. Christy's a big fan of yours and of his. Christy's here saying she set up a Facebook group doing a trial for you. It was filled with supporters. Christy again is one of those big supporters of you as well. And she's an advocate for justice as well. And Christy's been through a lot lately. So we're here pulling for you, Christy. Ace, hello Ace. Again at work, but I'm listening. Happy days. There we are. Just say hello to everyone, then we'll start. Hello, Josie. Mod Josie is here. Everyone's just being nice to each. This is what I love about this chat. Everyone's so nice. No worries, I'm finishing the doc myself. Everyone's so nice. Welcome, everyone. Find about Matt's story. We will. I just want to go through it because last time I missed so many people in chat that I want to make sure that I see them and welcome them. Welcome, Sally. Oh, here we go. Check out Sally's channel. Welcome, Sally. The problem I got is the chat is too bloody nice, so they all say hello to each other. Heard many good things about you. Welcome. It's not come from me, Sally. You know, I've not said anything good about you. I'm joking. I'm joking. So we got that. So Sally, before we start, do you want to say something about your channel and stuff like that?
I'll just be just quick. So I have a channel. It's Talk with Sally. I'm on YouTube and Rumble, and I promote a lot. On Rumble, I'm doing all like World War II stuff because you can't really talk about the proper words to discuss those things on YouTube. So I do that specifically on Rumble. I do those on Mondays Sundays and Mondays, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And then I do have my YouTube channel, and I've done a lot of random stuff. I'm hoping to venture out into other things. I just haven't found my niche. But I do garden videos, like outside gardening, which is a lot hard to do lives outside. It's fun though. I love it. So that's where I am at. So
No, I've seen you squeeze a watermelon with your legs. I've seen that bit.
Oh, you did
That's
see
about
that
all
one.
the thing I've seen. I saw that. I was like, I'm not messing with Sally, that's for sure. Jesus,
Someone
that was
challenged
huge as well.
me. It was big, and it was the hardest. It was so hard. Honestly, it was so hard. And on my Twitch channel, so I do watch parties on Twitch. It's zero politics. It's just fun movies, fun chat. Everyone's like-minded. It's a great time. And they're like, I don't think you could do this. I'm like, oh yes, I can. And I'm like, when I started doing them, I don't think I can. And then finally it popped. So that was funny.
It's well worth everyone watching that. So, right, I'm on Rumble as well, and Sally, we'll get your Rumble account. Just let me know what it is, and we'll promote it. But this is on YouTube today and on Rumble as well. So, with that, we're going to start this as well. So, send in chat, private chat to me, Sally, what your Rumble channel is, and we'll promote that as well. So, right, are we ready? Court of Common Pleas, Delaware County, Ohio. Here we go. We're about to start. I never heard of Delaware County before, so.
I have one question real quick.
Yeah.
Is this a United States trial or is this a different country? Because I haven't heard. Was this in the United States?
Yeah. Ohio.
Okay. I never heard anything about it till you mentioned it. So I'm very curious about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. This is why we play this so more people see it. Hello, Unicorn. Hope you're feeling better. Unicorn's been ill.
Good morning.
Thank you, Unicorn. There's a lot of people in the UK here. Thank you, guys.
Get a good night's rest. Good. Stayed away from any media coverage. Good. I have a couple instructions I'd like to share with you before we actually begin with opening statements and the trial itself. The first instruction has to do with taking of notes. You had the opportunity to take notes during the course of this trial, and you've been given materials to do so. The first thing I want to share with you is there's no requirement you take notes. This isn't class. So if you wish to take a note and you think that'll be helpful to you, please do. If you don't feel it will be particularly helpful and you want to just use your recall and memory of the facts, that's equally fine. We're not going to be watching whether you're taking notes or not. So it is a tool that you may utilize if you wish. I do emphasize, again, it is your...
When I first watched this, I just went to everyone and said, who the f is this guy? I didn't know this was Matt. I was told there was a solicitor attorney, this guy, but this is Matt, freshly shaven, looking very good, if I say so. Matt?
Your recall and memory
That's
of the
me.
facts as you
That's
find.
my first day. That's my I forget what shirt that is, but they gave me like 5 shirts to wear, and that's shirt
Okay,
number 1.
shirt number 1. Well, you look young. You look handsome, as they say. Right, what's
Find
this
them
start?
to be
There we
that
are.
is the most important feature of your service as a juror. What I mean by that is when you go into the jury room, if someone says, well, this is a fact because I wrote it down, doesn't necessarily mean you should say, well, if my recollection is differently, I should just give that up. That's what the discussion back and forth and deliberations is all about. So it's your memory and recall that is the most important service you have. And of course, notes may assist you with that as you choose to take those notes. As always, keep your notes confidential. Keep them to yourself. When we take a break, just fold them up, put them on your chair. When we leave in the evening, you will just leave them in the chair and we will keep them secure overnight and then provide them to you again in the morning. I will also indicate to you that when you retire to deliberate, you'll be able to take the notes with you. Utilize them as you wish during your deliberations. And then when the trial is over, we will take the notes back and shred them. They will not be made a record in this case. So if doodling helps you focus, feel free to do that as well in your notes. It's up to you. So again, I wanted to indicate you have the right to do so, but give you a few instructions about the taking of those notes. Now, I also indicated to you that you'll have the opportunity to ask questions of witnesses during the course of the trial. And what we will do is this procedure. Any one of you can ask a question. I also want to emphasize it's not required that you ask a question. What we will do is when the witness has concluded their testimony by counsel, I will then ask the jury if you have any questions. And if you have a question, you'll write it down on a piece of paper. And I'll give you some time if you need to do so to formulate that. One of our staff members will stop over and pick up your questions. Now, the question should be pointed to the witness's testimony only. In other words, the topic they were on and the facts that they presented to you, that would be the nature of any questions you might have. If you got questions about other aspects of the case, you have to wait until that witness testifies regarding that. We will take your questions and I will review them and counsel will review them together. There are rules of evidence. As you know, I rule on objections. And so because you're not lawyers, you may ask a question that I can't ask the witness. Or there may be a question that I rephrase the way that you posed the question. Or I may just ask the question as you presented it to that witness to answer it on your behalf. So do not take anything from the fact that perhaps a question is not asked that you provided. As I say, there are certain rules that I have to address dealing with the questions posed to that witness. Again, I emphasize the question should be regarding solely the testimony of that witness. If there's something they said you wanted to be more clarified or a question regarding their testimony you wanted fleshed out a little bit more, you certainly are entitled to ask those types of questions, but only to that particular witness. We will keep the questions and again, I emphasize you're not required to ask questions. If just one of you wants to ask a question out of the entire panel, that's fine. If none of you have any questions, that's equally fine. So it's entirely an option, again, like taking notes available to you that might assist you in developing and understanding the testimony and evidence as it is presented to you. All right, with that, we're going to begin our case. As you know, the first portion of the case are opening statements of counsel. Because the state has the burden of proof, the state can speak to you first, and then the defense will have an opportunity to address you as well. Opening statements are designed to give you a sense or a roadmap of what this case is about from the perspective of both parties. And they will share that information with you. And I think it's helpful to give you a kind of a context or a beginning to what this case is about. I do caution you that opening statements in and of themselves are not evidence. In fact, rarely anything a lawyer says is actually evidence. They ask questions of witnesses and the answers of the witnesses are evidence, but not the questions of the lawyer unless the witness agrees with the question posed by that lawyer. Nonetheless, opening statements are helpful to give you some perspective as to where we're going, but in and of themselves, they are not evidence. When the first witness takes a stand, that's when we begin the presentation of evidence in this case. Please give your attention to the representative of the state. You're welcome.
Right, before we start, for my first question to you, Matt, and this is more relevant throughout all, the jurors themselves, the 12 jurors, I imagine, what was the makeup of them, as in a male, female, and like, were you happy with the 12 that you actually ended up with?
There was 14, I think, because there's 2 alternates.
14. Yeah.
I think they were
Yeah.
they were my age or older. I think there might have been a couple that were younger. It was equal female, male, and there was one black woman, older black woman, and as far as I know, the rest were white. So that's,
You were happy with them, though.
pardon me.
You were happy with the makeup of it, and you were
You
confident.
know, Diane was. I wasn't. I didn't have
Oh,
anything to do with anything. Diane picked the jury, and them. I don't know how it. When I went into the when I first went into the court, the initial 14 were already picked, and what they did is they questioned a few of them and got rid of a few of them, and there was a bunch of alternates that were there that filled up the entire room, and then they switched out a couple because of a few reasons. But the jury was already decided on before I was involved in anything, which was strange to me. And I asked about that, but I came in the room and the jury came in. The jury was already chosen, but there were a few that they switched out with these alternates that were way over on the side. So I was out of the picking of the jury. It was more so I wasn't there for it. I don't know if you understand
know
that or
that.
not, but
I do.
the jury
Yeah.
was already, so I was a bit worried. I mean, at this point, I'm completely paranoid when I go into court. I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody that's there. If you can see, there's no one behind me, so there's no support. I mean, I'm freaked out, literally. Just okay, here we go.
Shit, man, that's good insight. I would be as well, especially because I thought you would be involved in all of it. You know,
I
the
thought
jury
that would
section.
be part of it too, that I would have to be part of that, but it wasn't like that. I wasn't there for the jury selection. Just there was this part at the end, right when there was a few that they had a question about. One woman was the wife of a cop. They got rid of her. This other guy said he couldn't convict anybody without a motive. You don't need motive in Ohio. You don't have to prove motive.
Yeah.
Though you can use it when you go to decide whether he's guilty or not, but you don't need to establish a motive. And this one guy was like, I can't. If you can't tell me why this guy did it, then I can't say that, which I think is reasonable. You can just pick someone out of a crowd and just be like, hey, he fits our timeline. You know what I mean? He's a jerk. Here's his background, and literally they don't have to say why. What was the reason for it? So I think that's pretty solid rule. But so I was out of the jury selection, so I don't know who
That's just
did all that.
weird,
I
but
have no idea.
thanks for that. I didn't understand that. Guys, if you've got questions, so Josie's got a question here. You're happy to answer them in chat, aren't you, Matt? Some of these
And I'll
questions.
learn a brevity. I have a problem with it. I'll do my best to keep my answers short as possible.
No, honestly, don't. I love it. Honestly, you know that, dude. I love hearing your story. That's what we're here for, man. Honestly, just grateful. Quick question here from Josie, because this is actually important again. How long were you in jail before the trial happened?
I was in jail for 15 months prior to my trial. When I got arrested, it was 15 months. There was continuances mostly because Diane. Well, the first one was because there was so much discovery that they inundated my first attorney, Court Gatterdam, with so much that he had to concede. He couldn't do it. There was no way. So he asked for a continuance then. Then the continuances after that, I think, were based on Diane having another trial. So.
Okay, fine. And Sally, if you've got any questions, Sally, just tell me to stop and we'll stop. We can ask questions wherever.
Oh, you're
all right?
right. Yeah, no, Garrett, it's really interesting because we watch all of these murder mysteries in real TV on SVU, Law and Order, all this stuff. And it's like they distort what our perception of what real life trial is. So that's very fascinating that you were involved in those steps. Right. You would think that you should be and would be, but it's fascinating to me.
And I just was at the point where I wasn't going to stand up. I've just put my trust in my lawyers 100%. You kind of have to, because you're helpless. So once you get that through your head, just let your lawyers take care of it. You do your best to trust your lawyers, which is a whole nother issue because it's hard to trust your own lawyers.
I just got goosebumps everywhere just hearing that. I mean, your life's on the line. It's like you're going to prison for the rest of your life or death penalty. I don't know if you guys have death penalty in your state.
And you can't trust anyone, like anyone. You're no one.
Nope.
So it's very it's you just want to get up and scream, but you just. When they start lying, when they start in with their, it's really tough. And you just don't know whether your lawyer is behind you 100% either, which is it's just part of being locked up and going through it all. It's just the stress
that would be
of it all.
So scary. Horrible. I can imagine.
Yeah. It was difficult, to say the least.
I can imagine.
You can imagine.
Quickly, Julian, just so everyone knows, you can't swear in chat. No one gets offended, so don't think you can't swear. It's fine. This is a special trial. We'll be in few readings at times. Everyone's going to be respectful anyway, so swear as much as you want, because I don't know all the trial, but I know a little bit, so it's frustrating. So, right, let's get on with it. Let's hear. So this is a state now with their opening statements. Yeah, must be Sandra.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
This guy, Corey.
Judge,
hey, Corey.
to you opening statements.
Is it Corey's name? Is it?
Listen to what this guy says first. It's bizarre right from the beginning. Listen to what he says. I just don't. You tell me what he means by this. Listen to this.
Okay.
This is our chance to give you a roadmap. I know that this courtroom's a little wonky right now, so I'll probably wander back and forth. So please don't mind me over here. Now, I'll be honest with you. When I first get a new book, one of the first things I do is actually read the last few chapters of the book. It gives me an idea of where things are going to go.
I've never done that.
Most important.
Ever. I've read a lot of books.
No, why would you do that? Why would you?
I've asked around. I don't know anybody that does that. Do you? I mean, anybody?
You want to see the finish? Yeah. So basically, he's saying the result is we got our guy here. So you don't worry about what's in front of you.
In order
this
for
is the
our
ending.
story to make sense, you're going to have to read the last chapter, or it's not going to make any fucking sense to any, because it's so bizarre with the story, the timeline, everything that they put together. Yeah, it makes sense if you read the last chapter, maybe, but I mean, if you go from front to back, none of it makes sense. You have to go from last to whatever.
Bloody hell. Well, that makes sense then.
This lawyer here was the weakest out of the three, and for them to put him up first and then last made no sense to me. Because Sleeper, the bearded guy, he did okay, and Schiffel was sick. To put him on first and put him on last made no sense to me at all. It was like they were taking a dive, really. I don't know, it's paranoid, but I mean, to put this guy in first made no sense.
Well, it's good for you though. Do you know what I mean? So happy days.
Yeah, it was really good for me. I mean, it was like they wanted to lose.
Yeah. Right, let's listen to his bookology.
Parts, usually the most exciting parts. But what I've learned over the years is that that's a pretty bad practice to have, because without an understanding of the characters, of the plot, of what's happening beforehand, the ending really can be far different than what you're reading in black and white, what you see in front of you. Now, what you'll see in this case, ladies and gentlemen, is that this is really no different than some of those books. The ending that you may just see if you were presented that today is not what it seems. And what you'll hear during the testimony, and the evidence in this case, is that there's a lot of things you need to be aware of about what happened before Emily Noble went missing, what was happening, and what people were doing while Emily Noble was missing, and what happened afterwards. Those details are extremely important in this case, and we ask you to focus on those details as you hear the evidence. What we expect you to hear during the presentation of the next 2 weeks, when you hear the evidence, the testimony, is that you'll see the ending in this case. You'll see that this is a very real case. This isn't a book, this is very real. And it'll be clear to you what happened to Emily Noble. Emily Noble was born on May 24th of 1968. You'll hear from friends, family, people that knew her, will describe you to her, that she was outdoorsy, that she liked to forage for plants and herbs in various forested areas. The exact place that you went yesterday during your jury view, specifically, and I'll point that to you here in a second. You'll hear that she was outgoing and never met a stranger. You also hear that she was brave, and you'll hear ample testimony about Emily Noble's life. Now, you'll hear early on from some of the people most closely related that knew Emily the best. You'll hear from her sister that during this time period where most of the facts and circumstances of this case will be, which is May 24th, May 25th, and May 26th, that was a special time period for both Emily and her sister. You'll find out through the testimony, and we expect you'll hear that today, that Emily and her sister were born 2 days apart, the 24th and the 26th. And so the 25th was the one date and time that they were the same age. And that was a special time for them and something that they seemingly celebrated almost every year. What you'll hear during the testimony in this case is, again, the experiences everyone had with Emily. And the one thing that I think will be prevalent is that she has undergone a large amount of tragedy in her life. And as you'll hear testimony, we expect you'll hear testimony that during all these trials and tribulations that Emily went through, she was brave, she persevered and fought through. Now, we expect during the testimony that you'll hear evidence that Emily was previously married. The individual's name is Mark. You'll hear that at one point while they were married, Mark died in 2011, and that he committed suicide. What you'll hear is that, again, that happened in 2011. And we expect you'll hear testimony about how Emily dealt with that in her personal life, her friends and family that were around her at that time, and how she persevered through a very trying time in her life. We also expect that you'll hear testimony that both of Emily's parents died within a year of each other in 2015 and 2016. And that, again, Emily, we expect you'll hear testimony, her reactions to that, what she did to work through those issues, what she did to work through that stress. We expect you'll hear testimony from those individuals over the next 2 weeks. During that same time frame, Emily met the defendant, Matthew Moore. When Emily met Mr. Moore, he also had a son that he brought to that marriage, and that son's name is Joey. We expect you to hear testimony a little bit about Joey over the next couple of weeks. What you'll hear is that during their marriage, up until 2018, that leading up to their marriage, that there was a relationship between Mr. Moore and Mr. Noble, or Miss Noble and Mr. Moore. They met each other, that they started a relationship. At that time, the defendant was living in Las Vegas, eventually came to Westerville, and that's where they lived in their condo at Abbey Cross. From that time period on, the two of them, as well as Jody, lived at that location, the location that you saw yesterday during the jury view. As I mentioned, you'll hear a little bit of testimony about their relationship during that time period, friends as well as family members that were around during that. Once the defendant was around, we expect you'll hear testimony from the witnesses over the next couple of weeks that some of those relationships that Emily had, longstanding relationships with friends, became strained, that they became less frequent, the more routine or even yearly get-togethers ceased happening, and that those relationships ceased to exist other than conversations occurring on the phone, text messages, but those yearly meetings and get-togethers that were so prevalent and important to many people became less frequent. We expect you'll hear that in 2019, tragedy struck Emily Noble once more. And that was when the son of the defendant,
I don't know if you want me to chime
Joey,
in
who was living there, that Emily
when I
took a
think they
passion
say
to,
something that's you should know about.
committed suicide as well.
That's something you want?
Now, what's important to note, and I expect the testimony that you'll hear over the next 2 weeks will demonstrate to you, is that Emily was proactive when these issues occurred in her life. She sought therapy, she talked to others. During this time period, after Jody committed suicide in 2019, we expect to hear testimony that she took time off of work to be at home with the defendant, to work through what had just happened in their life, to seek therapy. And that towards the end of 2019, after doing those things, after being proactive, she continued to persevere and went back to work. Now, we also expect you'll hear testimony that leading up to that, and then going now into 2020, that Emily's making real changes in her life?
No, what's happening? Chime in anytime you want, mate.
Oh yeah. He said that after I came into the relationship, after I came into her life, that her friendships were strained. That she stopped spending a lot of time with her friends and family because of me. I think that's what he just said a few moments ago.
Yeah.
Her best friend Celeste testifies. I think she's the third one, maybe, and she's her best friend, the friend that she spends the most time with. And they ask her, not Diane, did your friendship with her change after Matt came along? And she said no.
There we are.
And that was, I don't know if you want to critique the trial that heavily, I'm not sure, but for them to say that, and then for them to bring up her best friend and testify that nothing changed after Matt. I mean, wait until you see her testify. She doesn't say anything bad about me at all. It's as though they went out into her friends and found two friends that had bad things to say about me. And then the rest, they just didn't bother talking to. But they had to put Celeste on because she was such a part of the story. And it's her best friend, and her best friend saying that her relationship with Emily didn't change at all after I came along. I don't know if you're gonna want to get that specific about things.
To be honest with you, Matt. Yeah, to be honest with you, yes, we do. I do anyway.
Okay.
Because
well, then I'll
this
pop in
reason.
when I hear. I'll pop in as those things happen, but it's going to take you forever to get through because everything that they say is nonsense, literally.
Well,
so I mean, I'll be popping in all the time, slowing you down. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's fine though because look, there's no timeline to this. Do you know what I mean? We said I think at the end of the day, if it goes to like 5 hours in, we still nowhere near the end. That's fine. We'll stop. We'll come back next Wednesday. There's no rush.
I'll try to keep the things that I pop in on fairly big. That is a fairly big thing for them to say in their opening statement that because they want to make me out to be like this possessive person, this person that came in and started dictating what she was going to do with her time. It couldn't have been any more farther from the truth. I mean, it was just the opposite. And they still came and said it, and then they would turn around and put her best friend on the stand, and the best friend's like, nothing changed after Matt came along. He was a really great guy. She refers to me as the love of Emily's life. Why are you putting this woman on there? You're like I said, that she testified for me.
Yeah.
Well,
it's watching your body language when they're speaking and they keep patting the camera towards you. You can just see like the frustration. You're like not wanting to shake your head, but you're wanting. You can see that you want to scream. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
You want to scream. You
Yeah,
want to get them
like
like, no, that's not so. That's not at all how it is. And if you watch my attorney, Diane, she pretty much addresses everything that's needed to be addressed.
Yeah.
There's some things that she didn't, but because she didn't feel like there was a need to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
She literally, when you watch my attorney, addresses everything. It's really neat to see what you're going to see with my attorney. It's really.
I'm glad you had.
But she does it. She does it in a way like there's this one where they were accusing me of smoking in the house the day I called her in, and to address that, Diane went into Emily's health records that were available to the coroner, where she admits that she's a smoker. That's how Diane addressed things. She would just do those. She wouldn't come right out and say, see, she's a smoker. Matt was smoking in the house. Emily was a smoker herself. She would just go and kind of like, hey, you guys have to figure it out. But here's the fact that Emily was a smoker. Yeah, it's amazing. Wait until we'll get into it. I'll be there for it. I'd love to go over it again because it's just amazing what she does.
Wow. Okay.
Right, I've just put a poll up as well. So I'll give us a question. But before I go into the poll, quick question from Lou. Did you think the judge was fair?
I think he should have thrown it out on the Rule 29. I don't think there was enough evidence to take it to jury. I was a little upset about that. you guys, when it comes, it comes. I don't know if you know what that is, but a Rule 29, after everything's done, a judge can say, hey, there's no case here. I'm just going to throw it out. And he was that close to doing that. And I thought he should have, but he didn't. But other than that, yeah, I mean, he kept it clean, man. He kept it. He was a good dude. And then what he said at the end, wait till you hear what he says at the end. He's pretty much, yeah, he was a fair judge. I thought he was really good. There's one point, I don't want to ruin it, but you won't know. I mean, there's just so much where they're arguing about the Rule 29, and the prosecutor goes, the judge is like, well, what here's your chance to argue for your case to go into jury. I mean, what's going on? And she started going in about cords being moved and me smoking and all this circumstantial nonsense. And she suddenly realized that her speech was weak. And she says, Judge, you know, this case is largely circumstantial. And he goes, yeah, I got you. I agree with you there. Just the way he says it. It's just like, wait, please.
Yeah. Even the judge knows.
Yeah.
No, you're not ruining anything.
That's why I was a little upset that he should have thrown it out, but on the Rule 29. But other than that, yeah, no, the guy was great.
Christy says she and Emily had a mutual friend in common. Every one of Emily's friends said how much she loved Matt. No one has ever said that they had a volatile or unhealthy relationship. So there we go. Christy,
they literally went into her friends and found two friends that would say the things that they wanted them to say. And I mean, she had a lot of friends. All the rest of her friends had nothing but good things to say about me. So they literally just found two that were obviously jealous of her marriage to me. There was some sort of weirdness. So I think most people pick that out pretty quick. I mean, if you just watch it, it's pretty easy to figure that out.
That or that. Go ahead.
It's just sad that the police would do something like this. That they would put a case so weak together, and then that's my book. If you read, that's what my book's about. It's like, why would they do this to someone? They do it because it's money. They don't care. They can get away with it, so why not? And then they put this weak crap on TV, and nobody cares. They do it with impunity. It doesn't matter.
Well, the big thing too is cops lie. So you never know what they said to these best friends. They could have totally convinced them that you did it. And they're like, well, we've got to do our part and make sure this guy goes away. You know, like I don't know them, but I can see how cops lie so much to where they would feel like they needed to do something.
They just needed to put a case together. And part of that is just getting the things that they need to bring to court to make a case out of someone. So if you got people saying that she's saying she's the love of her life, I mean, you're just not going to you're just not going to pay. It's tunnel vision, right? You're not going to pay attention to that. There's actually in the Discovery, there's a guy that made another podcast on me where they actually have Detective Grubbs, the lead detective, interviewing someone, and you could see he's just soaking it all up because this woman who ended up testifying, her name's Sue, the things she's saying, and this is Tuesday, the next day, this woman is just like, I got a bad feeling about this guy. I never liked him, blah, 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 this and that. And the Grubbs is just sitting there. I mean, this is what he needed to hear to build a case. And it literally was the next day. They had no reason and it's on this guy's, I'd never heard it before because it's not in the trial. They didn't allow it in trial for whatever reason. But there's a ton of stuff they didn't allow, and then there's tons of Discovery that they didn't allow in. But yeah, you can tell he's like, I found someone that's decided to talk bad about Emily or Matt. Here's my guy, you know. So you can just tell he's believing everything he's hearing. He's like, yeah, because that's his job. That's what he does. That's what they do.
Yeah. Well, so the majority here, Matt, have said they want you to chime in. So as long as you don't mind this lasting more than 8 weeks, Matt, I certainly don't mind. We want to get all the nooks and crannies, all the cracks in. I think the good thing about this stream is I think most people here want to see justice. So we watch so many trials like our friend Zachariah Anderson, the injustice, that it's healthy to have the justice side. So obviously this is now going to go over 8 weeks, but I don't care. I don't think Sally cares. I don't think anyone cares. So you jump in at any point, as long as you don't care, pop it in now and again over the next few Wednesdays. More Wednesdays, we call it. More Wednesdays.
It's fine with me. I don't. It's good for me. It's therapy. It helps, and it shows. I mean, I'll show you where these people are lying, why they're saying what they're saying, when they're saying it. what was missed. I've got it all down. I mean, I've researched it. I've watched it. So.
So that's fine. What we'll do is we'll carry on, and what'll happen is we'll not finish day one today, obviously, but we'll try and get to a certain point, and then we'll finish, and then come back next week. So we might take 16 weeks or something. Doesn't matter. The main thing is that Matt is here, giving us his time, giving us his knowledge, giving us his insight. This doesn't happen every day. So look how privileged we are, guys. We're really, really super, super lucky. So yeah, I'm super excited, Matt, to listen to your story
Well,
and to
that's
hear
great.
the
I'm glad.
insights of everything.
It's great to hear because I'm here for it. I mean, you're not going to believe this is just opening. You wait until you see. I mean, wait until you just have to watch it. I can't even explain it, but wait until you watch it, and then after it gets going, you're going to be like, oh, this is how it is. This is what they do.
Yeah.
You'll get it. It's easy.
That's fine. We will get it. They don't care if they have the right person as long as they have someone locked up for a sad. Yes, we know this as a stream. We know this, guys, and that's why this is important. Dave is here from all the way from Oregon. Daddy, we call him. Hi, Daddy. I hope you're all right, Dave. Thanks for joining. Hope you're feeling better, my friend. So yeah, Dave is here. However long as it takes to get through is okay. I think
I'll do
we
my
have a
best to
unique
answer the questions in the quote in the comments too.
Chat.
While we go,
I'm
That's
gonna
fine.
get us. I'm gonna get derailed for 1 second because I want to ask, how are you doing? Obviously, you were married to this person and she was murdered. Like, have you had the proper time to grieve and to
No.
go through those types of emotions? Seems like you haven't had time to miss her or.
Right. No, it's a very strange way of grieving someone because so much time went by before I had a chance to grieve her. I didn't start grieving until I got my verdict because I was so consumed with the whole police thing. It was like a huge distraction. And then when I went to grieve her, no, it's not. It's I probably need some sort of therapy or something.
Yeah.
You know,
Or talking with people who, getting it out. I don't know. Just
this
seems
helps.
sad. Good.
This helps. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Good. Our Sarah P says, however long it takes to get through is okay. I think we have a unique opportunity to have Matthew to walk us through it. Yeah, this doesn't happen every day. This is unique. So as much as it helps you, I'm glad it does. It helps us as well to get a better understanding. So
thank you. All right. Well, then let's do it.
Yeah,
if anybody has anything, they just write it down, and then you can ask me later or something. If there's anything while it's happening, or I'll try not to chime in so much that it like bogs down everything. But just if there's something anybody out there that has a question about anything, even if you think I did it, whatever, bring it on. I want those people to watch and be like, hey, this guy did it. Well, you prove to me why you think I did it. Show me, and I can tell you why you're wrong.
Yeah. And that's important. So I'm sure we'll have questions as well. So so fine, we'll get back into it. But yeah, just slightly same for you. Literally, just start talking, and I'll stop.
All right.
So
okay, you're good.
Anything.
Cool.
Both of you, honestly. I think also Sally's new to me as well, and I know she's got a mouth on her, so use it.
Well, you can skip through this guy's opening because you're not going to get anything from it.
I will speak. I listen a lot because I learn a lot by listening, and I'll chime in when I feel like it's relevant. So I don't need to hear myself speak.
Have you ever seen the movie Usual Suspects?
Yeah.
There's Kevin Spacey's character's this guy. It's like a twist at the end kind of movie. It's in the 90s, and he compares me to this guy who's manipulating the whole way through. Like that's who he's comparing me to. Kevin Spacey's character in Unusual Suspects. Your Usual Suspects. That's pretty much what this guy says. And you got to read the books backwards for some reason. He wants you to.
In my opinion, I don't want to skip past this stuff because I want to listen to what he has to say.
All right.
We're not skipping anything.
Yeah.
We're not skipping anything. Don't listen to him.
Good.
We're not skipping anything. Right, let's get back to him and see what he's got to say.
She's changing her lifestyle or diet, trying to be more physically fit, those types of things that she's been working through over the course of the years, and that she was making serious changes in her life and seemingly was in a good place based on individuals that were around her, speaking with her and talking with her. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's information we expect to hear over the next 2 weeks. And I think that is of paramount importance to understand the background and what is occurring prior to the disappearance of Emily Noble. And we expect that you'll hear ample testimony of that over the next 2 weeks. But ladies and gentlemen, you'll also hear testimony about May 24th, 2020, May 25th of 2020. And that is the last time Emily Noble was found alive. We expect you'll hear testimony that on the 24th, which of course was her birthday, that she and the defendant went to a water spring in Buckle, Ohio, which is about an hour and a half southeast of Columbus. That they had plans that day, eventually went back to their home in Westerville, in the what's known as the Uptown Westerville area, which is the little downtown area where there are many stores, restaurants, places you could walk back and forth, walk into. You'll hear that the two of them went to a couple of different establishments, Old Bag Nails, Cobley, Jimmy V's. Again, these are restaurants that are located in Uptown Westerville. And that roughly around the time period of 7 p.m., a little bit before, they were back at their home on Abbey Cross in Westerville, the place that you visited yesterday. You'll see throughout this trial, there were a few pictures taken from that day, pictures of Ms. Noble, the defendant. And one thing that you'll note is that these are regular pictures, selfies. There's no injuries to the neck, face area, and that becomes important when we're looking at the timeline of events. And again, you'll hear testimony about this as we go through this case over the next 2 weeks. The next day, on May 25th of 2020, we expect you'll see evidence. It wasn't until 5:47 p.m. that the defendant made a phone call to one of Emily's friends to say she was missing. It wasn't then until 5:54 p.m. that the Westerville Police Department was first notified that Ms. Noble had seemingly disappeared and vanished out of sight. What we'll ask you to do is focus on the timeline of events, and you'll hear testimony over the next 2 weeks. You'll hear and see a body camera from one of the officers today that originally came out to the scene and spoke to Mr. Moore. Expect that during that testimony, you hear evidence that Mr. Moore was awake, according to his words, as early as 10 a.m. Again, as early as 10 a.m., the phone call made with the friend was at 5:47 p.m. We expect that you'll hear his story initially. That the two of them had came back to their house, slept together in the bedroom. He woke up at some point at 1:30 in the morning, went, slept in another room, and then when he woke up, she was gone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see pictures of the house. You'll hear the statements made by Mr. Moore at the time, and what you'll find out during the testimony is that not only had Emily apparently disappeared, according to the defendant's own statement, but that was done without a note. You'll find out that she didn't tell anyone she was leaving. Her phone was left behind. Her ID was left behind. Her wallet was still at the house. Her car was still at the house. And that she seemingly disappeared after making the bed that morning. You also hear testimony that leading up to that weekend, Ms. Noble made a dentist appointment for the following week. And that was not canceled. We also expect her to testimony that nothing had changed with her employment and seemingly everything was normal. What you'll hear during the testimony, during the body cam, as well as testimony from officers and detectives from the Westerville Police Department, is that the defendant's statements jump around. The timeline is unclear, his own timeline. Where individuals were is unclear, and that seemingly statements are made initially to control the situation. We expect you'll hear testimony of that today. Shortly after, actually that day as well as going forward, you'll hear from numerous individuals that were part of the search process to find Emily Noble. We expect you'll hear through testimony that individuals that were part of that search process may have never even met the defendant. Some of them had met him one time when they initially went and got flyers very early on in the investigation or when the disappearance first happened. but otherwise didn't see or even meet the defendant while these searches occurred for almost 4 months. You'll hear about these searches that police are involved, friends were involved, people that had never met Emily were involved because they wanted to do their part to help. They were searching close by, further away, woods, water, basically any area that they could think of. We also expect that you'll hear testimony over the next 2 weeks of some cell phone forensics that were done on the cell phones, attempts by law enforcement to put a timeline of events together. And again, as we go through that evidence, you'll see, or we expect that you'll see, the discrepancies that are occurring during this time period, not only leading up to Emily's disappearance, but also the night in question on the 24th and 25th. September 16th, 2020 is when you'll find out that the remains of Emily Noble were first located. What you'll hear is that 3 ladies, one of which knew Emily, one was the sister of that individual, and then a third person that had never met Emily in her life, were searching a wooded area that was nearby the condo. That after searches that had occurred for the better part of 3, almost 4 months at that time, resulted in not finding Ms. Noble. That searches more close by started to occur again, places that were thought to have been previously searched. Ladies and gentlemen, you went on a jury view yesterday. And we expect the testimony will show, and I'm going to mark on the screen so that you have a chance to see where we're talking about. I put a red X on the location on Abbey Cross Lane. That's the location you first stopped at yesterday, the home of Emily Noble and the defendant. You'll see just to the west, there's another red line there. That little, what appears to be a street, is actually the bike path that you walked through yesterday. And then that wooded area to the west, that direction, is the wooded area that you'll hear about over the next 2 weeks. The area that Emily Noble was found was roughly in that area where I just placed the X there. Now, you'll hear testimony from the 3 individuals that found Emily that they were walking down the bike path, walking in a westward direction. The woods became crowded. As you all witnessed firsthand yesterday, there's shrubs and trees and things all over the place, and it's not readily apparent how to even get through the wooded area. But we expect to hear testimony from the 3 individuals that as they were walking in a westward direction, eventually they found the remains of Emily and found what they were looking for. You'll hear testimony that they called Westerville police, and at that time, Emily was finally found. You'll see pictures of the scene taken from DCI. You'll see pictures of Emily and how she's situated. And what you'll see is that she was in a kneeling position under a tree that was about almost 6.5 feet tall, and was found with a micro USB cord wrapped around her neck. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that wasn't the end of the investigation. And you'll hear testimony towards the tail end of these 2 weeks about the physical examinations that were then done, both on the scene as well as Emily Noble's remains. What we expect you'll hear during the testimony from the 2 experts from the state is that Emily had bilateral fractures of the hyoid bone, which is a bone further up in the neck area. And they'll describe to you and show you where that bone is located, where the fractures were located. But bilateral meaning one on each side, so pressure on both sides. We also expect during the testimony you'll hear there are bilateral fractures of the greater horns of the thyroid cartilage, which is roughly 1 inch or so under in the same neck structures where the hyoid bone would be. And again, you'll hear testimony from a couple of experts demonstrating where that area is located on a body. You'll hear that there was trauma to the left maxilla, the nasal bones, the left side of her face, up by her nose, top of her lip area. And what we expect you'll hear during the testimony is that these injuries that are described were all perimortem, or at or around the time of death, as opposed to healing fractures that occurred earlier in time or items that are, or injuries that would have occurred after death. And we expect you'll hear testimony in that regard from many witnesses over the next 2 weeks, those experts. Specifically of those experts, we expect towards the tail end of our case that you'll hear from Dr. Smock. And during his testimony, he'll go through with you his experience, his background, his education, and we expect that his opinion will weigh heavy in this case. We expect during the testimony you'll hear from Dr. Smock that Emily Noble did not die of an incomplete hanging, that the scene itself was not consistent with the injuries he noted, and that his belief is based on the location of the bilateral fractures.
Did someone say anything? Or was that me? I thought one of you said something. I'm on red alert just in case, you know. Oh, there's a question here actually. We're glad I stopped it. Nooney asked a question. Is this the first time rewatching your trial, Matt?
Say that one more time.
Nooney is asking if this is your first time rewatching the trial.
In its entirety, yeah. When I wrote my book, I watched a lot of it over again, but not in its entirety. Certainly not this.
No, fine, perfect. Right.
The cause of death of Emily Noble was a manual strangulation. We expect your testimony based on his experiences dealing with.
Did he tell you he expects you to hear his testimony? Did he say that?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Well, you guys can expect to hear testimony.
I know. I know.
By the time this guy's done with this part, I'm ready to hang myself in front of everybody in the courtroom.
I can vouch for frustrated. I'm sorry, Julie. I will try to say in English next time. I have got an accent. I'm sorry. We try our best. Oh, here he is. You changed positions now. Sally, I'm on top of you, Sally. Sorry. You look like a queen up to the right down corner.
Dang it.
And I'll move you. You look a queen up there.
It's fine wherever you put me.
Don't say that.
Okay,
Phrasing,
okay.
right.
I take it back.
Exactly. Gotta be careful. Right, let's get into it.
And demonstrate that to you. We also expect Dr. Smock will explain to you that based on the scene, based on the injuries, based on his opinion, this was a staged suicide, something made to look like a suicide. Again, if you read the end of that book and saw the pictures and saw Miss Noble the way she was, you may think one thing. But when you get a chance to hear about the characters and see the timeline of events and see the injuries and hear all this testimony, the ending is not what it seemed maybe at first glance, but it's far more complicated and far more real than that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we expect that what you'll hear during the testimony as well is that Mr. Moore, from the beginning, was trying to control the situation, that he continued to stage this scene other than the physical scene that you saw or that you'll see occurred in those woods. And we expect that you'll hear during the testimony that Mr. Moore, the night of the 24th going into the early morning of the 25th, that very important time frame in this case, that between 1 and 4 in the morning, he's sending messages to friends, stating he's taking a sleeping pill and that's probably going to sleep in. Again, I believe the evidence will demonstrate that from the beginning, Mr. Moore was controlling the scene and trying to stage what eventually will be located in those woods. That becomes of paramount importance when we believe you'll hear testimony today of Mr. Moore and comparing Mr. Moore's original statements to law enforcement about when he woke up, roughly 10 or 11 a.m. That's inconsistent with some of the activity that occurred on his phone, demonstrating that he was awake far earlier than that at 8:30 in the morning, and that he was awake even further in the earlier morning up until about 4 in the morning. So we expect that when you hear the testimony that there's a major discrepancy in the time frame. You'll hear a part of that today when you hear the initial statements, as well as when looking at the cell phone forensics. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect you will find out during the testimony that that's not all. That the defendant sent a text message to Emily just before noon on the 25th. used the Find My iPhone app, which is an application designed to try to find where someone else's phone may be. And that he did that in around noon hour on the 25th, instead of leaving the room that he was laying in, instead of walking through the house to see if Miss Noble was there. And again, we expect to hear testimony that it wasn't for at least 6 hours after that before Mr. Moore finally called someone and said, my wife is missing. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see body camera footage from Officer Hollis today. Again, Officer Hollis is the responding officer on the scene. He came, had the initial conversations with Matthew Moore. And we expect that you'll see during that body camera footage that there's a specific area noted in the back of the garage that after some period of time, almost 2 hours after the report, Mr. Moore points to and says, this is weird. This cord doesn't belong here. And what we expect you'll see during the body camera footage is that there have been things moved during the pendency of when Officer Hollis originally first comes on scene to when the defendant points this area out.
If you want me to explain that, I will, or
Yeah.
you can just wait until they do.
No.
What they did is they have Hollis walk into the garage with his body camera on, and it shows a cooler that's on top of a bench. It's a big red cooler. And then a couple hours later, he goes to my garage again, and the cooler has been moved over a foot or two. And they said when I brought attention to a cord, now Emily's and our condo was just meticulous. Everything had its place. She was like OCD. I mean, she taught me it. I loved it. Everything was really, really neat. And there was a cord that was moved, was somewhere where it shouldn't have been. They asked me, Hollis, the original officer that came, the big black guy. He said, hey, if you see anything out of place, just let me know, So that was part of what I was doing that day, was kind of like looking around. And I noticed that cord, and I'm like, that doesn't belong there. And then I brought it up to him later on. I was like, hey, you might think I'm crazy, but this is weird, right? And I brought him to the cord. And I told them that I didn't put it there. I didn't move anything. They took that as the cord was always there. The cord was there when they first saw the first picture of the cooler. The cord was on the cooler. They made it out that during the time that he was there, with evidence of the cooler being moved, me saying that I didn't move it, I said I didn't move the cord. I didn't say anything about the cooler. And they know this. They know this. They made it out to I was moving the cooler. And I said, hey, I didn't move any of this. Not true. And if you watch it, and they said that this is me staging the scene. This is me bringing attention to the cord in an attempt to get them to go toward suicide, to get them to, hey, this is Emily looking for something to hang herself with.
This is what's disgusting with the court system is that they're supposed to be about justice, not just trying to put someone behind bars to get a conviction. This is disgusting.
They put a story together with that sort of evidence. Now, I said that right in court, which is amazing of Diane, because Diane didn't know. She knew that this was in the evidence, but she didn't know what they were going to say about it. And she figured it out. Oh, this is what they're going to do with this. And she's just she's so smart, she was on it. Yeah. She's like, don't worry about it. And I'm like, I never said that I didn't move the cooler. I just said I never moved the cord. The cooler had nothing to do with it. But they made it out that I said that I didn't move the cooler. This is me lying to police, telling them that and this is me trying to stage this thing. And it's so weak, right? I mean, does any of that even make sense? It's such a weak. No. And that's a big part of their case. I mean, obviously, he's talking about it in his opening. This is a huge piece of evidence against me. That's the story on the cord. I never said I didn't move the cooler. I said I didn't move the cord, and the cord was always pictured on top of the cooler. So
fine.
And if you want to know what that was, in my opinion, that was Emily looking for something to hang herself with, and she decided she didn't want to walk through the neighborhood with a giant cord on her. So that's down the road.
Yeah, we'll get into that as it comes. But yeah, Jesus, it's how exactly they can take your words.
Was her. That was Emily being Emily.
We got Christine here all the way from New Jersey, Matt. She Can you
Hey,
tell
New
Matt?
Jersey.
Yeah. Can you tell Matt for me? I know he did not do it, and I watched the whole trial. So, Christine, yes, just told Matt. She's a big believer in you. You did not do it, and she watched the trial live. So yeah, she's all the way
Well,
from New Jersey. She's Italiano, Christian.
hey, how you doing?
Fortunato.
Forget about it. Just let her
Forget
know
about
if she is interested in the story. Just I don't mean to be a merchant, and I'm not in any way, but there's a book. I wrote a book, and it's available on Amazon.
is.
And there's a lot of details that are not in the trial about me and Emily's personal lives and what my side of the story. It's
Yeah.
I didn't analyze the trial like we're doing here because you could write a book on this trial. I mean, literally, you could write if you want to address everything about this trial. But the book just kind of lets you know my side of things and what exactly.
What's the title of the book? Yes, Grift
Emily,
the book.
Emily, a staged suicide in Ohio. You just go to Amazon and you type in Emily, a staged suicide in Ohio, or my name, Matthew Moore, because it's spelled funny, Matheau, and it'll pop up. The ebook's the only thing available right now.
And the link is here with Sarah P. Also, the link is also in my description box. So and from now, well, from last week onwards for the rest of the time, the link to your book will always be in my description boxes. So
appreciate that.
People, if you want to find the link and you can't find, just go into my description box of any of my videos and it'll be in there. But it's there for you now. And now I'm not buying mine yet until so your actual book, the cover isn't out for a few weeks, so I'm waiting for the cover.
The guy that's helping me format the book, because I don't know anything about computers, I don't know how to use. I'm a typewriter guy. The kid that's helping me format the book is going to actually come over today. We're going to finish it up today. We're going to send it to Amazon, which is really easy, and they just start printing books. I guess I don't know how they do it, but it should be out like in a couple days. So, and when it is finished, I'll let everybody know. And if you want to know, go to Facebook, follow me on Facebook.
Yeah,
I guess you could do that, and I'll always have information on my Facebook about my book.
And you let me know anyway, so I can advertise it as well. So, Chrissy, I'm sure we'll cover this. They try to do a similar thing with the hamper in the bathroom, cord, and the table beside the bed in the master bedroom. I'm sure that'll be coming up, Chrissy, and I'm sure Matt can go into that in a little bit.
What was she worried about? Something about next to the bed? What was that?
So she said that they tried to do something similar with a hamper in the bathroom and the bathroom cord and the table beside the bed in the master bedroom.
I'm not sure what they tried to do with anything with the hamper, except my attorney pointed out that the clothes that I wore that night weren't washed. They were the clothes that we wore, both of us were in the wash. Were in the hamper, not washed. So I don't know what that was all about. And I don't know what she's talking about with whatever was found next to the bed. I don't know what she means by that.
That's fine. It'll come up, but Chris will explain it in a bit now. It's all good. SLED agent admitted to lying in the grand jury, yes, for Alex Murdoch trial. The lead detective, I'm not sure if you've seen that, but in the grand jury, in the trial itself, Alex Murdoch, the lead detective admitted basically that he lied in grand jury about testimony to make sure that the trial happened. So corruption happens everywhere, unfortunately.
What they do as far as lying, they lied to the perp, me, to try to get me to confess. They say they have evidence, say blah blah blah. They just to put pressure on you. They also go into the community and lie, insinuate, to try to separate you from any kind of support. That's a big part of their tactics. Now I know this from talking to someone that knows police officers, the interviewed police officers, and all sorts of law enforcement people. It's a playbook that they have, and one of them is you need to get into his family, his support group, and begin to eliminate any kind of support for him, to alienate him, to separate him from the rest. It's just part of their tactics, and it works. Yeah. It's really heavy when you start having family members and friends, and all of a sudden you're alone, basically.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, you said last time the core friends that you had, the real ones. Do you know what I mean? You just
they
had
knew
core,
because they know.
Yeah.
But I mean, the people, you'd be surprised how many people you sort of know, but you don't really know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I know. I go through it as well. I know. I get you. I get you, Matt. What year was this? The trial was last year, Hannah. Last year,
It was
2022.
22. Yeah.
Yeah.
It ended in August of 22.
Yeah, there we are. I thought so. Fuckers, yes. You did. You kind of look like Tom Cruise's brother, Matt. Daddy Dave is saying that you kind of look like his in the. I think he means in the trial. You look like Tom Cruise's brother in the trial.
Oh.
Good observation. I don't know. We'll have to take a look at that. I don't know. Trophy. Follow Sally on YouTube and Rumble. Talk with Sally. We love Sally. Thanks, Sarah. I subscribe to Lou as well. Lou's got Lou. You're talking to Lou. You're speaking to Lou, Matt. She's also got a
Lou.
YouTube channel. So, so hopefully you can do something with her. Chrissy. Oh yeah, this is what she meant. They were trying to make a big deal about the laundry in or not in the hamper, whether it was in the hamper or not in the hamper, the laundry stuff. So, we'll get to that. Yeah. Times like that will
Weak
teach you who
sauce.
really
All
fucks up.
that just weak evidence. All things. It's though they would mention things like this guy's entire opening statement. He didn't connect any of the dots. He would say things like, "Ooh, we have this and we have that," but they never connected the dots. So none of the things he was saying meant anything. Because if you don't connect circumstantial evidence, you need a lot of it, and you need to be able to tell a story with the circumstantial evidence. They didn't. They didn't. They rate at the end. They try in their final argument. They try to put a timeline together, and when we get to that, I'll tell you what they did there, how they screwed that all up, because it doesn't make any sense. But they literally, through this whole trial, they never made any attempt to connect the dots because they couldn't, because it didn't make sense.
Okay. Dave's correcting me. He's saying that you look like Tom Cruise's brother now with a beard. So.
Oh, a broke Tom Cruise. Yeah, this is what Tom Cruise looks like broke.
Jesus. Okay. Right.
One question.
Nope,
Did you have a public defender or did you have a hired?
Diane Managgi does do pro bono work, but she didn't for me. I had the money to hire her, so
you got a good one. Okay.
And I never looked at her bill. I don't want to. It's in my file cabinet somewhere. I don't even want to look. I have no idea. I think she was very nice to me as far as how much she charged me for what she did for me. I mean, I would have paid her whatever I had. I mean,
stay out of
millions of dollars I would have given her.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah, you're about to see an amazing. If you're in the lawyering, if you're in the legal stuff, you wait to see what this woman does to these people. Because I'm just telling you that they didn't have a case. Wait till she shows you that they don't have a case. It was literally overkill.
Right. Just a quick story for Sally. So Matt will give us an interview last week, and very kindly told us a lot of stuff. And one of the things that hit me hard was you said you've got your car, you don't need anything. You don't need anything. You don't need, literally, just need yourself. You got freedom. You got all this, and it's like, wow. We all worry about all this materialistic stuff, and about people, what they think of you and this and that, but you just don't give a fuck. You just I got my freedom.
An experience like this will do that to you. I mean, I had enough. I was retired at 49. It was really nice. Don't get me wrong. It was nice not to have to go to work. I mean, work at the casino. That's what I did for my whole life. It was nice not to have to worry about where my next meal was coming from, or it was really nice. But when it all comes down to it, if you don't have your health, if you don't have your children, if you don't have your wife, it's not worth it. It's just I don't have anything. I'm fine with it. I mean,
No, I got you, man, and it's a humbling experience to talk to you about stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just what it did. It humbled me. It just humbled me. And as long as I have the basic necessities, I'll be all right. And I can just feel like this is I'll be all right for the rest of my life. I just have a feeling someone's been taking care of me for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, Well, you're definitely gonna be fine, my friend. As long as you're with us, we'll always be looking after you as
Yeah.
well. So,
Friends. That's all
you
you
know,
need. Friends and family, man. That's all you need.
yeah,
And everything will be all right.
yeah, 100%. Right. Dave, Matt is more handsome than the Cruisers. Right, let's stop. Let's. Everyone thinks he's Tom Cruise. Jesus, he's not. He's Matt. Dave starting stuff here. Right, let's get into this now.
Following that conversation and during that conversation, you'll hear that Mr. Moore says this area is weird. I haven't touched it, but this seems out of place to me. Somebody must have done this. But what we expect you'll hear is that this is just another example of the defendant.
He's lying again.
Staging the scene to make this look like something other than what it was. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after 2 weeks of testimony, you're going to hear evidence about cell phones, physical evidence. You're going to hear about the parties, everyone involved. And we ask you to be diligent in your review. Diligent in your review of the timeline, how things go together, and diligent when reviewing this case and discussing. And at the end of this 2 weeks, we're going to ask you to see this for exactly what this is. And we're going to ask you to make a finding of guilty of the charge of murder. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give your attention for counsel for the defense.
Okay, so that's the state then now. So we're moving on to. I should put a line here, tonight. Who is who and stuff. So we're now moving on. What do you think so far? Oh, I mean, still early doors, Sally, isn't it? So I can't really ask you. What do you think, Sally? It's a bit like you don't know anything yet, so it's not fair for me to ask you that question.
You can ask me a question, and I can either say my opinion on it, but
I mean, I just think we just started, so we don't really know anything except for what Matt said. So, you know, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Like, obviously, Matt knows that was a weak opening, but then that's the first time we've heard it. So that's the first time you've heard it. You know, what was it a bit wishy-washy? Do you think he was quite solid, or I mean, it's hard to tell though, isn't it? Until the end, I suppose.
I didn't think it. I wasn't impressed with the opening statement. If I was a juror, like if I'm sitting there, I'm just like, I guess I'd have to wait for the defense to do their part, right? Whether to see if it was strong or not, because whatever she says is going to possibly rebut what he says.
He said,
yeah.
That's not absolutely. He's just left for a little bit, so which is fine. I feel honored the fact that he's like I put that on you a bit. You. I put that on you a bit, Sally. We're going to be doing this for more than 8 weeks now. I hope you don't mind. But I do think we're in it. Yeah, I mean, you're part of something that's very unique, I think, here. So I'm grateful that you're here as well. Dr. Hines is about half an hour away. So
sweet.
I'm not sure. Have you met Dr. Hines before, Sally?
No, I have not.
Oh, he's a character. He's a character. So you once you meet him, one scene never forgotten is Dr. Hines. So that's fine. Right. Just Jurors. Hi, Just Jurors. I'm late. Don't worry, it's all good. Hi, Sally. Welcome to the show. I'm great grand Daddy Dave. Hello, Just Jurors. Right, we'll go on to Minaj. Like Matt, who's the one in the middle? Sat next to you.
Talking to me?
Yeah, who's that sat next to you?
That's Allie. She's Diane's assistant.
Okay. And obviously this is Diane.
She's an ace too. Yeah. She's an ace, whatever she is. She was writing things down and getting things ready and preparing Diane for her cross, which is what she does after they testify, that she comes up and crosses them. And she was a very important facet of my defense. She was a real smart lady.
Good. Well, she must be smart to compare to what Diane is. She's smart, so I'm supposed that she would employ smart people with her. I know nothing about Diane. I'm not sure if you, Sally, if you know anything about Diane.
I don't. No.
No. Good. Neither do I. So we'll see this together. Love Dr. Hines. Yes. He'll be here in a little bit, guys. Once you know he's here, there's a tornado coming into the stream when he's here. So, yes, I love Dr. Hines. Right, here we go.
Would you mind keeping the lights at that level?
You just want the document.
Sure.
Everyone's very complimentary towards you, Matt. Like, you look young, you look like Tom Cruise, you look like this. I think it's just down to the fact that he's happy, guys. Do you know what I mean?
I
Don't
think
stress.
so.
Yeah.
Good morning. As I introduced myself yesterday, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore,
Menashe.
my co-counsel, Alexander Petrillo.
Meiji.
The state, I just listened to them for about 30 minutes, and they told you their theory. Their theory is that Matt Moore killed his wife. Don't know when, but Matt Moore kills his wife, and then somehow gets her body into the wooded area where you walked yesterday.
Right, we'll slow it down. I put it 1.25 for the prosecution because he was talking slow, but Diane speaks quite fast, so I want to be normal speed for her.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
really do.
And
Yeah.
stages her death. And then I heard the state go on to say that their evidence will show how not just was he that sophisticated
Just to let you
figure
know,
out those two things, but
she
he then
mentioned
also-
that they took the jury for a jury view, which means they all got in a bus and went to my neighborhood and got out of the bus and walked around. So they could get a sense of how far my house was from where she was found and what
Okay.
everything in between and how it was and the trees and everything else and where they actually went right to the spot where they found her.
Was this before the trial started? Before opening statements?
Jury view. So that's what she meant by that, where they were yesterday when she said that.
That's fine. Sally, go again. Sally, go again. Ask him again.
So did they take the bus tour prior to all of this, or was this later on in the trial?
Just before this, they did.
So before opening statements, they took a tour.
Yes, they
Interesting.
what they call a jury view. Yeah,
Well,
and I
that's just
didn't go.
interesting.
They wanted me to go, but they did. My attorneys didn't want them to see me shackled up.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I was
No,
shackled
that doesn't
up.
make sense.
It just seems like it's out of order. You would think that they would have done it after when it was relevant during the trial to do that type of a tour. It just seems kind of
Right.
prejudiced to do
No,
it beforehand.
That was the first thing they did is they went on a jury view.
Wow, that seems very prejudiced.
Yeah, I agree. Actually.
Well, it was good in a lot of ways because you got to see how it would have been impossible for me
Yeah, I guess I
to
can see.
to carry her where but then they end up switching their story. You gotta watch. I'm not gonna blow it, but you wait and see
But don't blow it for me.
about what
No
they
spoilers.
do. Yeah. Wait,
Right.
you just gotta wait and see. It's relevant. It's relevant. Everything that my attorney did, my attorney Diane did is relevant. Like everything.
And she from Ohio as well. Just
She is. Can you believe that? And she's from
no, it's
Ohio.
for She. So you.
Who's
you
the guy?
literally landed
Who's
in
the
the feet.
guy that did the Casey Anthony, and who did the Hernandez, the football player? That
Oh,
guy, his second trial.
I can
forget
see his
name.
face. I can see his face, but I can't remember his name.
He's like they know each other. I don't know if they belong to the same firm or what, but they know each other.
Yeah, Hernandez. I know which one you mean, but I don't remember the name. Sorry. Josie Bose. Here we go. Jose Bays. That's his name. Josie. Josie's got in chat. So it's a Jose
How do you pronounce his
Baez.
last name?
Bose.
Diaz.
Diaz.
It's Baez. I think
Diaz.
it's Baez. I think it's Baez.
Diaz.
Yeah,
I
I guess
can't
he's
do stuff
a
like
big
that.
deal, and she's partners with him in some way.
There we are. Okay, Baez. Yeah, there we are. Friggin'
Baez.
Laura, don't give it. Everyone has to spell it
Baez.
differently for me.
Baez.
I'm Welsh, guys. I need you to spell it
I
out.
can't spell or read, so
We can't even
I
pronounce
help
it, and we're from English. It's not you. It's the spelling of
Yeah,
the last
no.
name.
That's fine. So yes, there we are. Thank you, Josie, for that. Right, let's see Diane again.
also took great efforts to control the situation after May 24th and May 25th of 2020. Members of the jury, the evidence will show that the state's theory is based on speculation and inferences. It is not supported by the evidence. And simply, members of the jury, their theory doesn't make sense. Now, I know you were listening to the state's opening just as well as I was, and the judge has already told you that our opening statements are not evidence. They are just how we believe the evidence will unfold. But I say this, that in my 30-some minutes of listening to the state's argument, I noted that they didn't mention reasonable doubt. That is their burden. Their burden is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And we talked about that in voir dire. It's their burden and their burden alone. And the judge has already given you the instructions of law, and he will again, which say, if the state fails to meet their burden, then the only appropriate verdict as to each of the 3 counts in this case is not guilty. And here's why I mentioned reasonable doubt, and that they didn't mention it, is because as the judge has told you, and as I talked about in voir dire, reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense. And so I want to talk about this morning during my opening statement as to why it doesn't make sense that Matthew Moore, and I'll call him Matt, that Matt killed his wife Emily and then staged her suicide. First, members of the jury, the evidence will show there's no physical evidence. You will hear evidence the state will put on, we anticipate, that law enforcement extensively searched the area of 46 Abbey Cross. Not just Westerville Police Departments, but the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigations was brought in. A unit whose sole job, members of the jury, is to look for forensics. They're there too. And it's not just the house. And when I say the house, members of the jury, the evidence will show that they searched the entire perimeter area. But the evidence will also show that exhaustively and extensively, they searched the Ultima.
There's my car, still alive.
Still going.
They searched the attic.
Is that what you got now? Is that
What I got now? There it is. There's my car. I love that car.
Oh, there we go.
That car fell apart. It caught on fire. Subarus suck, by the way. They're horrible.
Well, a question for you about your car then, right? Where was your car? Because you got arrested on your car. What the hell happened to it?
Oh, yeah. My dad went and got it from. They impounded it, and he got it out of there like quick. My dad was still around back then, so he helped me out. Yeah, he went to the. They put it in an impound yard, and my dad went and bailed it out or did whatever, got it out of there. And then
stored it.
It was where were we gonna put it? I couldn't put it out in front of my house because that was Emily's. It was just not gonna happen there, and I couldn't do it at my dad's. So one of my son's friends, his name's Cameron, who's in this trial. He's not in it, but he's mentioned. Who I still know is a dear friend. He drove it around for 15 months for me until I got out. So when I got out, when I was acquitted, my car was right there waiting for me. Thank you, Cameron, for that. Appreciate it, buddy.
That's amazing. That's amazing. That's really cool, actually.
Yeah, good dude. And he caught shit for it too. Believe me, driving around in my car around that town for a year until I got out. I'm sure a lot of his friends were like, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this for him?" You know, yeah. Cameron's a good guy.
So, are all of your kids older?
All of my I had a son who passed away when he was 2. His name was Homer. He died in '99 of a sickness, and my son Joey committed suicide in 19, and he was just about to turn 18.
Oh, that's horrible.
Both my sons are gone. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
And Matt covers.
They don't do it in trial. They don't try to pin my son's suicide on me, though they tried, but they couldn't. But the media did. The media made it out that I killed my son, Joey.
That's
and
disgusting.
They were talking about that I killed my first son, yeah. with no evidence. There was never a case that was open. There was never. It was a suicide. But the Vanish podcast. I don't know if you know who they are. They're
I've
like
heard of them.
true crime. They did
Yeah.
a number. They just lied. They just took it, and they said there was a case open, and there's a chance that I could be a serial killer. They try to link my son's death with my wife's death, and
They try to show a pattern.
They used. I mean, they just. It was. I don't tell you. I wouldn't tell you to ever go listen to the Vanish podcast, but the Vanish podcast is literal garbage for people that are idiots that watch that true crime shit. It's horrible. I mean, what they did to me was libelous, and I can't believe I didn't do anything legal against them. But I really don't care, because the people that watch those shows, I mean,
They don't matter.
The lowest denominator of intellect.
Yeah.
There's just, I mean, there's no oversight of the podcast. There are a few podcasts that did a pretty good job. There was one called An Invisible Choir. They did a 3-part series, I think, on me. That did pretty good.
Okay.
They were fair, but there are a ton of them out there. You know Nancy Grace?
Yeah.
We know her.
She's
like her.
horrible, right?
I hate her.
She's the
Lies.
worst person on the face of the planet. Well, she did
Lies.
a podcast on me, and you can just imagine what it was like. It's not
I wouldn't
based on anything factual. It's just they're just
No.
trying to sell advertisement. It's just awful.
It's drama, clickbait.
The Vanish podcast, because the mainstream news media used the Vanish podcast as a news source, so it kind of leaked into the mainstream news, and you just gotta watch where you get your information from, because it was straight up libel what they were saying about me.
Yeah, I'm anti-mainstream, so I won't listen to anything that comes from anything like that.
It's really it's a very, very poor place to go to get information to try to build a decent opinion about anything, because they're lying to you.
They don't investigate anymore. They don't investigate. It's supposed to be investigative journalism, and it's just, oh, this person said this, so it just must be true. So and they run with it, and they don't care who they hurt. And if they retract it, it's months or weeks later, and then they're already convicted in the court of public opinion. It's sad.
Sally, they made me out to be a serial killer. You know what I mean? And then when I got found not guilty, all they did was put a little thing at the bottom of their website saying that he was found not guilty at trial. But all of it's still up there. Everything they were saying about me, they said that I failed the lie detector test. They called the Westerville Police Department, I guess, or they just made it up and heard about it. I don't know. But they said that and that's in the public eye, failing a lie detector test. I mean, and they came right out and said that I failed it. That they called the Westerville Police Department and got word that I had failed the lie detector test.
They just lied. They probably didn't even call. They probably just said they called.
They probably did. I don't know where they would get that information. Now, I did take a lie detector test, and it was mentioned by them that I did fail it, but that's police tactics, and you have to understand that that's not.
They lie. Yes, they try to get you to trip
police
up.
Lie to you. They don't. Westerville Police Department, they don't know how to give lie detector tests. There's no crime in Westerville, so they put you on this thing. Hey, you failed it. You need to come to it right now, and I just left. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And you'll see that later on. But
you're smart to do that.
For the the Vanish podcast to put that out there as if it's evidence, it's like it's not. Yeah. It's not allowed. It's not admissible at trial because they don't work.
No, they don't.
But the Vanish podcast they went and found anything that was negative against me, and they put it on their podcast as if it was real. And so, yeah, I would stay away from the Vanished podcast. Her name is,
I won't watch it. I won't give it any
Amanda Coleman, who's not even a cop. She's just some weird media person who doesn't know a thing. She's a horrible, horrible journalist. And I hear she's a drunk, by the way. I won't hold that against her, but I heard she likes to pull a cork. What do you think about that?
The Y mums. We know them.
I've asked her. Have me on again. I've asked her 15 times. I'm like, have me on again. We'll debate, and you can tell me why you told 100,000 people that that I killed my children. You can prove to them why you're right and I'm wrong. But she never got back to me.
That's why you stick to beer. You can never be called a wine mom.
The Y mums, they're terrible. They just, you're guilty, you're guilty. They don't care about anything else.
They
Trial
don't.
by
They don't
media.
even care. They don't care about evidence. They don't care about. They just want you to be guilty. It's kind of like a Karen thing. No offense.
No
Karens, but,
offense to me. Offense to Karens. If you act like a Karen, you're a Karen. Come on
right.
now.
Yeah. We got none here. It's fine. We got a lovely chat here.
The name of the podcast is the Vanish Podcast. And
I'm not going to
just
watch
stop
it.
listening to it.
I'm not going to
Just
watch
stop.
it, so won't do it.
No,
Horrible.
we won't give him any more airtime.
Nope.
Just
Nonsense.
don't watch it.
Not even going to say their name.
I'm just stopping that for a second here. So you touched upon it. I maybe should have pre-warned. Obviously, we covered the whole children aspect for in the interview and stuff. But what you don't know, maybe Sally, and I think it is important that you do know this beforehand, because obviously Matt's son died. Joey, isn't it? Died in 2019.
Yeah.
So Matt was at his lowest ebb, absolutely, as you can
Yeah.
imagine, when
Oh,
this
yeah.
all happened. So when he talked about grieving at the start, he didn't get a chance. But in a weird way, Matt was saying the whole arrest stuff about getting Emily, go missing, the whole arrest. Actually, him being arrested took 15 months away from him grieving whilst he was in jail. So I thought that was super insightful that he couldn't grieve. You couldn't grieve, Matt, could you, for like 15 months? So when you're after your absolute lowest, the police are hammering you. What do you do? You know what I mean? Your mentality, you must be super strong up there,
It's
man.
as though they helped me in a way, because losing my son and then losing my wife, and I didn't lose my wife in the beginning. She was just missing. But the heat from the police and everything just kind of like, it distracted me from the gravity of what I was going through emotionally with losing my son and my wife so close together like that. I think in a lot of ways, it probably helped me to go through what I went through in a way. I don't know if that you can explain that. I'm explaining that correctly.
I think a lot of it is like, I have 2 kids. They're all older, and as a parent, losing your kid would be like the worst possible thing on the planet. Everything else that gets thrown at you after that, it's like nothing else could hurt you more than that. At least in my perception, that's how I would feel.
I think that's a lot of ways I see this thing happening perfectly for me. Yeah, because I wasn't even worried about the police. I was dealing with them, but it wasn't like this thing where I was like emotionally incapable of dealing with it. Because it was a distraction of what was I should have been incapable of dealing with, was the loss of your second son and your wife like that. Yeah. Not to add to this thing, but my mother died of cancer in 19.
Oh my gosh.
I loved, like, she looked like me, she acted like me, she was me. Me and my mother were like 2 peas in a pod. She died of cancer in 19. Then my son died she died in 18. Joey hung himself in 19. Emily died in 20. Then I got arrested in 21, and then my dad dies while I'm in jail.
He died while you were in jail?
While I was in jail, my dad died, who I loved. I mean, he was right there for me. He lived right in town with me. So I mean, it was a rough couple of years. It was really, really, really tough. And then I guess the police part of it was like a distraction, really. Because I don't know if I could have handled all that at once like that. That's a lot. And then all of a sudden I had to say it. So it gave, I don't know if you know anything about grief or the process of it. It's just, this thing helped. Wow. I hate to say that it helps. I mean, it's weird. Just the way it was.
It is. It's coping.
It was easier to deal with Emily's death because I had 2 years to go through the police thing, and then I had to deal with it. And it's just that kind of space in between the two helped me get on with it. I guess I don't think you could really ask. And then people will say, well, he's acting strangely.
Really? Okay. Grieving?
I was acting strangely. I admit to it. I mean, I was drinking heavily and I just was dealing with all that. And it's just, I wasn't saying the right things and I wasn't worried about police. really, when they first showed up at the scene. My wife was missing. I needed their help to look for her. And literally within 48 hours, they accused me of murder. So it was just this thing. I can't even describe it. But I think a lot of it did distract me from the horror, really, of losing Emily and my son.
Yeah.
In such a close.
And your mom. I'm sorry, your parents brought you into this world. Both my parents are dead.
My mother, yes, my mother was a big one, man. She left me a really huge inheritance, a really big one, because she loved me. She loved me dearly. She worked very hard all her life, and she lived a very modest life. And she had this thing at the end of her life, and she was, I was her only son, because my brother, my full brother, died in a car accident when we were teenagers. So we had that. My only full brother. I have two half brothers and a half sister from my dad, but my full brother Brian died in a car wreck when we were teenagers. So I was my mother's only heir. So she gave me a substantial amount of money that turned around and got used for this to get me out of trouble. I don't know. I don't know how my mother is feeling about that right now. If she knows what's going on or not, but
she does.
Her inheritance got spent wisely, because I got the best attorney the money could buy.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Jesus Christ. I think it's important to have this little bit of this, I know we jumped in. Sorry. We are carrying on with the trial, guys. We're not finished at all.
I'm sorry.
There's more.
You're fine.
I love this insight. I mean, Jesus Christ, you play to all of our hearts. Do you know what I mean? It's like, this is what's important to know. Some of these backgrounds. You said that people said you were acting weird. Well, you just explained why. Why? Because look at all this. No, Jesus Christ, how do you cope with all that? And in a weird way, as you said,
I don't want to complain too much, but it was a lot to lose a son and lose a wife, and you don't get any. Hey, sorry. Here's some lasagna. You don't have to cook for a week. I got literally, you killed him, and you killed your wife, and the Westerville Police Department is doing everything they can to murder you. And it was surreal, right? I mean, how do you deal with something like that?
Yeah.
I don't know how you're functioning. I honestly, like, I've lost both of my parents, and when my mom and my grandpa and grandma died close together, I didn't function. I didn't lose a kid. Like, it's hard losing a parent, but when you lose a child, two of them, my heart breaks for you. I don't cry on stream, so I'm not going to cry. It's a rule I have, but I'm amazed. I'm amazed at how all.
And then to be accused of what I was being accused of on top of it, it was just like, I needed to keep my head up. It just made me wanna, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now. Is for all those people out there that were saying what they were saying, that you're so wrong. Those people are flawed. They're really deeply flawed people that would just go out of their way. I mean, we're talking thousands of people that I didn't even know were accusing me of murdering my children and my wife, and they had no reason to think that other than what was coming from this Vanish podcast and the Westerville Police Department. And guess what? I went to trial, and the Westerville Police Department showed everybody what they had, which was nothing. What they did to me was criminal. Because wait until you see the trial. Wait, just because they don't produce anything, like zero, nothing. It should be criminal. There should be. What they do is they get a grand jury to indict you. And it's really, really easy to indict anybody. A grand jury to get a grand jury indictment. And once you get a grand jury indictment, they are free from any civil litigation against them. They don't have to worry about getting sued. So they do it because they have impunity. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. We got a message here. Where's Lady Law? We need her. Lou, so Lady Law became a grandmother for the third time yesterday. So I'm hoping she did. She got a little granddaughter. So we're hoping that she does make it, but if she doesn't, that's why. But we got Dr. Hines coming as well. So he's new to this trial. So sorry, guys. I just think, look, I like this. I like stopping. I like talking. I like getting
all right. Well, I'll keep doing it.
Yeah, honestly, I love it.
People, this is what... Don't worry, you got loads to come. Trust me when I tell you, you're going to be stopping. You're going to be asking questions every 3 minutes because you're going to be like, "What does that mean? Why is that?" And I'll explain it to you.
That's fine. We'll get back into this now, the trial. But yeah, this is what I love. So let's keep doing this, guys. Hang on, where have I gone now? That's the one I want. So this is the car. Much love on the car. Right, let's go from here.
He searched the
And thank you to Cameron. Thank you, Cameron. You're a legend. Thanks for keeping the car going.
Subaru. They searched the attic with Matt's permission, by the way. Did they do all these searches? They searched the bedding,
Hi, beautiful.
the sheets that were in Joey's bedroom, where Matt Moore told the police the evidence will show he slept once he got up in the middle of the night and he had to go to the bathroom. He slept in that bedroom. More bedding. They searched the bathroom, and this is why this is important. The evidence will show members of jury, and in particular, what was in the hamper in the bathroom, because they searched this too. The evidence will show that the clothing in the hamper is the same clothing that Matt Moore and Emily Moore were wearing on her birthday the night before, when she's last seen. And so what comes of all these searches that were made by law enforcement, not just at Westerville Police Department, but also for BCI&I, the house, the cars, the attic, the clothes, the evidence will show you that there's nothing. There's no blood, there's no tissue, there's no fibers.
Nothing.
There's nothing. But the evidence will show it wasn't just people that searched all those places that we just went through. It was also cadaver dogs. Cadaver dogs that the evidence will tell you are trained specifically to come to a scene, a location, and alert when they smell or detect either blood, tissue, or any smell of death. The cadaver dogs, in addition to humans, searched all the areas I just told you about. And what will the evidence show that the cadaver dogs found? Nothing.
Nothing.
There's
I
no
like the way
physical
she says
injuries.
that. Nothing.
Nothing. Everything, nothing.
I was gonna name
When
my
I
book
say
that.
physical injuries,
Nothing.
Nothing.
You should have. That would have been a great title.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing to see here.
I mean to Matt. He calls the 911, as the state has said, on May 25th and reports that his wife is missing. I want to pause there, though. He calls 911, brings the police to his house. The evidence will show certainly that that's what a 911 call does. Common sense tells us that. They get there, and then within 48 hours, they ask my client, Matt, to come down to the police station and give a statement, and he does. He goes to the police station, and when he's there, two of the detectives say, "What about scratches or injuries on you?" The evidence will show that Matt Moore takes off his shirt, not at the direction of the state, but he takes off his shirt. Now, before he takes off his shirt, of course, his face is exposed, and you're going to see a body cam video of Officer Hollis, and you will see what Matt Moore is wearing when the officers arrive. And you'll see which parts of his body are exposed. So he takes off his shirt. Officers lean in. Hands, forearms, chest, neck, face, back, legs. What did they find?
Nothing.
Nothing. And consider this evidence, members of the jury, or the lack of evidence, particularly after you went to that wooded area yesterday. The judge is correct to say that your jury view in and of itself is not evidence. But it is, as the judge told you yesterday, something for you to consider when you hear the evidence that's presented. Think about how hard it was to get down there. And I even just wrote what the state said in their opening about that area. It was essentially shrubs and trees, not readily apparent it's even there. Now, members of the jury, Again, our statements are not evidence, but what the state says they will give to you to meet their burden, hold them to it. Because as they started this morning, that is their roadmap. So there's no physical injuries on Matt Moore. There's no time of death in this case, members of the jury. The state has alleged, and the judge read you the charges, and the state has just stood up in his opening and said that on May 24th and May 25th of 2020, Matt Moore killed his wife, and then there's also a charge of felonious assault, but there's 2 counts of murder and felonious assault. The dates are the 24th and 25th. There is no witness. There is no expert. There is no police officer. There is no lay witness that can or will give you the time of death. And I remember in voir dire yesterday when I was talking to the veneer about dates and attention span, and I remember saying dates are incredibly important in this case. The dates we know are the date that Emily went missing. The last she was seen is by a neighbor that lives across from 46 Abbey Cross, where you went yesterday. In fact, a neighbor that lives directly across the street. He sees Emily going for a walk that morning in her walking clothes.
You want to know about that?
Yeah.
And
That's case closed right there, right? They have an eyewitness seeing her after the fact. Case closed. That day, he told everybody he saw her. John Kramer said he saw Emily on the 25th at 9:30, between 9:30 and 10, going for a walk.
They didn't use
I don't know.
Did they believe him?
He told everyone Monday, that he had seen Emily walking away. That's the 25th. That's Monday. That's the day after. This is after the fact, right? That he saw her going for a walk. He told me on Tuesday, the next day, that he saw her leaving. By the time Wednesday of my interrogation, apparently he recanted and said that he doesn't know whether it was Monday. It could have been the day before, Sunday. Sunday, we weren't there in the morning. We were in Butchville, Ohio, gathering spring water and having a picnic between 9 and 10. We took off early, so there was no mistaking it. I find it hard to believe that he would mistake it that day. I mean, as soon as he was approached by officers on Monday, he immediately said, "Yeah, I saw her this morning." They knew that right away. That just ruins their case. I mean, but they got him to recant. They got him to say, "Hey, it could have been the day before, but we weren't there the day before. We were in Bushville the day before." So unless it was Saturday, which is highly unlikely, that he would be off 2 days, right? That's highly unlikely. He saw her on Monday, and they did their best for that not to come around. You know, they didn't want that in what people were talking about, but they put him on the stand and he testified to it. I don't know what else other people need. There's an eyewitness that saw her on Monday after the fact. I don't know what else you need to know that I couldn't have done it. This thing that didn't even occur. Wait until you hear from the doctors, from the specialists to say that the reasoning behind them saying that it was murder because she had, well, you don't want to go too far into it. Just know that John Kramer saw her Monday between 9:30 and 10, and they actually, the Westville Police Department came out with a press briefing on Tuesday, the next day, that said the last time Emily was seen was on Monday between 9 and 10 o'clock. We present that at trial. What else do you need to know? Well, he changed his mind. He doesn't know he's an old man. He can't really remember too well. I mean, how long did it take you to figure that out? Why would you come out with something on Tuesday saying that she was seen between 9 and 10 on the day before?
Yeah.
Because it didn't implicate me, man. because it didn't implicate me. And when they decided it was me, that's it. You just forget about everything else. Don't worry about it. We'll fix that later at trial. Don't worry. But John told everybody, don't worry about what John said. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That's what they did.
Okay, well, yeah, that's not surprising. But
I
yeah,
want to make sure I'm telling you this,
Yeah.
that you understand that. I mean, they literally had an
I
eyewitness seeing her after the fact. I don't know how else to put it.
I understand it, but it doesn't fit their narrative, so they're gonna discredit it. They're gonna try to fit it around and go, well, no, it was this date. It was, they're gonna manipulate that to fit what they want, essentially.
So what
which
it is, it literally made John Kramer the last person to see Emily alive. And when they say that no, Matt Moore's the last person to see him alive, I mean, you know that she was seen after that. You put it in your press briefing to the community on Tuesday. If he told you Monday, why did Tuesday the next day? Why did you put out that it was that he had seen her on Monday? It's because it didn't fit their narrative. And you know how they addressed it at trial? They just pretended like it didn't happen. They just didn't even bother talking about it, And it was stuff that they brought. It was their witness. They literally put a witness on the stand that said that they'd seen her after the fact, and then just pretended like they didn't. It's in my book. You have to kind of read it. It's just like, why would they even put that guy on stage and have him say that? He just made my case for me. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's horrific. But I'm sure once we get to that guy, we'll hear a little bit more about that again anyway. But right, just here then, we'll go back to the end now. So we got 5 gifted memberships from myself, I wanted to give 5 out to say thank you to people for being here. So we got membership from Dunia, Twisted Bunny, Sean, Dave, Go Paco, Lady Law, my lovely Lady Law, and Solomon Anderson, Sol, who hopefully will join us at some point in the next 8 weeks. And we've just got Lady Law in chat. Hello, Lady Law. Hopefully the GILF, we call her the GILF around here. She's the GILF of this stream. And once you see her, you'll understand. Just been a grandmother yesterday, so congratulations to your daughter. I'm not sure if you're going to join us today, Lady Law. Hopefully you can, but I understand if you can't, and we'll see you next week if not. So lovely to see you. It's all right, we'll get into this now then. Unless you got Sally, you got something, or
Nope.
go back into it. Nope, let's get back into it.
We know the evidence will show, evidence that we will present, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But we know that he definitely saw Emily on the 25th and not any other day, based on the cell phone evidence. So there is no time of death. We know that Emily went missing on March 25th is when she's last seen by someone other than Matt Moore, and we know that she's found on September 16th. We do not know when she got to the park or how she got to the park, but with respect to time of death, there is no information that the state will offer you as to that at any point in this trial. We will, however, present expert from University of Tennessee, who is a researcher at an institute called the Body Farm. And in fact, it's an expert that the state originally engaged in this case. And then
Body Farm, what was that? Did I hear that right? Body Farm.
They ended up not using that as evidence. We didn't need it, so we didn't even bother.
Okay,
It was something that was going. They couldn't prove when Emily made it to the woods, so I think my attorney was going to kind of like let them know through this specialist that there's no timeline. She could have went in there 2 weeks after I called her in. There's just no way of telling. But I know that ended up not being part of anything that was important anyway, so we didn't get it. Because they do a little tricky thing at the end. I'm not going to ruin it. You have to wait and see it. It's just if you notice in their opening statement, they don't really tell you what happened, what their theory is. They don't tell you, right? They didn't tell you when it happened, how it happened, where, they don't give you any details because they don't know. So they literally wait until the end to give you their story, because during closing, you're not allowed to cross. She wasn't allowed to cross them. So they wait to the end to tell you what they think happened. and wait to hear it. You tell me if it makes sense. You know, I can tell you why it doesn't when we hear it. But
when we get to it, yeah, fine. On that note, we've got Erin Hack here. Hi, Erin. So this is Sally here, and we've got Matt. Matt is the defendant of this trial. Erin. Erin has got her little taco here. So welcome, Erin. And talking about guests, we know Sally's wonderful. She's beautiful. Matt is giving us all this intelligent stuff here now. I can see him brushing his hair right now. We're going to bring in, you know what he's like, the thunderstorm, the laugh himself. He's just got to be, he's a bubbly guy. Once seen, never forgotten. The one and only Dr. Hines. Woo!
This guy is the best.
How we doing, mate?
I'll say that. Say that. This guy's the best at intros. Thank you so much for thank you so much for inviting me to be here. Nice to meet you for the first time, Sally, and also Matt. Thank you so much. Yeah, how's everyone doing?
good, Doc.
What we're doing, just so you know as well, you know what I told you it's going to last 8 weeks, this stream series.
Yes.
Well, it's going to probably last double that because what we decided to do is stop, and because this is such a unique opportunity, we got a defendant here to explain everything to us, and it's just like, well, do you know what? Why not use it? Because I'm interested. Most of the chat here, I think, are interested. So yeah, we're going to be doing that. So it's going to take us a lot longer. But I know you don't mind that, so it's fine. It's
No,
fine.
absolutely not.
So we go. Everyone's saying hello, Dr. Hines. Hello, Ketchup. Hello, Dr. Hines. Good to see you again, Erin. Yeah, lovely to see you, Erin. I love Erin. Erin's one of my biggest supporters. Subscribe to Dr. Hines. Yes. So you don't know this case either, which is fine. And you do not know Sally, do you?
No, I've seen Sally around. I've seen her retweet onto my timeline a few times.
Yeah.
But this is the first time I'm speaking to her face to face. If that makes sense. Well, not face to face. You know what I mean. Virtual
Same
face-to-face.
thing. Yeah. Yeah, we met last week, somewhere, I don't know.
Yeah. We'll go with that. We'll go. We actually met last week. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so Sally's shadow banned on Twitter now. On X,
Oh.
sorry, she's shadow banned.
Yeah, I'm shadow
So-
banned completely, so I
Oh,
can't. I
man.
can
What
post.
did you do? Did you
I have-
criticize Elon's hairline? If you did that, that does get you shadow banned for at least indefinitely.
The only thing I can only think of is when the Russell Brand stuff came out. I knew a friend that on Twitter, she got suspended for 11 hours by sending out a tweet that said hashtag free Alex Jones. And I made a short YouTube video about it and posted on Twitter. Because I'm not mean to people. I'm logical. So, but everyone's like, I'm not getting your tags. I'm not getting messages. So I can post, but I can't. If I repost something, nobody sees it. If I tag, nobody sees it. If I message, I see it on my end, but nobody, it says person unavailable. So we'll see when it gets. I don't know what I did. I don't know. Figure it
She's a
out.
naughty girl. That's all we know. So it's fine. So you've never seen this case before, have you, Dr. Hines? So you've not missed much so far. So it's fine.
I have not, unfortunately, seen the case. I would need some catching up. I feel so inadequate saying that because I am in the room with the defendant and I don't know anything. Well, they formally, I don't know what to say. But yeah,
I explained at the start to Matt. I explained to him that you are here for a reason. You're very opinionated. You will say as you think. You've never watched this trial before. Sally is exactly in the same boat. So I like objective people. I'm not just going to bow down. I don't want people to bow down to Matt. I love Matt and what I know of him, but I want you to ask questions, query it, because he gets the opportunity to explain everything. So any questions along the way, stop, like we usually do, Dr. Hyde, just stop it, ask the questions, be critical, because that's the whole point of this, so he can actually explain his side of it. So please, do. And I've not seen the trial either. So, but you need to go back and watch the last hour of this because
Oh, I
you're
will.
going to a bit of the background stuff.
Well,
Right, before we press play now, we got C Swept. Happy birthday for yesterday, C Swept. Happy birthday. Millie, hiya Millie. Nice to see you as well. Dr. Ketchup is here because he's handsome. He comes to my streams and takes all my ladies. Fine. Right, let's just play this. I've had enough of
and I'm
that.
still single in
Steals
life. I
all
don't
my
know what I'm
fans.
doing wrong.
The evidence the show decided not to use after she rendered a report.
Objection. Fair characterization.
Ladies and gentlemen, opening statement is not evidence, so therefore you will not consider statements as evidence to render your decision in this case. Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Vivaldi is an expert from the University of Tennessee. She will testify that the most you can tell from the scene, based on her training and expertise and her work studying decaying corpses, is that the body decomposed there and had been there for a while. There is no time frame that even the best expert can put as to where and when Emily got to that scene. Furthermore, not only is there not a time of death, but the evidence will also show that there is no trace of Emily in that wooded area in May or June of 2020. And I want to go over some maps with you. And I know, members of the jury, you were there yesterday. Let's start with this. This, as the state just showed you, is the map of the general area. To orient ourselves, this is kind of the general area right here where Emily's found. And as you are walking up that sidewalk, you might remember seeing an electrical box on the ground. That can always orient you in the pictures that you will see. But that's the general area right there where Emily was found. And yesterday, of course, this right here is the bike path, walking path. And this, of course, is County Line Road. Want to talk to you about when I say the evidence will show there's no trace of Emily in the woods or May or June. You are going to hear testimony that on the 25th, when the police arrived at the house, Matt Moore voluntarily said to the police officers, "Let me take you to the area where Emily loved to walk and forage." Where did he take her? Where did he take the police? Right there. Their own officers will have to admit to that Matt, as the evidence will show, walked them along this very line. And then what happened, well, the evidence will show that area, that exact area. In fact, the police will not only concede this during the evidence of this case, but they have all along in this investigation. They searched this area on foot 3 times. 3 times in May and June, and nothing. But like with the house and the car and the attic, it wasn't just humans, because cadaver dogs searched that area too. The evidence will show, and what was found when cadaver dogs went to the area where Matt Moore took the police as Emily's favorite walking path? Nothing. The evidence will also show.
Just know cadaver dogs work about as well as lie detector tests. That's how well they work.
Not reliable.
Dogs that don't work much in Westerville, who don't have any work to do, that are sitting around all day, unlike other jurisdictions where they're used all the time, probably they're better, right? Well, this dog sitting around, how many times was he actually searching for a body? Never. So they're about as reliable as a lie detector test. So.
Yeah, yeah, that's good to know. So Carrie Masha is here for you, Sally. So thanks.
What was that?
Carrie. You see on the screen?
Oh,
Carrie?
there, yeah.
Masha?
Oh, hi, Kari. How are you, Kari Mache? Kari Mache.
Mache. There we are. Say Mache. Thank you.
It's Mache. Yes.
Mache.
The individual that lived at that house right there. His kids play in the back of her house, butts right up to that wooded area, was home all Memorial Day weekend. Whether the weather was warm, the evidence will show. She saw nothing. She smelled nothing. No trace of Emily in the woods in May or June. Furthermore, the evidence will show that there's no evidence that connects Matt Moore to this scene. The state has just promised you that they will give you the testimony of Detective Hollis. And I believe that will happen today, and you will be able to see the body cam of Detective Hollis when he rolls up onto Abbey Cross on May 25th and interacts with Matt Moore. The state in their opening talked to you about this corner of the garage. The Detective Hollis body cam will also show you something else that's interesting. Is that in the camera, in the footage, the police are, from the beginning, telling Matt that he's a suspect, that they know they killed his wife. Right from the beginning. And so why is this important? Is because the evidence will show that if that's what the officers were thinking, that common sense and the evidence supports, they didn't lose sight of that guy. They did not lose sight of him. Not mentioned, but the evidence will show that on May 25th, because not only did they not want to lose sight of him, they didn't want to lose track of him. They put a GPS on his car without him even knowing. Because that's the whole point of a GPS, right? Put it on someone's car so they don't know we're looking or following, so that we could trace their every move at any minute of any day. What do they find from the GPS?
Nothing. Nothing. It's like your catchphrase. Man.
Not only is there no move.
So book number 2 is going to call nothing. Nothing.
That's why, yeah, the way she says it, it's just like perfect, right? She's really good.
Yeah, I love it.
Nothing to see here.
Nope. Move on.
Movement from Abbey Cross and Matt to that scene is that the items found at the scene, forensically tested, in particular, the USB cord that Emily had tied around her neck. What forensics are on the USB cord?
Here we go.
Connecting the cord to Matt.
Nothing.
Nothing. Further, there's no eyewitnesses. And I don't just mean eyewitnesses to what they claim is the murder, to the transportation, allegedly, of a body to a wooded area. There's no eyewitnesses to putting a body in there. And members of the jury, again, I say this. I know the judge told you your jury view was an evidence, but it's certainly for your consideration. You walked county line. You were able to feel and observe the amount of traffic on that road. You were also able to feel and observe whether there is a place where you can park on that road next to the wooded area. But there's no eyewitnesses. And certainly there was no eyewitness given by the state in their map. There's also members of the jury, the evidence will show no motive. And I know we talked about this yesterday in voir dire, that the state under Ohio law doesn't have to give you motive. And I completely agree with that. I also, though, as the judge will tell you, agree that there is a further instruction, that the absence of motive can be used by you in your determination as to purpose or intent. And the judge will tell you more about that, but it's critically important. Now, in the state's opening, they talked about Emily's bravery and her persistence. Joey, Matt's son, at around the age 18, hung himself with a cord in a wooded area about 1 mile from Abbey Cross. About 10 months prior to Emily being found in a wooded area with a cord around her neck. There is no question that Joey's death was a suicide. That's what the evidence will show. His death was a suicide. And I remember during voir dire, one of the jurors said, second most common death of juveniles is suicide. And Joey was a victim of that statistic.
It didn't matter to
the
Vanish podcast. They didn't care. They knew it wasn't. They called Westfield Police Department. Westfield Police Department told them Joey's suicide was a suicide. There was no ambiguity. They knew there was no case even opened. There was, and the Vanish podcast made it sound like there was a case still open on whether who killed Joey.
Yeah.
Just because they can, because people like the Vanish podcast, they can say things like that because it was in their best interest to make it look a certain way. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. Yeah, it fits in the story. So
that's right.
No, it's fine. I'm going off camera for a second. I'm here. The reason is I got my pizza, so I'm gonna. I don't want to eat on camera. Yeah, I don't want to eat on camera. That's all. So I am here though. I am here.
I appreciate that.
See, that's a fully fledged Welshman right there. We don't do the same thing
ready
on our part.
Italian touch to it, right?
They make pizza in Wales.
They go what?
They make pizza there in Wales.
Yeah, but not like the Italians. You know
Forget about it. Forget about it.
Forget about it. Or Chicago. I've never tried a deep dish Chicago one. So I want to come out and try one of those as well. So here we go.
That Joey's suicide and hanging was particularly troublesome to both Matt and Emily. Both of them, neither of them could work. Emily took a 3 to 4 months absence from her job. Matt, well, you'll see there's text messages between Emily and Matt. Matt really was at a place in his life where getting up every day and just even doing things of normalcy was well seemingly impossible. And the evidence will show that. And then the state talked about what Emily did was that Emily then went to counseling in August of 2019 because of Joey's death. And members of the jury, you will hear that when she goes to counseling, she goes because she is traumatized by the death and loss of Joey. She reports difficulty feeling sad and empty and guilty. She's paranoid about her husband's well-being. She's struggling with loss of interest in activities, with memories. She notes in her therapy that she has a prior history with struggling with anxiety. And members of the jury, the evidence will show she has a history of struggling with anger prior to the loss of her other loved ones. And she's starting to experience depression and notes that she's experienced depression before. The state in its opening talked about Emily's traumatic life. And I say this, there's not a lot of things that the evidence will be agreed upon by both sides in this case, but certainly that's one that I agree. Emily's first husband killed himself by shooting his head in 2011. A year later, in 2012, the evidence will show one of her very good friends killed herself. The evidence will show that. In 2017, her brother-in-law, by marriage, so Mark's brother, kills himself. In 2019, Joey hangs himself in a park from a tree. Trauma is almost an understatement as to what Emily had lived through. There is no question about that. But Joey, her stepson, and again, our openings aren't arguments, but the state said Emily was passionate about Joey. And the evidence will certainly support her passion and love for Joey and what that loss in 2019 did to her, emotionally and physically. And then, members of the jury, at the end of 2019, you will see that she unexpectedly stopped counseling and therapy. And instead, she turned to what Emily knew so well which was trying to find peace in nature and the woods. She would walk daily, she would forage, she would go into the woods. You will hear that Emily and Matt were kind of a bunch of hippies. They would collect plants, nettles, they would dry them in the garage. You're going to see pictures of this. They canned, they like to forage for their own food, despite them living in Westerville, Ohio. She went to nature, the evidence will show, to find peace. And of course, it was nature where she was found on September 16th of 2020. Members of the jury, there's also no evidence of staging. I certainly listened to the state's opening that their theory is that Matt kills her, takes her to the wooded area, and then stages her death. And this is why, as you listen to this evidence, I ask you, members of the jury, to really use your common sense. Because the evidence will show that Emily is found in the position where you stood yesterday. That branch, she's found with her water bottle next to her. Her hair is down. We know that because the way her hair is matted when she's found. Her hair is down. Hair tie around her wrist. She's in her walking clothes. And hair tie around her wrist, I just say, is because we know that the last person that saw her leaving for a walk. She's in clothing that, as you look closely, right, is clothing that you would wear when you're walking. And you don't even need to look closely because the evidence will show she has her tennis shoes on. Not the shoes or the clothing that she's seen in the night before. And the evidence will show there is no question as to what Matt and Emily were wearing on the night of the 24th on her birthday, because we have pictures, selfies, that they took of themselves at the bar as they're celebrating her birthday. And here's something else with respect to the evidence will show about about the staging, is that as Emily's found, her right hand is gripping her ankle. You will hear evidence about the difference between a complete hanging and an incomplete hanging. But members of the jury, there is no evidence that that scene was staged. And then lastly, I want to talk about where the state ended. Sort of the last chapter in their book is their experts. I noticed in their opening statement, they spoke a lot when they talked about their experts about Dr. Smock. And as you listen to the evidence in this case, the evidence will show that Emily goes missing on the 25th. She's found on September 16th of 20. Like almost a year goes by before Matt Moore is charged. Living in this community, out on the street, almost a year. And so what happens, will the evidence show, right before he gets charged? Again, timing is everything. Dr. Smock is engaged by the state and he issues a report. As you listen to the testimony of Dr. Smock,
wait till you find
I
this
ask you, members
character.
of the juries, to consider three things.
Go on.
I'm sorry. Just wait till you meet Dr. Smock. You're not going to believe it. It's like out of a comic book.
Oh my God.
The guy with the comb over, you're not going to believe it. You're not going to believe it.
First of all, what he relied upon in determining his conclusions. His field of expertise and the opinions that he can and cannot render. Because members of the jury, I heard the state in their opening say, quote, and then please always trust your notes over mine. Dr. Smock will tell you the cause of death was manual strangulation. I ask you, members of the jury, to wait until Dr. Smock's testimony, because the judge will tell you that's what jurors have to do, is to be open-minded and wait till you hear all the evidence. Dr. Smock himself, under oath, will have to agree and will agree that he is actually not allowed to offer any opinions with respect to manner and cause of death. Only a medical examiner is allowed to do that. And the evidence will show that the medical examiner in this case the doctor that actually performed the autopsy on Emily Noble's remains, that the only cause of death that that medical examiner found is that injuries to the head and neck caused her death. Injuries, right? Head and neck caused her death. Now, that's what the evidence won't show, and why I led my opening with, why doesn't the state's case make sense? And while it's not my usual practice, this case is unusual in many ways. And so I will, my opening statement, tell the jury, you, each and every one of you, what the defense will put on as evidence. And I say I don't usually do this because I don't have a burden. I, as Matt Moore's attorney, Matt Moore, Alexander Petrella, have to put on nothing. But we will. In fact, we're going to give you 4 experts and lay witnesses. And here's what a brief overview of what our experts will say. First and foremost, we'll call Dr. Bolte. Biomechanics expert. Dr. Bolte is the director at the Ohio State Biomechanics Research Center. He's an expert in the experimental analysis of human injury tolerance and mechanisms under different loading conditions. Here's the value and what you will hear from Dr. Bolte. Undisputed testimony. And it's undisputed because he went to the scene and tested the branch. And he did so at the request of the state of Ohio. And I say this, members of the jury, the evidence will show, again, jury view, when you went down there yesterday and was shown the branch where Emily was found is quite small. Quite small. Dr. Bolte will come in here and say that actually when he went down there, he, as an expert in biomechanics, thought there's no way this branch can hold. But he did 2 different tests, a static test and a dynamic test. Dr. Bolte will tell you that, and this is on video, you will see the videos. You will not have to imagine this. You will see the test. First test is he slowly adds weights, increments of weights to the branch to see if not only will the branch hold, but the rate of deflection of the branch. Static test, branch holds. In fact, the deflection measurement is 2 inches. That's how strong the branch is. Then, after he's tested on the static test, he does a dynamic test. And a dynamic test, the evidence will show, is what happens if someone were to hang themselves and let their weight fall. Could it happen? He takes a crash test dummy, the same weight as Emily Noble, ties a USB cord in the same or similar fashion as Emily tied it around her neck on the 25th of May. It's on video, you will see it. And he takes the crash test dummy and he drops it. That's the branch. Holds her up. We will also give you the testimony of Dr. Heather Garvin, a forensic anthropologist who is board certified. And board certification, the evidence will show, certainly matters. She's one of 100+ individuals in this country who is a board certified forensic anthropologist. And she will talk about what the state said in their opening with respect to the fractures. Most specifically, the state just told you that there's perimortem nasal fractures. Dr. Garvin will say that in her experience, training, and education, that she sees no perimortem nasal fractures. She will also tell you that based on her training, experience, and expertise, that the bilateral fractures that the state just told you about to the greater horns of the hyoid and the bilateral fractures to the superior horns of the hyoid can occur in hangings. Incomplete and complete hangings. Now, members of the jury, you will not hear from Dr. Garvin cause of death because she cannot testify as to cause of death. Well, again, only a medical examiner can. But she will tell you about mechanisms of injury. We will also give to you the testimony of Matt Curtin. In the state's opening, I wrote down law enforcement attempts to put together a timeline based on the cell data. We will actually give you a computer scientist who is a cybersecurity expert. All he does is look at cell data and computers and peel back the onion to find what's there. Even when the users want to
I have never seen it.
anything.
I have never seen an attorney this excited for a case.
Well, Diane, this one now, you mean?
Yeah. She is so excited.
But she's doing a great job giving animation of her body language and giving a good, like for me, I'm getting a good visual of everything that she's what the jury's gonna see.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
It speaks so much to our confidence in winning the case, because I'm just like, you're not this confident if you have a doubt, like a shred of doubt in your mind that the person that you're representing is guilty. Like just by her saying, I also never heard of a lawyer saying so many times, common sense would. I've never heard them say common sense actually at all. Like maybe that's because I haven't seen that many trials, etc. But that's new to me. Like but for her to say this much, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like they must have something.
She's very confident, very confident.
Yeah, I think she believes in Matt. I think that when you believe in something, it makes it easier, I think, to sell. You know, right?
Everything. That's who Matt Curtin is, and Matt will tell you 3 really important things that again show that the state's theories don't make sense. He'll tell you about phone location history for Matt and Emily on May 24th and 25th. He will tell you about patterns of user activity, or more specifically, he will tell you how there are no patterns because there is not enough data. He will also tell you about the user browser history. All this evidence about how Matt is so sophisticated, staging this whole area. What are his browser history searches? What are Emily's browser history searches leading up?
Right, Matt, I hope you don't take offense to this, right? But from knowing you now, right, I was surprised you even knew how to open a laptop, mate. Back then.
Say that again. Talking to me?
Say that again.
Told you. You with technology. When she's speaking about you and technology and, you know, the browser and stuff like that, I would be very surprised knowing you now that even you would know how to even use a laptop or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? So
they try to make me out to be a mastermind of, you know, like epic proportions. So like I'm this guy that can do all this, and and wait, I won't blow. Wait till you see what she does. I mean, she makes fun of me actually. So she actually makes fun of me. She's like, this guy, you expect this guy to do this?
I think it's believable. Right.
Matt will give you that information.
I was a little
upset. I tell you this now. The evidence will show.
You'll see it when she does it. She's like, the guy can't spell, and you expect him to be like this. You wait until you see it. It's pretty funny. And I get upset. I'm like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
They make
she calls you a boomer.
To be clever. I mean, wait, just wait. I mean, they say I'm a real clever guy according to these people.
Yeah. Right. Let's see what she says.
There is no browser history about how do you kill someone, how do you hang someone, how do you stage a suicide. Nothing. There is some browser history from Emily about going into the woods to find your soul, though. And then in addition, we will also give you Dr. Vidoli, which I talked about from University of Tennessee. Her entire life's work is studying bodies and their rate of decay and decomposition. In addition to experts, we'll give you some lay witnesses. Again, members of the jury, it's not our burden, but nothing could be more important. And so we will give you the cadaver dog handler. She will come in here and testify and tell you where she searched with her dogs. She will tell you what a cadaver dog is trained to do. She will tell you the expertise and certification of her dogs. And she will tell you that they found nothing. We will give you other testimony. We propose members of the jury, but I remind you that we have no burden. And maybe it sounds a bit like a broken record that I say that, but there is no such thing when it comes to a case like this. The burden is here. It is the highest burden in the land. This is a criminal case. Reasonable doubt is based on reason and common sense. On behalf of Matt Moore and my co-counsel, I am confident that after you have heard all the evidence, that you will render the appropriate verdicts of not guilty. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, counsel. Statement called the first witness.
Wow.
Good
What-
job on
what we
picking your
thinking?
attorney.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
How did you pick her? Yeah, how did you pick her?
What's
Yeah.
that?
How did you pick her? How did you get
My
Diane?
primary attorney was recommended to me by my can you hear me?
Yes.
I had hired a private detective. His name was Martin Yant. It was a long story. A friend of mine had been associated with something long before, and he told me that Martin was a guy living in Columbus, so he'd be able to help me. So I got a hold of Martin. Martin's like, when he first met me, I just had like a kind of a civil attorney that was local, that someone just kind of like, who was a really great guy. His name was Roger. He was helping me. But once I got Martin Yan as a private detective, he was like, "You're gonna want a real criminal defense attorney because your guy's not doing it." Because he knew, he's like, you got some shit going on. These guys are keen in on you. You need a real attorney. So he mentioned a guy named Court Gatterdam, who's just a lawyer, criminal defense attorney in Columbus. And then once Court got into it and saw what it was, he's like, he knew Diane from another case he'd been on with her. I think they're lawyers. They all know each other. And through Court, Diane was introduced to me. And then once Diane came on, that was it.
Yeah.
They all kind of know each other. I think Diane saw it as a juicy case, you know. I think you can tell by the way her opening was, she's ready, right? I mean, she's ready. You couldn't have been any more ready. I think she had a real good time. This is what she does for a living, you know. So
yeah. Any thoughts so far, Sally? Especially you. You've heard both openings now.
Definitely, you can tell that she believes in his innocence. Like the way that she's moving and explaining things, expressing things, she's giving visual with her body. Like there's no way this guy could have done this. Like she blew the state out of the water, hands down.
She does that later on. She actually gets down and does these physical things in front of the jury and to show things. Yeah, she's very animated.
Yeah, she did a lot of that already today.
Yeah. You wait until some of it's look kind of creepy, but she gets down on her knees and she shows things, and yeah, she's she was all over it. To say the least.
Dr. Hines thought that was
if you're an attorney,
you get your head out of the gutter.
You're really gonna want to watch what she does, because I don't think you could ask for a better example of how a defense attorney should be.
Yeah.
Fine.
Compose yourself.
I'm behaved.
That's why we bring Sally on, you see.
I promise the child I'll behave today.
Why? Why behave?
No, never behave. We've gone past the 2-hour mark as well. So
Yeah,
no,
don't
behave. We can relax. Oh, we can relax now. There's a question for you here, Matt, from Daddy Dave, asking, what are you drawing or working on whilst on the panel? So whilst you're on here now, you keep writing stuff. So Dave's asking, what are you drawing or writing about?
At the end, I'll show you.
Yeah,
Sweet.
that's fine. You don't have to say it. Yeah,
are you drawing or
fine.
writing? You're drawing.
I'm drawing. I draw.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I called it. I called it.
Cool. That's fine. There we are. And
you want a little sneak peek? I'll give you a sneak peek.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insane.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Not bad.
I doodle.
Okay.
That's good.
I doodle.
That's good. It keeps you busy as well. Sarah P There we are.
That's all
Sally.
I did when I was in jail. All I
Sorry.
did was doodle.
That's what I was going to say.
I
You
was gonna
probably
ask
got
you
lots
that.
of time to doodle.
I doodled in jail all day long.
Did you used to doodle before jail then? Before you
Yeah,
went to jail?
I did when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I drew when I was in school, and then when I got back in jail, there was nothing to do, so
It's
I
an
started
ADD
doodling.
thing. You have to stay busy.
Mm-hmm.
And it came back. It's something I really enjoy doing.
I'm glad.
No, fine. Right. So first witness. Who's this? Oh, we lost this. Sarah, do you have the first witness? I don't. I missed it. But first witness we've got on here now. Let's have a look at him or her.
This is
Whatever
Celeste.
it
This is Emily's good friend Celeste.
Yeah, it's still called Amy Thomas.
Okay.
Come on.
Maths book. Yeah. Well, actually, that's what I first thought, Dave. That's what I first thought. Tattoo artist in your future, Matt, because your design reminds me of tattoos. On the chat, they're saying the same thing. That looks like you're designing tattoos.
Yeah, maybe.
There we are. Right. Don't worry, Sarah. It's all good. I missed it as well, Sarah. It's all good.
You look a lot more calmer in this piece after your lawyer spoke.
Yeah, you do.
He's a lot more.
He
He
does.
doesn't look like he wants to strangle someone right now
He looks
or
chill.
scream. Bad joke.
What the guy behind you? Was he the one watching you or something?
Yeah, they wanted to put a shock collar on me. They wanted to put a shock belt on me
Oh,
because I'm
Are you
such a
being
dangerous
serious?
guy, you know. Because
oh.
I forage for my meals. You know, us foragers, you got to watch out for us foragers.
Oh,
We're
my
picking
God.
greens and canning things. You got to watch out. If you see someone canning goods, you got to watch that too. Now,
Oh shit.
They got it. My attorneys got it squashed, but they did want to put. There was a one guy behind me. There was another guy up by the judge. There was two by the door. And when you come from jail, I mean, they put you in a paddy wagon. I actually had a police escort from the jail to the courthouse to try to, make it look like whatever.
Yeah.
The lights, the glamour,
It
the
was silly.
intimidation.
How did they treat you?
They do. Yeah, it was okay. I mean, there's as long as you don't screw around, they're all right. You know.
Yeah.
That's a whole thing in itself. I read about it in my book. It's to be accused of that and to be around people that can hurt you. It's just you just behave. I just behaved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just did whatever they told me to do. I didn't cause any problems.
The reason
That's
I ask
insane.
is the reason I ask is because Solomon spoke on my channel about his brother Zach, and he said that the guards and everyone would keep him awake at night. Every time that Solomon would go sleep in jail, the guards would bang and make a check on him, so he never slept.
Right.
During
Yeah, they
his
did
trial.
that. They did that. They did that to me at first. They keep you awake all night.
It's horrible.
There's this door. They open doors with buttons, and literally the doors in jail, you have to get used to them. I mean, they're really loud and they clang, and it's really super. And the first week, they'll just keep opening those doors up all night, and there's nothing going on. There's no one going in and out of anything because everybody's sleeping. So it's just the door next to your door is they just keep opening it, shutting it all night, and it takes a while to get used to, but then once you're used to it, you can sleep through anything, like literally. Yeah. It just takes a while. Is he all right in there?
Well, some of the guys say that they had letters back from him, and he's doing okay, standing in strong. But I have not had an update personally to know how he's doing. But I'm sure someone will chat. Will say, "Oh, Lou said that she got a letter back saying he's doing okay," and a lot of people in chat are in touch with him. And hopefully his brother will join us one week as well.
Yeah, I'd like to meet
I've invited him. Yeah. I've said that I've sent him what you told me in private about me helping out and stuff. So he's aware of you reaching out. but he works and he's in college as well, so it's busy for him. But hopefully, he will join us. He's got a link today, so he might join us today. If not, one of the weeks, he'll join as well. So we can ask her for an update a bit more then as well. So, right.
All I can tell you about that sort of thing is that he's in prison. I was in jail, so they're different.
Oh.
It's much more dangerous where he is. But psychologically, knowing that there's people out there supporting you means the world.
Yeah.
The world.
Okay.
Letters, money on the commissary, anything helps.
That trial was horrible. The evidence in that trial that they brought was, I don't know how anyone could have convicted him on the stuff that they brought.
Yeah, I know. And that's why it resembles a lot of Matt's trial in a way. And it's just the difference between, attorneys and the judge as well.
Yeah.
Zach had a really arsehole of a judge as well, so which didn't help. And the DA just wanted him guilty no matter what. Obviously, everyone can make their own decision on that. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Right, let's go into this then. First defendant, not defendant, first witness. See what they're
It's her
about.
sister.
Sister. Did you get on with his sister?
I did. You wait and see.
Yeah.
She doesn't say anything bad about me.
Cool. Cool. I've never seen you quiet, Dr. Hines, on this. What's going
No,
on?
I'm just I'm just trying to come to terms in trying to process what it must be like, going to a bar and you're all over the news locally and you're trying to enjoy your night and you have to live in fear basically. Like that's just insane to me. Like I can't imagine life at that point, if that makes sense.
Grand bars, yeah.
Please take
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's why having Matt here is such unique. I know it's therapeutic to you, Matt, but it's therapeutic to everyone else as well because there's a lot of Zachariah supporters in here. So even bigger than I am. Do you know what I mean? They're giving their time up for lots of stuff. So to hear some of your stories makes them, going, oh, do you know what I mean? Like writing letters. Well, hopefully people take away from that going, oh, I need to do another letters, pictures. So yeah.
When Zach gets out, he's going to be twice the man he was when he went in because he went through it. It's just what he's going through is just going to make him stronger. He'll make it.
Yeah. He'll make it. You're right. He's got supporters. Right. First defendant.
Good morning. My name is
First
Amy
witness.
Thomas.
Amy Thomas.
Thomas.
That's Emily's older sister.
How many sisters did she have?
One.
Oh, there we are. So it's their older sister. That's fine. The only one. Fine. Okay.
I live in Alexandria, Virginia.
And where generally is that?
Near Washington, D.C.
How long you lived there?
Most of my adult life. So
Thanks, Sarah.
all but 8 years since 1989.
Okay. And where'd you grow up?
Here in Delaware County in Westerville, Ohio.
And where'd you go to high school?
Westerville North High School.
And where'd you go to school after that?
I went to Ohio University.
Can you talk briefly about what your educational background is?
Sure. I graduated Ohio University School of Journalism and Public Relations and worked for 5 years before getting married. And then I went back to school more recently.
And generally speaking, what do you do for a living?
I work in information technology.
I want to talk a little bit about your family first. So who were your parents?
Lester and Ruth Ann Noble.
And where did they live?
Westerville, Ohio, Genoa Township.
And how long did they live in Westerville?
Well, they met in high school. I know my mom moved to Westerville about then. My dad was born in Westerville, so their entire lives.
Did you have any siblings?
I do, an older brother and my sister, Emily.
Who's your older brother?
Andrew Noble.
And how much older is he than you?
I think 6 years.
And then you mentioned your sister, Emily.
Yes.
And is she older or younger than you?
She's 1 year younger.
I'm sorry to do this, but I got to ask you, what's your birthday?
May 26th,
And what year?
1967,
And that would make you how old today?
55.
And you mentioned that Emily is a year younger than you are?
Yes,
When was Emily's birthday?
May 24th,
Of 19...
19.
Thank you, Christy, because that was going to be my question to Matt. Why is she not on video? I didn't get that, so thank you, Christy, for explaining that. You have the choice to opt out. I was like, where's she? You know, so thank you.
I didn't even know you can do that. That's nice.
Yeah, I didn't know that. A question from Julio. Matthew, were you in the courtroom when the guy lawyer had a baby fit and stormed out?
I did. I was.
Yeah, there we are. I don't know what she's on about, but yeah, that's fine. Hopefully
That's
we see
coming
that.
later. That's
Yeah.
down the road.
Yeah, that's fine. That was just a question there. Fine.
1968.
So
No.
two days shy of being a year apart.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
That's one of my favorite memories or commonalities with my sister. She came home from the hospital on my birthday, and I had stayed with my grandma for 2 days, and she gave me a doll and taught me to touch her gently on the nose and say, "My baby." And so that's exactly what I did when I first saw Emily, as I touched her on the nose and said, "My baby." And my mother said she spent the next 2 years saying to me, "That's my baby." That was a special moment and one we relived every year. Not the my baby part, but celebrating the fact that we were the same age and had that special 2 days together.
So when Emily would have a birthday on May 24th, on the 24th and 25th, and you would be the same numerical age
Yep.
for those 2 days.
Yes,
Until you would turn a year older on May 26th.
which she was happy to remind me. So on the 24th, I usually called her and said, "Happy birthday, sister. We're the same age today." Then on the 25th, at some point, she'd call me and say, "Hey, sister, we're the same age today." And then on the 26th, she would call me and say, "Hey, happy birthday." I'm younger, as though to say I'm younger again.
Was that time always a special time for
Yes.
the two of you?
Yes, in fact, I can say that no matter what had happened during the year, that day was sacred. I mean, that always happened every single year.
Yeah, may I approach what lets me mark as State Exhibit 1?
Exhibit 1? Yes.
And I'm handing you photographs of Mark State Exhibit 1. Take a minute to look that over. Do you recognize that individual?
I do.
And who is that?
That's my sister, Emily Noble.
I got this time that's the published State Exhibit 1 of the jury.
No objection.
For the record, we're now showing State Exhibit 1 up on the overhead. So again, can you tell the jury then who this is?
This is my sister, Emily Ann Noble.
How would you describe Emily?
She always came up to here on me, so she's small of stature, but I would say that in terms of personality, there are always 3 main things that would come to mind for me. And the first is she was courageous and strong. The other is that she really loved nature and the outdoors. And any story I would tell about us growing up would involve those 2 ideas. But since she's been gone, I realized how very social she was, and I didn't realize the extent until she was gone.
And how did you find that out?
Well, the day that I found out she was missing, I reached out. I just jotted down a list of about, 8 names immediately came to mind. And I called each of them, and it spread out from there, people calling me, and it became a large part of my day interacting with dozens and dozens of people. And then I looked on her Facebook page and she had just shy of 1,000 friends. And I didn't realize that, but a lot.
I want to talk about some of the events and things that occurred in Emily's life over the years. So I want to talk first about kind of some of the friends that she had in the 90s. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. The 90s would be, well, I first moved to DC. So when I first moved to DC, the friend that immediately comes to mind is Derek Hayes. She had dated his brother and became very close with both of them. And he was dying of HIV/AIDS. And she brought him to my home where I lived with 3 other women. And he shared about his illness with us. And it was life altering for me to hear that. I was with a conservative Christian, and we were a household of conservative Christians. And it really was helpful to hear and put a face to that horrible disease, and it changed my thinking entirely. And that's pretty typical of the friends that I met of Emily's. That was the first friend of hers who died that I remember. But I met other friends that she would bring to the house for Thanksgiving or a family cookout and say, hey, this is Rex, or hey, this is Karen. And they were just fun and lively people and characters. I remember Rex came to our house with overalls without a shirt and just had all kinds of funny stories to tell. And that was the second friend I remember her saying that died one day. I asked how he was doing. So those are the ones that come to mind in the 90s.
Would you say then that she was confronted with death?
Objection, Your Honor. Salute.
What the fuck
Agreed.
is he asking that for?
Was she around?
Right, Dr. Hines, you muted, but what the fuck is he on about?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
I didn't even realize I was muted. No
Yeah.
way. What kind of? I'm glad she objected. Like, what the?
What kind of question is that? Do you know what I mean? Ace. In Ohio, they've got an option of being on camera or off camera, so she chose off. I mean, I'm glad you like. What the fuck was that? She's been around death. Jesus Christ. Relevance. But she sounds like a great woman. Do you know what I mean? In the sense of she's, brings people. Like, how many people do we all know that would just do what she does, bring people home? That are suffering like that. I don't know many. Do you know what I mean? That would maybe do that. Yeah, just great character, I suppose. Right.
Death, even at an early age, because of her association with those people.
Yes.
Was Emily ever married?
Yes.
And can you tell us who she first got married to?
Yeah, she first
Hey,
married
Jonathan.
Mark Farmelo, a local musician. And that was in 2008. And I'm trying to remember when they met, and I don't remember, but they were had many common friends in the music scene. And so they eloped in Vegas. And that summer, when my family and I came to Ohio, we had a big reception. And that's how I met. I believe I don't remember exactly when I first met him, but I definitely remember that event and subsequent ones when we visited Ohio.
Tell us about how Emily was acting or feeling emotionally at that time after her marriage to Mark.
Oh, very happy. They were like 2 peas in a pod. They dressed alike. They had similar expressions. I remember one day watching them go out the door, and they both had
2 peas
like
in a pod.
silver satchel on. And
Right?
2 peas.
2 peas in a pod. Her ex-husband or her husband, right? Her first husband and her. She's going to explain how perfect they were for each other, right?
Yeah.
The guy kills himself. He committed suicide. Right?
Oh,
Do you know that part of it yet or no?
No.
No.
Yeah, this guy ends up killing himself. I'm sorry. He committed suicide in, I think, 11. So they're kind of like making my case for me. I mean, I don't know why you would bring that up. That she was so close to somebody and to her husband who committed suicide, and then to argue that she wasn't suicidal. I'm sorry, that's just a little.
Yeah,
Right?
and you said it, and Lou just said it. They both killed themselves, peas in a pod.
They're two peas in the pod. I mean, they're literally making the case for me that Emily committed suicide, and they're going to keep doing it. They're just going to keep doing it over and over and over again.
Yeah, I remember your lawyer mentioned that in 11 that he had taken his own life, but it was not this detailed though. It was just something that was mentioned in passing. If that can I say that in passing, like cliff notes, basically.
Yeah. No, I think you're fine. I know what you mean. So Sally, if you don't know Jonathan in chat, so Jonathan, follow Sally if you don't follow her already. We'll get her links up. Jonathan's the biggest weirdo you'll ever meet in your life. I don't understand half the things he says, but he's the most entertaining guy that I've ever met. He's great.
It's a conspiracy theorist.
Follow me on Twitter.
Follow her on Twitter. Well, she's shadow banned, but follow her on Twitter.
You can still follow me.
And still follow her.
If they can find you, I mean, search.
You can find me. You can find me because I did a search on me, supposedly, but you can't. I just can't reply to anybody. I can post. If my replies don't show up,
I didn't see your.
I can reply. I see it. No one else does.
Oh,
Jesus.
Whatever.
So anyway, follow Sally and follow Dr. Hines if you haven't done so. So Jonathan, I think you're gonna love Sally. And Dr. Hines got a new documentary out last night. I watched a couple of minutes of it.
You haven't slept.
No, series
I can't
2.
wait to go to bed tonight.
I know.
What was the documentary on?
Debbie Heard bringing out all the documents.
Oh.
Yeah, it would bring out all the documents that was released
the
when
sidebars?
she appealed. No, not sidebars. It was when she went to appeal the case. She put up documents to be taken off for the appeals, and they released that. And I just looked at it. I was like, man, you're guilty. Like, I've never seen it. It's so clear cut. Like, it's so bad. So I just threw all of that in one video, done some interviews, and it's out.
Check it out.
But that'd be amazing. Thank you.
We can grift to the end anyway about it as well. So
I felt like not a problem. I felt like such a hoe right now.
No, don't worry.
Like a whore.
Yeah.
Well, if the shoe fits.
We love horse. Yeah, we love horse here, so it's fine. Here we go.
They have matching bags. Who does that? And it was very cute. They were both kind of reserved, quiet people.
I told you he was laughing infectious.
About the way.
Well, once he starts laughing, he just can't fucking stop. So it's infectious.
Your sister Emily would dress?
Well, a black jacket, a black hat, and black pants.
Was that always sort of her style, or
Yeah,
the kind of thing she liked to wear?
Yes. She had some white t-shirts and a pair of red shorts, I remember.
Talking about horse. Anyway, sorry, Lady Law, yes, we did. But, we don't say that word too often anymore. Oof, slap on the wrist.
Never saw her wear them, but I saw them in her closet.
Flirting, Chrissy.
How did Emily's relationship with Mark end?
He's back.
He took his own life.
Let's go, Matt.
And do you remember when that was?
It was in 2011, I think October.
Did you come back to Ohio after that occurred?
I did.
And did you have conversations with Emily about what had happened?
Yes, at my parents' house.
So again, focusing on kind of her emotions, her state of mind, how was she at that time?
I'll allow it.
Yeah. Oh, come on. That was a bit.
Again, focusing on the state of mind or emotions. Can you tell us how she was.
Yeah, she was devastated. She was very sad. Listless and despondent are the words that came to mind. Wondering, how do I deal with this? I remember pulling out a list from an online organization that just showed, like, these are the steps to follow. I said, well, here's a checklist. Let's start going through it. And it was not fun, but I remember also sitting at her home. And Mark worked in model airplanes, really those very intricate ones, and they were hanging and sitting on the coffee table. And she just said, what am I going to do with this? What am I going to do with those? And it was a stack of guitars. So it was sad. That's the main word that comes to mind.
Did you talk to her about any thoughts she might be having about harming herself?
I did. I remember before leaving, telling her goodbye and just asking her, should I check in on you? How are you doing? She said, I'm doing okay. I said, do you have any thoughts of harming yourself or others?
Go on. Matt's ready to say pounce.
Well, why would you ask that unless you knew she was suicidal?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Who asked someone that question unless you know there's something wrong with her? This is the woman that stole my house. This is her sister. She's not as nice as she's coming off. Trust me.
She stole your house?
She stole my house. The house that Emily left to me in her will. They got it on in Ohio with an attorney. I hired an attorney who ripped me off. And while I was in jail, they stole my home.
So they went to probate while you were still in jail before you were ever found.
It didn't go into probate because there was a TOD, a transfer on death, on the condo. Check this out. Prior to the will being made, as soon as Emily got the possession of the condo when her mother died, she bought her siblings out.
Okay.
And she became the owner of the condo. And she put a transfer on death, which is a TOD, right? So that doesn't have to go through probate. It just goes right to her sister, right? So then when she married me, I don't know how many years later, maybe a year later, same attorney, his name is Thomas Teneff, the same attorney that wrote the TOD wrote her will. And in the will, she gave me everything, all her everything. Well, in Ohio, TODs supersede wills. They're stronger. And the guy didn't squash it. He didn't squash the TOD. Emily didn't think anything of it. I'm in jail awaiting trial, and I start receiving. Well, I was receiving stuff before I went that I was even arrested from this Thomas Teneff on behest of her sister, saying that I needed to move out. It's in my book, by the way. All this is in my book. Yeah. So I spent 50 grand, 40 grand, or about 40 grand, maybe a little more, on trying to protect they sued me for my power of attorney rights, my executorship over her will, and the condo itself. And they got the condo. They got it. I was in jail. What was I going to do?
People
I couldn't fight it.
The levels that people will stoop to just amazes me.
So not only is this woman telling you that Emily was suicidal at a trial, to where they're trying to convince you that she wasn't suicidal, that I killed her. This woman's telling you my sister was suicidal. Not only that, because they're stupid. I'm telling you, they're dumb. Not only that, while I was in jail, they sued me for my house, and they got it.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
So I'm homeless. They gave me everything that was in it. I got it because they couldn't get that. There were certain things that I got from Emily's estate because they couldn't get it, but they tried to get it all. They tried to get everything.
Wow.
And the house they didn't even have to go through probate. They got the house. So when I got out, there was all the stuff that was in a house I didn't own. But they're like, hey, here's all your stuff. And I was just fresh out of jail. I literally just got out of jail. I was just like, sell it. Sell it in the estate. They sold it. If you look at the pictures, the video of our condo, it was all Amish furniture, handcrafted. You couldn't get a nicer place. It was all Life is Good, stainless, the steel, oven, and I mean, I don't know how much the stuff was worth in there, but at least 50 grand worth of stuff that was in the condo. The guy sold it. The guy, long story. The guy the same guy that wrote the wrote the TOD and the will. This is Thomas Tenoff. He sued me for the executorship over her will, which they gave him because I was in jail, right, awaiting a murder trial. And this dude sold all the stuff in it, and he got like $2,000 for it, and that's what I got out of it. And he took that $2,000 and he paid his own attorney fees with it. I got ripped off. I mean, I got ripped off, completely ripped off.
Wow, that's awful.
Well, there's a lot more to that I can explain to you. You won't believe what they do in Ohio. If you're not in that club, you're done. It's over. They don't care. They didn't care. I thought I was gonna. Hey, the guy's found not guilty. Where's his house? Oh, sorry, that's already gone. Well, what about all her other stuff? Oh, sorry, you're not gonna get that. It's all gonna go to attorney fees. It's horrible what they did. They literally cleaned me out.
They hosed you.
Yes, and it's easy to do because they're all kind of in on it. All those lawyers and prosecutors and judges, they're part of a huge club, and it's all part of this thing. They're not really fighting for you, really. They're fighting for themselves. And
they're trying to get more money out of you.
What piece of pie that they can get out of you. And I hired an attorney like this. His name is Garth Cox. He's an attorney out of Columbus. He's $500 an hour. I don't know what he was, some crazy. He's like, oh, we'll take care of this. Don't worry about it. Yeah. There's no way that he's going to let this TOD supersede your will. Her last will and testament gave everybody her wishes, and you're in the right. I'm like, yeah, well, I just started paying him $5,000 a month, literally a month, to try to help me get all my rights. Boom, I got arrested. We might as well just pile it all into a pile and lit it on fire. They're all in on it. Yeah, so this woman here that you're hearing from right now, her sister is coming across like she got her house, which was 250 grand or whatever, she didn't care, and she could have gave it back after the trial, and I was found not guilty. She could have gave me the house, but she didn't. She wanted it up. Selfish, and don't come across. Oh, I'm conservative Christian. Yeah, sure you are. No, you're not. You're greedy. You stole my house. Emily wanted the house to go to me, but you know where the house went? It went to her. Emily wanted all her money to go to me, but you know where it went? Lawyers. It went all lawyers' fees.
1 second, Matt. I think that your headphones, because you're talking on your headphones. I think your mic is rubbing on something. So move your this piece.
I got it. You're right. Okay. I was leaning in. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I was just like.
I got a little upset. I don't like to get upset, but that's a real big one. They hosed me. I don't want to go real simple. Emily was worth about a little under $500,000. Under. I was worth almost $6 million. I retired pretty much because that was enough for us. We had $1 million. We owned the house. We owned the cars. We didn't have any debt. We're not big spenders. We literally walk around, pick weeds. I mean, we were just going to live a little quiet life. All of it's gone. All of it is gone. Like literally all of it. Whoa. How did that happen? I figured when I get found not guilty and you come out the other side of it, well, at least sorry, all gone. We'll hire some more lawyers? Is that what you do? I mean, I showed up at a meeting. They had when you're done with a will, what you do is the executor shows the expenses, and there was literally only, after it was all said and done, there was only $107,000 left in cash that was allowed to go to probate. I went out to the meeting that they have that you can like say, hey, I don't think that the estate should be paying all this money or to all this stuff. So I just showed up by myself, and I sat in there and I did the best I can. And I was like, literally, Emily's will said that I get everything. And when after he sued me for the estate, Thomas Tenoff sued me for the executorship to the will. So he was allowed to do whatever he wanted with the money. It's all gone. I mean, how is that right?
How's he free?
they all know each other. They all are lawyers, and the lawyers do it right. Their lawyers know how to do it, so it's to where it's legal. And I got sick of paying lawyers. I mean, I was already in 40 grand to my lawyer. I could have spent another 40 grand. There was only 100,000 left. So it's a real bad. The ins and outs of it are weird, but at the end of this thing, that $1 million that Emily and I were going to live off of, a nice little quiet life in Westerville, Ohio, is gone. They came in like vultures, and they just, not just my money, her money, everything got stolen. Really bad. Because everybody thought I was guilty of murder. When I mean everybody in Ohio thought I was guilty before my trial, I mean everybody. There wasn't the way the media had portrayed me. There was people in my family and my friends that thought I was guilty because of what was coming from the media.
Wow.
So these people just went into court and they just literally did whatever they wanted to do because it didn't matter because I was going to be in prison. And then when that didn't happen, I did a little bit of fighting. I started throwing money at it. And then all of a sudden I realized, Matt, you just got a little bit of money left. You're just throwing this away. You're throwing money away. You're giving it to these lawyers, and they're all in on it. You're just going to be you're just throwing your money away. So I just said, you know what? Forget it. I just let it go. But this woman that's on here right now, her name is Amy Thomas. That's Emily's sister. She literally stole my home. She knew where Emily wanted her house to go, but she didn't care. Of course, why wouldn't you? It's for now that goes to her kids, right?
Yep.
Harry Scott here. How can we help you, Matt? Well, the book to start off with, isn't it? We got a book. Buy the book. That hopefully proceeds go to Matt. But Matt doesn't promote himself at all. Matt is one of the most unselfish people you'll ever meet in your life. He's also got, well, he needs to pull his finger out and sort his GoFundMe out as well.
You know what? Just to let you know that they didn't allow it. I did something wrong. I don't know. And you know what? I took that as a sign from God. I don't want to be cyber begging. You know what I mean?
Do gifts and go. Do gifts
I
and
don't
go.
I don't want anything. I don't want to do that.
Do
I don't
gifts
think I
and
feel
go.
comfortable. I'd rather sell something like the book. I put a lot of time and effort into it. I guess buy the book. That'd be fine.
Yeah, buy the book. It's not to interfere too much with the book, but hopefully you get a lot of that proceeds as well. For that. I'm waiting for the actual book to come out in a week or 2 weeks time. And
Right.
hopefully a lot of that goes to you. And Matt's book, the link is here. It's in my description box. It's here. Press it, buy it. If you can wait a week for the actual book physical or have it online. So please do that. What's your Twitter? A lot of people confuse what your Twitter is because there's things out there, but your Twitter, I got it here somewhere.
The best thing to do is to go to my Facebook account and follow me. Just follow me, and then I'll tell you about like the book. How are things going with me? If you just want to know about me, I mean, just go there and follow me on Facebook. I've been told I did set up a because this just happened because these people are like, Matt, people want to help you. They understand it's not begging. You're literally, they understand that you got ripped off and they want to help. And I'm like, okay. So I set up I tried to set up the GoFundMe and it didn't work. For some reason I didn't fit their guidelines, but I did put a Cash App.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, I guess if that's what you want to do. I don't know what that's really all about. I don't know what kind of money they charge you or whatever, but
Listen,
I don't want to come across like I'm trying to, beg for money. I'm fine. I really am. I'm fine.
You're not.
I'd rather have you.
No. Right, Matt. Shut the F up, right? You're not begging for money. We don't care about that. People genuinely want to help you, my friend. So I'm just gonna find your Cash App here. You're annoying because you didn't tell me you're a Cash App. You absolute fool. Right, I'm trying to find it here now. Matt Moore. Where are you here? I will find it. We will post it.
It's on my Facebook and I put it on my YouTube station too. I have a YouTube station with nothing on it yet, but it's just a station.
No. I'm trying to find. Hang on, I'm trying to find it here.
if you go on my Facebook, it's just like it's in my details or something or some sort of.
Yeah, I got
like,
your Facebook. Yeah, yeah. Obviously, I've got your Facebook. So
How about I
hang
like
on.
if you give me money, the pictures I draw, I'll send you my art. How's that?
There you are.
I'll pay for your
There
art.
you are.
I actually I actually love art. Like I go to.
Yeah.
I'll pay for your art.
I'll draw you a
go.
picture and send it to you. If you just send me your address and and tell me you donated, and if you do that, I'll send you one of my pictures. That I feel comfortable with. Yeah, you can't really see it.
That's his cash app there. I follow him, Sarah. But so let me just go and get his YouTube here. I follow Matt, so it's fine.
If you follow my YouTube, there's a link to my Amazon or my Instagram, and a lot of my art is on my Instagram. If you want to look at it.
Yeah. Hang on, sorry guys, I'm just here because whilst we're with Matt, might as well do this now. Account, where's his account gone now?
Wait, would customs have a picture of? Would customs have a problem with people sending pictures? That shouldn't be an issue.
No.
Like customs, right? Jonathan just said it in chat, so I don't really know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Microphone again.
Oh damn! Oh, it's my microphone bad. Oh
no, yours, Matt's. And this is his.
I love it.
I don't want you guys to spend too much time on it. I mean, I'll get it figured out within the next couple of weeks. If you guys want to donate. I got just to let you know the trial as far as in this woman, this Amy Thomas. She is testifying for me, saying that Emily was suicidal, and know that this woman didn't come out to look for Emily at all. And that'll come out later too. She didn't even come out to look for her sister. Her sister was missing for 4 months. She never even bothered to drive out to look for her, and that'll come up too.
Yeah.
She's not quite as the woman she's portraying herself to be on this up on the stand.
Yeah. We'll carry. Yes, we do post all these links. We post her links. We post Matt. Post Dr. Hines. Got the cash app now. Sarah and Josie are here. Sarah's incredible at posting everything. They will post everyone's links so you can join and subscribe. I've just posted Matt's YouTube channel, so please go subscribe. And also the cash app is there, so please. So this is the link for Matt's YouTube, and this is his cash app. I'll put it in the description box as well, so you can just connect. And yeah.
Could you put my Facebook on there too? Is there any way to do that?
Yes. Hang on. Yes, there is. This is his Facebook. There we are. His Facebook as well. For those that have Facebook, everything's on there with Matt. So Sarah will sort it out. Now she'll put a post in about it.
Thank you.
So yeah.
I tend not to put too much time into that sort of thing.
Yeah, but you're so unselfish. It's unbelievable. You know, this is why I was banging on about where's my links. I need some links off you. Oh, but we got it now. We got it now because we genuinely want to support you, Matt. Genuinely support you.
That means a lot, man. Thank you.
No, it's fine. Right, let's get into this again then. Whilst we sort out the links and stuff. So here we go.
And she said, "No, I don't."
I want to talk again about your dad, Lester.
Yes.
Is he alive today?
No, he is deceased.
And when did he pass away?
2015. He fell in May and had surgery and never recovered from it, and he died in June of 2015.
And where was that he fell?
At their home in the yard in Westerville, Ohio.
What did your mom do with that property then after your dad passed away?
After he died, she put it on the market. Emily and I helped clean it out, but mostly Emily. And she put it on the market and sold it and bought a condo in Westerville.
And where is that condo located?
in the crossing, so County Line Road and State.
And so we're gonna hear testimony about that location at 46 Abbey Cross. That was the condo that initially belonged to your mother.
Yes.
I got you, Chrissy. I got you.
Is your mom still alive?
No.
And when did your mom pass away?
Mom passed away in 2016 in June.
So less than a year after your dad passed away?
That is correct.
What do you remember about that time?
Emily knew before I did. My phone had broken, and so my kids came to my home and woke me up, and then the police came to the door and said, your mom is dead. And so I kind of piecemeal put it together in the middle of the night that she had died in a car accident coming from Southeast Ohio back to Delaware, and no one knew who she was. So it took a little bit of time for them to piece it together, but she was planning to meet friends in Westerville uptown for dinner, including Emily. And when she didn't show up, Emily walked over to the police department and said, "Help me find my mom."
Did you come back to Ohio after your mom died?
Yes, not right away, about 2 days later.
And did you interact with your sister Emily then at that time?
Yes, we met at Mom's place there at the condo, and I'll just never forget walking in, and she met me out in front. I actually didn't know the address of this by heart, because it was, anytime I drove in, Mom would be standing in the front yard, and Mom wasn't there, but there was Emily, and got out of the car and we just hugged, cried. We went in the condo, and it was so quiet, and right there on the counter was a coupon for a car wash and a coupon for the restaurant. So we knew exactly what her plans were that night. And yeah, that's what I remember about Mom dying initially.
Did you have conversations with Emily at that time about how she was doing physically or emotionally?
Yes, we both had conversations with each other. It was a lot. And Emily was Mom loves all three of her kids, but Emily and Mom had a special relationship. They really did. And before I left, I said, "Are you thinking about harming yourself or others?" She just looked me in the eye and said, "No, Amy, I wouldn't do that to you. I know what that feels like." So it was hard and sad time. I actually got the house ready for Emily to move in. It was hard.
So after
lots of thoughts are going through my mind about that.
So after your mom passed away, Emily moved into that condo on Abbey Cross?
Yes, Emily was the executrix of her will. And so I cleaned out Mom's room and donated things to places Mom would want, and to make the space for Emily to move in. And she administered the estate from there.
And so as the siblings divided up any inheritance, the condo was a portion of her inheritance?
Yeah, we jointly inherited it, and she bought us out.
Going ahead then, after she was living in that condo, was Emily working somewhere?
Yes, Emily was working for the state of Ohio.
And you know in what capacity?
I don't remember her job title, but she worked for the Department of Medicare. Okay. So,
at some point, did you become aware that Emily knew somebody named Matt Moore?
Oh, yes.
And can you tell us when you first met Matt?
Yes, it was I believe it was December of 2015. It was after Dad died, and Mom called. I was planning to come to Ohio for the Christmas season. I don't remember exactly what day. And I believe my children were with me, but what I remember is mom saying, you need to plan on coming in time for dinner because there's someone I want you to meet. And I said, really? Who's that? She said, his name is Matt, and he's Emily's new boyfriend, and I really like him.
Matt,
Later on, were you aware of a time when Matt
So-
moved?
were they even close to each other as sisters? It doesn't seem like she really knows too much about him.
I was waiting for you. I was waiting for her to finish the whole thing before I raised
Not-
it.
Sorry.
Not like a lot of people would think, you know. They were close, but they weren't like close. It was
They were
more of
friends.
a
They loved
very
each other.
they loved each other. It just wasn't like they're not like telling each other their deepest secrets and, you know, that type of thing.
So not close.
It was
Yeah, that's
They're
not
not
yeah,
close.
no,
They love each
not
other as
really.
family,
Being
but
too
they're not
nice.
close.
Not like I consider myself close. I have dear friends and dear family that I'm like really close. She didn't have any of that in her life. No, it wasn't like that with her sister.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, something.
But you did notice that her mother liked me, right? She did state that her mother really liked me, right? Did you hear that?
I think I might have missed it.
That when her mother was telling Amy when she comes in that she needs to get here early because she needs to meet someone, and she's like, who? And she's like, well, Emily has a new boyfriend, and I really like him. So,
Yeah.
not that that's it. Those are the little things that wouldn't have been better for the prosecution to get up there and say, the mother said, you got this. She's got this new boyfriend. I don't know about this guy. You're gonna have to, but you know, that would be good for them, right? Why would they put her up there and say, no, the mother really liked him if the guy was a creep? You know, it just doesn't make any. It didn't make any sense to me.
No. Okay.
Because the mother did like me, and so did the sister, and so did everybody else, except 2 people that they found amongst her friends that were jealous of her. Everybody liked me.
A question for you from Chrissy, Matt. After you were acquitted, did any of the local media reach out to you to interview you?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
Why would you?
I didn't think so.
I don't know. Why would they not do that?
Because they're evil. They had a narrative. They had a narrative. Their narrative that they put out there was wrong. If they come out and admit it in an interview, they're kind of liable for all the lies they told. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, reaching out to me would probably be a risk to them. I actually reached out to them. There was this one particular local news person that followed my trial through the whole thing, through the whole when she came up missing and all the way. When I came out with the book, I actually contacted her and said, hey, you know, and she was very nice to me. She was okay. She put me on the news, on local news in Columbus. Said I was coming out with a book.
Okay.
Nice.
So she kind of made up for what she did. But I mean, yeah, like they are evil. They just don't care. They just want like stories to get people to watch. That's all it is. And this was a juicy one. I mean, a local woman, lifelong local woman, gets strangled to death by a drifter from Las Vegas. I mean, it got a lot of traction, tons of it. And it only made good print as if I was guilty of it, you know. So that's just what they do. They just make it look like you're guilty, horribly guilty.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people that cover trial. Sorry, not cover trials, but they mainly do all this media stuff. And what they were saying was they will the media will always be there for the scoop, but for the cleanup, they're never around.
No
that
cleanup.
Was the best saying I have. I think it was. I'm not sure who said it. I'm not sure who said it. But yeah, they're never there for the cleanup, so to speak. They're always there.
You know who's cleanup? You guys. You guys are cleanup.
Oh yeah, we're the janitors. We're the cleaners coming into.
This is cleanup. This is my media with all. Well, hopefully we'll get 1,000 or 2,000 people. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's see
Moved
what she says.
to Ohio.
Yes, I believe he lived in Ohio then for a time, and then he left because I know. Yes,
Okay, so you say he lived in Ohio at that time when you met him,
I believe so. I believe he was in Ohio at that time.
and then you said that he left Ohio.
Yes, for a
And you-
short time because Emily dated somebody else for a while.
And do you know
Hey,
where
I didn't know
Matt
that.
went when he left Ohio?
That's
What?
new to me.
She's dating
Emily.
someone else.
Emily was dating
Shut up.
somebody besides me in between my first time there, and when I came back, I didn't know that.
You were there.
I didn't know that. That ain't cool. That ain't cool. That ain't cool. She probably just saying that to make me look bad or something. No, I didn't. I had no idea. That is new to me, and I'm smiling because I'm angry inside right now.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yes, back to Las Vegas.
At some point after that time in Las Vegas, did Matt move back to Ohio?
Yes.
And what did you know about Matt and Emily's living arrangements when he first came back?
Initially, Matt was living in Emily's apartment, but it could have been that first time. But so yes and no. Oh, wait, I do know. He was living at his father's place in Worthington, Ohio. I remember that because Emily sent me an email about, hey, what do you think about Matt and Joey coming to live at the condo? And I responded, I don't think that's a good idea right now because it's technically owned by 3 people. And if anything tragic were to happen, I don't know how all that would work. So it would be better to wait till the estate had closed. And I believe at that point, my recollection is she said Matt and Joey were going to move into her old apartment.
Are you aware at some point then that Matt did move in with Emily in that condo?
Yes.
And you mentioned somebody named Joey. Who's Joey?
Joey is Matt's son.
Is this how they bring her in?
How often, after your mom passed away, how often were you around to see the interactions between Matt and Emily?
Not a lot. Her funeral, he was there, and maybe one night we went out after that, and then I went back to Alexandria, or back to Virginia.
Were your visits to Ohio less frequent after both of your parents passed away? Did you ever observe interactions between Joey and Emily?
At least once, twice. So at Mom's, when I was still in town after Mom died, I was there for 3 weeks. So I remember Matt and Joey and Emily and I went to the Doodah Parade. So we interacted then. And then I came back for a Ohio visit in 2019. And in the middle or end of June of 2019. And so I visited with Matt and Joey and Emily then too.
Generally speaking, were you aware of Emily's feelings or emotions about Joey?
She really liked him. She knew he had, one statement she made to me is, I really want to get Matt and Joey get Joey on my healthcare plan so that he can get all of the care that he needs. But that was one part of her caretaking, but she also just liked him. But she was also said that he would wake up at odd hours and wake her up before going to work, which annoyed her. He was a teenager. I wasn't surprised.
Did Matt and Emily get married?
Yes.
And do you know when that occurred?
Yes, it was August of 2018. So 2018, but it was either the 8th or the 18th. It was all those 8s in a row, I remember.
And how did you find out that wedding occurred?
she texted me a photograph, and on my lunch break, I looked at it and I said, "Oh, did you get new shoes?" Because I thought that's why she was showing me this full-length picture of her. And then I looked at it closer and I thought, wait a second, they look like they're at an altar. So I just texted her. I said, "Did you get married?" And she wrote back, "Yes." And that was the extent of that. I'm sure we talked soon thereafter, but that was the initial recollection.
We've talked a lot about Matt Moore. Is Matt Moore present in the courtroom today?
Yes, that is Matthew. Yeah.
And can you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's in? Thank you.
It's so stupid. Of course, that's fucking Matt Moore. It's like, do you know what I mean?
Is Matt's son Joey still alive?
No.
And when did he pass away?
It was early July. I think I don't remember. I don't know the exact date, but it was the first few days of July in 2019, just a few weeks after I visited.
And what do you know about the circumstances of his death?
It was self-inflicted.
Did you return to Ohio for a memorial service for Joey?
I did.
And did you interact with your sister Emily at that time?
Yes.
What can you tell us about her emotions, mental state at that time?
She was very distraught and sad. She was very worried about Matt. Just the impact of losing your son so close in time to Matt's mother that passed away. Close in time to that too. I think it was January of 2019, but I don't know exactly. But the caretaking part of her it was stressful for her. She actually took many days off work. She used up her annual leave and her sick leave to just be at home and kind of invoke what she called as nature therapy to grow things and be there for Matt.
Were you aware of whether Emily was seeing a therapist after Joey had passed away?
Yes, she said that she was seeking a therapist and applying for family leave.
Did you continue to interact with your sister after Joey's death?
Yes.
Talk to her,
Yes.
see her?
In fact, I checked in on a regular basis with her and Matt. I would text. Mostly I would text because Emily preferred that. So it all I don't recall a specific conversation, but I do remember calling and checking on her. And before I left, I flat out asked her, "Are you thinking about taking your life or harming yourself or others?" And she reiterated it again. "Amy, I would never do that to you. I know what that feels like, and I would never do that to you."
I want to talk then sort of the beginning of 2020. In your check-ins with Emily, how was she doing emotionally, physically? So can you tell us how was she doing physically and emotionally when you would speak to her in early 2020?
I don't know.
So early 2020, there were a lot of emotions. I remember she was getting stronger and healthier. She was going to have some pins removed. And in about February of that year, I remember we did have a phone conversation. I remember her saying that she felt better than she had ever in her life, having all of the titanium pins removed. She had one in her tooth, I think, and then an ankle from a prior accident. And she was lifting weights and working out. And she said, "You need to start doing this." So she got me hooked on some weightlifting and, checking in with her to send photos of my progress was, kind of part of what was going on in early 2020. And then COVID and many jokes about how are you cleaning your groceries and some frustrations with what's really true about that.
To your knowledge, had Emily returned to work?
Yes, she returned to work part-time in October of 2019 at the end, I believe. And at some point she returned full-time, but I don't recall what day.
This just sounds so impersonal. I'm so sorry.
Based on
it just
In what
sounds so
sense, mate?
no,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
it
yeah.
sounds so impersonal. Like it just doesn't. It doesn't sound like you're actually recalling an actual memory. I'm sorry. Like I don't know. I don't know anything about this stuff and all that. But it just doesn't resonate. I don't know why. It doesn't sound like the way two sisters speak.
I talked to her on the phone after Emily went missing every day, several times a day for the first month. She was the one that I talked to the most with. She never cried. She never got emotional. She's a cold lady, man. She's a cold lady. The last thing she told me, she's like, call the police. She knew I was under investigation. She knew I couldn't talk to the police. The last thing she said to me is call the police. And then she never talked to me ever again. Ever.
Ouch.
Never heard from her. No. Well, it's not a bad thing, to be fair. Good for you.
I don't know if it was her that it was the police that talked her into it. I'm sure it was. They called her, whatever. They were like, keep talking to him, Anything he says, let us know, So she was probably just working on me, but yeah, she's a cold one. She's a cold fish.
Yeah. I would love to see your face at the end, though. Do you know what I mean? See what the reaction was. Well, was she at core? Were they all at core or what?
I don't think she was there. I don't think she was there. I don't really know. All I know, I didn't turn around. I wanted to. Yeah. I wanted to turn around, fuck all you white people. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, but I didn't want to cause a scene, man. I didn't know.
No, I know. It's the best way, man. I know. I get it. We've got Danielle here for you, Sally, as well. See that?
What's that?
Sally.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. I had my phone on. What was your question?
It's fine. It wasn't got just to say, oh, you said Danielle was here for you, so I just put it on screen whilst you were away.
Thank you. I just sent her a message back. Thank you.
There we are. And we got lovely Gigi. Welcome us to have another mod in the chat. Watch yourselves. Behave. Right. No, I agree with you, Dr. Hines. I think that's a fair point, though. So. Cold.
Your interactions with her in early 2020, did you have any concerns about her mental or physical well-being?
No.
I want to turn your attention to May 22nd through the 25th of 2020. Did you have a conversation Did you have a conversation with your sister on May 22nd about her plans for the weekend?
Yes. Not a conversation, but a text message.
A text message?
Yes.
And do you remember emotionally what she said about those plans?
Yes, she was very excited. She'd reconnected with a distant cousin who we had met many years before. And she said that she was going to his place for a cookout. And I remember, I don't know if it was in that text, but she had told me they met in a foraging group. And I thought, oh, this is a good combination. Matt and Emily going out foraging and this cousin going out foraging, and they're going to meet up on Memorial Day. They'll have a perfect dirt milkshake and forage salad. It'll be great. In fact, I think I sent her a picture of a salad in response.
And so she told you that she was super excited about that.
Yes.
Did you have a text message exchange with her on the morning of her birthday?
Of course. So I wrote to her as soon as I woke up. I sent a picture of a little pig with a pinwheel out the car. That was something our family always said on the way home. We'd say wee, wee, wee all the way home. So I knew that photo would make her laugh. And I said, something to the effect of, hello, we're the same age today. Happy birthday. I'll call you later. And she wrote back to me, I believe it was woo, woo, 52 and fabulous.
And so was that the morning of her birthday? When you
Yes,
sent
that was May 24th around 8 a.m.
And how quickly after you had sent her a message did she respond?
Moments, within a few minutes.
Did you attempt to call her later in the day?
Yes, twice.
Were you able to speak to her those 2 times when you called?
No.
Did you see any Facebook posts or any kind of other information about where Emily was?
Yes, when I didn't reach her the second time, I believe that call was around 3 p.m. I thought, where is she? What are they doing today? So I went on Facebook and I saw a picture of her at the Field of Heroes. And I just said, oh, well, they're just out and about.
And do you remember where you saw that photo? Like who had posted it?
I believe I think Matt posted it to Emily's Facebook page because I saw it on Emily's Facebook page.
I think the question was, do you know who posted to the page?
We got Daddy Dave is complaining, Matt, but your
Pardon me?
microphone keeps rubbing, so I'm not sure if it's your microphone or.
I'm sorry. I think I fixed it.
It's all good. Yeah, I could hear something. It's quite funny, but yeah, I think she'll be fine. But can you please never apologize, Matt? It's all good, my friend. It's all good.
No, I feel like a Canadian. I'm
You're not
sorry.
Canadian. Yeah, I know. Don't apologize on this stream, please.
I'm sorry.
Never.
All right, fuck off
Dave.
then.
Yeah, Dave, fucking get off this bed for you, Daddy. Right, let's go. I'm gonna rewind it.
Can you tell from the
because-
sister that we had a tumultuous relationship, me and my wife? Can you tell from the sister that there was so much turmoil in our marriage? Can you get that from the sister? Why do they even have her on there?
No vibe. Yeah, I know. It's probably because of the suicide angle she keeps saying about.
She's saying that she's trying to say that Emily wasn't suicidal, but she's literally making the case that she was by even bringing it up.
Yes, I asked her if she was suicidal, but she said she wasn't. Yeah, but why would you ask? That's not
right.
That is not a question you ask, in my
No,
opinion. I don't know.
it is not.
I'm not sure if Dr. Hines and Sally, if you think differently, but I don't.
Unless you're after someone's house.
It depends. Go ahead, Dr. Hines.
So, no. Carry on, Sally.
Oh, okay. I was going to say it depends on the situation. In this context, I don't think that it makes sense to ask, "Oh, why are you suicidal?" like that. In the context that it's delivered, does it make sense? If she had been suicidal in the past and her sister was aware of it, I could see her sister maybe having concerns. But it seems like they're reaching and just trying to throw things in there, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well said, Sally.
I think the question was, do you know who posted to the page?
To the best of your recollection, do you?
Oh, go ahead.
To the best of my recollection, it was Matt that posted the photo to Emily's Facebook page.
When they approached her with what's Marseille did it too?
Yes.
hand you a photograph of Marcus Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And generally speaking, can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, that's Matt and Emily at the Field of Heroes.
And is that the photograph you recall seeing on Emily's birthday in 2020?
Yes, that's one of them. Yes.
Okay. There were multiples of the same type of thing?
Yeah, there was another one of her standing.
Got a version of published Exhibit 2 to the jury?
Go ahead.
The beard.
For the record, I'm now showing Exhibit 2 on the overhead. Can you describe again now for the jury now that they can see what it is we're looking at here?
Yeah, so that's Matthew Moore and Emily Noble at the Field of Heroes.
And what is the Field of Heroes?
The Field of Heroes is a field where all of these flags are set up on Memorial Day to honor those who gave their lives for our country.
And is that in the city of Westerville?
It is.
Did she just giggle?
After
Maybe.
did you
He's giggling
make
all the way
other
to the
attempts to
bank.
contact
What's he doing?
your sister on her birthday?
Yes, I sent a series of photos at around 7 or 7:30 that night because I was frustrated she hadn't called me.
And what were those series of photos? that you sent?
Just from growing up years, from little to mid-teens, different moments of life. My mother had sent me an envelope of photos, or a relative had, and I just pulled them out because I knew they would represent people and moments in our life that would make her laugh. And
Did you get any response to any of those messages that were sent?
no, I didn't.
Is that you described being unable to reach her via phone and not getting a response to the text was then, just to make sure I understand the timeline, was the last contact that you had with your sister that 52 and fabulous text that you got in the morning of her birthday?
Yes.
Going on to the next day then, May 25th. Can you tell us how you were feeling on May 25th, 2020?
I was surprised I didn't hear from her in the morning, but I knew that she had plans, so I didn't think much about it. And a couple of minutes before 8 p.m., the phone rang, and I knew that was her. She's going to tell me all about their foraged picnic. And I picked up the phone and said, "We're the same age today. How are you, Emily?" Because it was her name on the display of my phone.
So you received a call from her phone a few minutes before 8 o'clock.
Correct, at night.
You mentioned that you were a little, surprised you hadn't spoken yet. Why was it surprising to you that you hadn't spoken to her yet?
Because we both were early risers, and that was often when she would call, and I was hoping she would. It was COVID. I was quarantined, and I was hoping she would call.
And how do you describe your level of worry, though, based on what you knew about her plans at that time?
Low level of worry, none.
And so you got that call, and it came up on your phone as being a call from Emily's phone?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you answered it and said, "We're the same age." And what did you hear on the other end?
There was a pause, and as I remember it, it was, "Amy, this is Matt. I'm so sorry. Emily's gone."
I'm so sorry, Emily's gone.
Yes.
But you spoken to Matt on the phone before?
Yes.
You've been around him, we're familiar with his voice?
Yes.
Did you have any question that was Matt who was the one on the other end of the phone?
No.
After he said, "I'm sorry, Emily is gone," how did you react?
I said, "What do you mean she's gone? What did you fight about?" because that would be the only explanation to me
Doesn't sound
of what he
believable.
said.
What the hell? I'm sorry. I'm so
Felicia?
sorry. I'm so sorry.
No,
Right?
carry on.
No, it just didn't sound believable. That sounded like something you would write down in a script, because you know what's gonna happen in the end. it just doesn't like. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Look at me. I'm having a tough time in court too. Look at me. I didn't even realize that. I never saw this before. Look at,
You're having a very difficult time.
Yeah, you're muffled a little bit.
because I know what they're doing.
Huh?
You're holding your microphone.
Oh.
Here we are.
You couldn't hear that?
You can't win for losing.
This mastermind did this. He's the one that did it.
Mastermind.
He just called you a loser. Again.
Yeah. This genius right here. Called Mark.
Wait till you see what she does next. Wait.
Okay, wait.
Oh, we will.
Before we move on, I have figured
Okay.
out her laugh. When someone laughs like that at inappropriate times, it's like a nervous laugh, which is a big indication of lying.
I do it. Yeah. No. I can definitely attest to that.
You do it all the time.
Oh Lord. Yeah. No. It's true. No, your thing is true. But yeah, no, that stuck out to me. That part, I was like, whoa.
We've got a question here for you, Matt, from Lou. Is that what you said? I'm so sorry, Emily's gone. She's asking if that is actually the words you used.
I don't remember the exact words I used, but it definitely was she's gone, meaning she's not here. I'm 100% focused on remaining positive, and I'm like, she's just gone. She's not here right now. But that doesn't, they're trying to make it out that I said she's dead, which is ludicrous, right? But that's what this woman's trying to make it out to be. And it's just, I don't know what to tell you. I can't believe anybody wouldn't realize that she's not here. And wait until you see what Diane does to this, because the lead detective mentions as that she's gone also. Like they make that a point. They say, hey, he's saying she's gone as though she's dead. And then later on in the trial, the lead detective mentions it too, that she's gone, that she's just gone right now. And my attorney's like, you just said the same thing he did. It doesn't, that's why it doesn't mean anything. Wait until go to the next thing she does. Wait, because I do say this. I say this, the next thing that she says, I said it, and she says it verbatim. She says exactly, but just it's taken completely out of context.
I just got insider knowledge right now.
Yeah.
The source is Trust Me Bro. That the lead detective was actually in cahoots with Matt himself. That's why they said the same thing. They were in cahoots.
That's right.
Trust me, bro. My source is legitimate on this. 100%.
Literally, that's how good my lawyer was, though, because he literally later on in the trial, like days later, was like when he was like, you remember when Matt said they said that he said she was gone? You just said it. You just said it. She was gone. You literally just said it. Now at court, just like he did. That's how good my attorney was. She's just every point that they make, she tears up. It's just crazy.
I hate to really make light of the situation, but I think that's really cruel, Dylan, to pause with his head bald spot right there for this long.
I know. I'm sorry.
Isn't that horrible?
I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry, Matt.
I was just making light.
Wait, what's more evil?
Oh,
Sad.
Wait. What's more evil? Dylan posing it there or Sally seeing it and now everyone knows it because no one
Everyone knows.
Oh, look at it. My hair was falling out. In gobs.
I bet. The stress? Oh, yeah.
Right.
Sorry, I just was trying to make light. of something else.
That's okay. I don't mind.
Because
Could you please move the picture? There you go.
of what he said.
And what was his response when you asked, what did you fight about?
there was just a pause and it was not a real answer. She's not here. She hasn't been here all day. The police are here looking for her. One of her friends is on the way. It was just this series of statements.
Matt, fix your mic.
They had gone to the cookout.
Pause it till he fixes it. There we are.
Sorry. Sounds like you're farting.
This guy is like Elaine.
It does. It does.
This guy is like Elaine with the mic.
I know.
Mute your mic, Elaine. Mute your mic.
Oh, we need a poll. Who's worse with the mic, Matt or Elaine?
Elaine, Bart or Elaine.
Yeah, we need to do
I'm
a
still
poll.
watching that. Right. That's better, I think.
Yes, I don't know if it was that call because that call was very brief, but we did speak again later. No, I think it was that call. I said, well, I will call some people. Did you go to Jared's for the cookout? And he said, no. I said, have you called him? And I don't remember Matt's answer, but I remember that was putting that person on the list of who to call.
What did you do after you received that initial information that Emily was gone?
He just said it. He
well,
just said
I had
she was gone. Fucking dumbass.
a sense
He
of
just said she
panic
was
and
gone.
worry, and I instantly started calling and texting. I think I drafted a little note like, Emily's missing. Her husband just called and told me, that's all I really know. Is she with you? And I kind of copied and pasted that to this short list of people that I had. And then my phone started ringing off the hook. And
Generally speaking, who were those people? Who were you trying to reach out to?
I probably couldn't recall the whole list off the top of my head, but I know right away that it would have been a neighbor we grew up with. Do you want me to give names or just?
No, just generally.
So a
the type of
neighbor we
people.
grew up with who Emily was still in contact. A couple that were very close to my mom and dad who befriended us also, especially after mom and dad died. A cousin that she'd reconnected with recently. She called her a sister cousin. They were very close. An old friend who'd moved to California for a time, and Emily watched her cat, so I knew that person's name. A couple of friends that I went on her Facebook page. I couldn't remember their names, but I knew their nicknames, and there they were. So I added, a couple of those people, and two of the friends that I had met recently in Westerville. So that's about 8 names right there. So I just kind of thought back through three or four decades of people and who would right away be somebody who would know me and be able to respond to my question.
I want to go back to the Facebook post that you had seen showing against Exhibit 2. Did you send anything in response at any time after you had seen this photograph?
Yes, I think what I recall is that I sent that Matt and Emily and I had a Facebook Messenger chat together, and my recollection is I from the page forwarded it. You can go to a Facebook page and then share it in Messenger, and I said, I love this photo or something to that effect. I think I said, I love this photo. I love you guys. Something like that.
Do you remember when that was that you sent that message?
I believe it's May 25th.
Okay.
Because I remember texting after that to Matt. It looks like both of you have looked at this picture today.
So can you describe for me what that meant to you? What do you mean?
Yeah, so in Facebook Messenger, if you send somebody in a chat, if you post something, like imagine my hand is the chat. So then down below here are the little icons that represent that person's Messenger chat. So I saw 2 little of those circle icons. And I said that they were different. And that to me was that both Matt and Emily had seen that picture.
So their Facebook accounts had seen what had been sent to them via Facebook.
Yes.
When was it that you looked to see if she had seen that photo? Was it before or after the phone call from Matt?
Well, I posted that afterward, but I should be able to see the time that I posted it, but I don't remember. It would have been before. So I would have looked before, I don't recall off the top of my head, but it would be visible in my chat, I think, to some degree, but I don't remember based on the way you're this morning.
Did you have a conversation with Matt after the phone call that he had with you?
Yes.
To tell you that Emily was gone?
Yes.
And as a result of that phone call, did you try to figure out when the last time you had communication or interaction with your sister?
Yes. And that's yes.
And did you then send messages to Matt in that same Facebook chat that you had with both
Yes.
Emily and Matt? And did he respond to you?
Yes, a thumbs up.
Did he send you any other messages at that time, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall receiving any more communications?
Not making like, but is that hairline? He's got like, I've been quite obsessed with his hair because it looks like it's all connected. You know what I mean? It's quite low, his hairline. It's all the way around. Was that just me?
I was going to say earlier that you should never have your beard the same length as the top, either shorter or longer,
No.
but not the same.
Yeah, I agree.
He was my favorite attorney, besides mine.
Was he?
Because he was so
Besides yours.
terrible?
No, he did like it or not, believe it or not, he did the best out of all three of them.
Really?
This guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did the best.
I don't know.
He did the best he could with what he had, which was nothing. So
Yeah, exactly. No worries, Gigi. Take care. You go and sleep. That's fine.
From Emily Noble's Facebook account after your communications with Matt.
I know there were texts from Emily, whether they were between Emily and me or in the chat with the three of us, I don't remember.
Would seeing records of the chat between you, Matt, and Emily refresh your recollection as to whether you received any messages from Emily's account after your phone call?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as Sleazy Exhibit 3. I want you to take a moment to look through those. It's a 4-page document.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking, Dave. Wolfman, that's it.
Wolverine.
Wolverine, that's it. Thanks, Daddy.
I said, love this, love you, love our country. Okay, so just a minute.
What? Who said that?
Love you. Do you love your country, Matt?
On Monday, so that's 25th
I
here. So
I
that's
I'm gonna remain mute on that subject right now.
Yes. Actually, yes. I didn't think about that. Yes.
I don't say silly little cliche things like my
Oh,
country, blah
yes,
blah blah.
I see now. Yes, I can tell.
Okay.
Took me a minute to
That's okay.
interpret that.
So now you've had an opportunity to see the conversation. Do you
Yes.
recall receiving messages from Emily Noble's Facebook?
Yes, I received messages from Emily Noble's Facebook Messenger account.
And that was in the timeline of things after you had had that conversation with Matt. About
Yes.
being missing.
Yes.
Turn your attention to May 26th. Did you, let me say this way, had you received communications from people who were interested in going out to look for Emily?
Yes.
And did you communicate that to Matt in that same Facebook chat that had you, Matt, and Emily?
Yes.
And what was his response to you talking about a search party?
This I remember. He said he didn't want to go out and look to find her dead under a tree somewhere. Isn't that what search parties are for? And he said he wanted to just let the police search for her.
Prior to your sister going missing, how would you characterize your relationship with Matt?
Oh, I really enjoyed Matt and his company and my visits there. He's well-spoken, polite, and kind. If my mother liked him, that was enough for me when I first met him. And after they were married, I said, I have a nickname for you. I already have a favorite older brother. And besides that, you're not older than I am, but I have a nickname for you. You're going to be my more noble brother, which was a play on his name and my sister's name.
Did that relationship with
The sickness. But pet names more noble.
Matt change in the days following Emily's birthday?
Not at first, but yes.
And can you tell us how it changed?
Yes, he just asked me to take on roles that I was not willing to take on.
How would you characterize your conversations with him in those months after Emily was missing?
Well, in the initial days, it was cordial. We were, sad together. We were strategizing how to look for her, how to keep track of all the people that wanted to look and all the places that people were looking. And there were kind of two camps of people. There were those who only wanted to look for a body and those that only wanted to look for a living person, a missing person. And I'm doing both. I spent many hours a day. So we had check-in calls once a day or every other day, kind of saying, where have you looked? Where have these people looked? And then I got a map kind of set up to automate some of that process to make it easier to keep track of where people were looking.
Yeah, you look pissed off there, Matt.
What?
As in on the screen, you're shaking your head and stuff.
That's a pretty. I don't know why I don't know what that was about. She's pretty accurate what she's talking about right now. But
Right.
I mean, where was she really?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
your
it
sister's
sounds like she's only, one phone call a
she's
day.
in Virginia.
Yeah.
So, what she's about to say right now is just you just have to listen to it. There's nothing really anything here. You guys are waiting for something, I know, but it's not coming. It's
No,
going to be a
but
whole trial of this. You're going to be like,
yeah.
when are they going to say something? It's not going to happen. So be prepared for a lot of nothing. Like my Diane says, nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
She did
encouraging for
look.
the next few weeks. That's encouraging.
Yeah. Well, it's only like we do the half a day a week, so don't worry. Don't worry. It's
Okay.
because of all the talk in between. Do you know what I mean? So, because we rather have it. It's nothing much for her to add. But she said she's very involved. One phone call a day, and she map it on a map. It's like, well,
Yeah.
that's not very involved, is it?
She made an interactive map, which was really good because I'm trying to coordinate searches without police. So I don't know what I'm doing. And it got to the point where there were people that wanted to help look for her, but didn't know where to go. She made a map that said if you go somewhere and then you come back, you can say on the map that you've already been there so that people don't overlap. Just know that all these people are searching for a body.
Yeah.
Why they're searching for a body? I wasn't searching for a body.
Yeah.
I was searching for a live person. There wasn't any of that going on. I'll tell you what, the Westerville Police Department, they weren't searching for a live person ever. From day one, they were not. They were searching
Yeah.
for a body. That was it. So,
I have
but her
one quick
sister.
question. Go ahead. No, I was going to say, I have a quick question. Was this trial going on during Johnny Depp or after Johnny Depp?
Right during Johnny Depp. Can you imagine that?
That's why I never heard about it.
Yep.
That's why.
There was also another trial going on as well. Diane Redlick, but that was a bit after Johnny Depp that I also heard of, and she was acquitted for her husband's murder. That was weird. I'm gonna cover that one, but I'm not surprised that no one has heard about it because that drowned out everything else.
Yeah, because we would have heard about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny Depp was a big deal. It was a big deal when it was going on.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I didn't even know that. Yeah, I did. Thanks for asking that question. I didn't know that. So
yeah,
I haven't watched Depp and heard yet, so I still need to finish watching that.
That was great.
Yeah,
I'm
still at the stage. I'm still at the stage where I like Amber Heard. So
Comet Gold.
Just wait till you get to Amber Heard. Oh my God! If you thought you
2 shows away from it,
Jesus.
I still like her.
No one spoil it.
Like
no one spoil it for him because you're in for a ride. I'll tell you that much.
Dr.
Well,
Beaker.
I hope so. Right.
At one point, he said, "The police have my phone. I got another phone 9 o'clock last night. Can you help me set it up? Because I had switched from one type of phone to another, and I was able to answer some of those frustrating questions about how do you take a screenshot? How do you turn it off? Things like that." And so that was part of our conversations. And then it was kind of frustrating too, because I was asked, can you give me a list of places to go and look? And I would give him a list, and then he'd follow up a couple of days later. Can you give me that list again? I'm like, wait, nobody's looked there yet. I've told 5 people they don't need to look in that park or that, put up a poster there. It's kind of frustrating, but given the circumstances, I'm trying to give a lot of grace when I know what it's like when tragedy strikes. And Mom's funeral was a horrible display of the worst of everybody's personalities in some ways. And so I tried to give a lot of grace. But yeah.
When I first asked you about the change in relationship, you mentioned a conversation about him asking you to take on a role.
Yes.
Can you remember specifically what that was that he was asking you to do?
Yes, it was like the second week of June, approximately. I remember he called and said, I've appointed you to my spokesperson to the media, or I want you to be my spokesperson to the media. And I said, no, I'm not going to take on that role.
And how did he react to that?
He was quiet and no real reaction. And as I recall, we didn't talk much longer after that during that specific call.
Did you have another call where he asked you to take on a different role?
Yes, within the next day or so, day or two, he said, I've decided that I want you to be my spokesperson to the police.
And how did you react when he asked you to do that?
I said, absolutely not. That is literally what you need to be doing. I'm giving them information that I have and that I know and asking them questions that I have, and you need to do that too.
And how did he react when you told him that?
He repeated it, and I said no again. And then in a menacing tone, he said, you need to think long and hard about whether you ever want to see your sister again. And I hung up and did not speak verbally with him.
I imagine that's a little bit out of context.
That's pretty damning, right? I mean,
yeah.
Does that sound like that maybe I know where she is?
Yeah. Yeah. So it sounds like she wants you gone.
I told you, I said that to her.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to get her to, there was so much negative. This is into it. This is probably a month into it when I said that to her. And we're searching for her. I'm trying to coordinate searches. And
how long did it take you to find her?
4 months. And I didn't find her. Some women that didn't even know her. They were searching around. They were spending their exercise walks in the morning searching around Westerville and found her where no one thought she ever was because the police had said they'd searched that area 3 times. So
I thought it was 48 hours. I thought she was only missing for 48 hours. I didn't realize this went on for 4 months.
4 months.
Oh my gosh.
So the sister is saying this knowing that I can't talk to police. I can't talk to the media. I've lawyered up, sorta. I'm not paying for a lawyer, but I've got finally, the lawyer's like, hey, listen, you can't talk to the police. I don't know why you did in the first place, but don't talk to those guys anymore. They think they're trying to pin a murder on you. And I'm just like, whatever, we got to find my wife. And then they're like, and he's like, no media, don't talk to the media at all, ever. So I didn't. And I wanted to use the media and use the police to try to search for her. So I'm calling Amy, trying to get her to be like a liaison between me and the police. Because I can't talk to police directly, but I can talk to her and then they can talk to police. And she just wouldn't do it. She wouldn't do it. It's too much trouble. Too much trouble. It's like, listen, you need to do this. You need to call the police. I'm not doing it.
She's enjoying that house though, isn't she?
Yeah. She's counting my money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she knew I couldn't talk to police, but the last thing she said to me was call Grubbs. Just call Grubbs because you're busted. Everybody thinks you did this. You know you did this. Just call police. So
jerk.
Okay.
Him again.
And then within another 2 months, 2.5 months of that, they find her, and within a month or 2 of that, I start getting legal work in the mail saying that I'm being sued by her for my home. So it was really quick.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus.
Yeah.
And just in case no one caught. Go on.
No, that's fine.
I was just going to say, in case no one caught what Matt said at the start of this, it's 4 months, but the police had said that they had searched the area that she was found 3 times. So that's why Matt wasn't concentrating on that area, because the police had said that they searched it 3 times. Let that sink in for a second.
On Tuesday, which was the day after, it was the 25th or 26th. It was the day after I called her in. I first met the lead detective. His name is Stephen Grubbs. He was the lead detective in the case. He came up to me and asked me to take them to the place that she had recently found a new patch of wood sorrel. Wood sorrel is just a green. She was very excited about it, and she'd found it a couple weeks prior and she'd been going up there picking wood sorrel and bringing it home so we could eat it. It was growing out of the decorative brick that was in the bridge that was up there.
Okay.
They came out to me and said, "Hey, we want you to take it. This is on Tuesday. We want you to take us to the area where she'd been foraging lately." And that didn't make any sense to me because it's so well traveled. There wouldn't be any reason for her to be there. Literally, it's like it's too traveled. I'm like, why do you want me to take you there? She's not there. Someone would have seen her. It's too well traveled. They're like, no, we really need you to take us up there. So I got in their little car and drove up there, which took a couple seconds. And we got out, and I'm walking around the woods, the periphery of the woods, saying this is where she would come at times. This is one of her paths that she would come, and she would collect. She would pick edibles, you know. And I showed them the brick, and then this is the wood sorrel. I showed them the actual wood sorrel, and I'm looking at the patch of trees that's right there, but it's really heavy trees. You know what I'm saying? It's not like nobody would ever walk into them because it's too heavy. There's too much going on, and I'm like, hey, you know, I hate to think that someone would drag her in there. Are you guys going to go in there and look? And they're like, yeah, we'll go in there. So I was like, okay, well, thank God I don't have to, you know?
Yeah.
And off we went. Yeah. And off we went. And then after that, there wasn't anybody in a million years that thought that she would be there. But literally, I took them to where she was found. She was found in the woods that I told them, are you guys going to go in there and look? And they said, yeah, that's where they found her. And they came off as saying, hey, we searched in there 3 times. We didn't find her. So it made it look like someone moved her there after the fact, or, you know, who knows why. You can take what you can. But I mean, I literally took them there because they asked me to take them there.
Wow.
And they didn't find her for 4 months afterwards. The dogs didn't find her because their dogs aren't trained. Because they're Westerville. You got to understand, it's Westerville. They don't have any crime there. Those dogs never were ever looking for a body, ever. It was their first case, you know?
Oh my gosh.
So the dogs miss her all the time. I have missing people advocate friends of mine. They say dogs are literally 50-50. They could walk right past the body and not smell it.
Yep.
But other times they do.
It depends on their handler and how they're trained.
It depends on their handler and how experienced they are. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And these Westerville guys were just, they didn't have any experience. So, yeah, she was there for 4 months, dangling by her neck out in the woods, getting blown around and all this. And
so she was hanging from the tree then.
She was on her knees. The way she did it is they do it. They don't jump out of a tree like you see. You know what I'm saying? Like what they do is they lean into it. Like you hear about people hanging themselves by a doorknob. What they do is they literally just lean into it, and it cuts off the circulation to their brain, and they pass out, and they just that's it. It's like it's very common.
It's like the kids game they do. I can't remember what it's called, but the teenagers would do it, but they would stop before that point.
You pass out. You literally just pass out.
Yeah.
And that's the way. And she would tell me how she would do it. She would want to do it. We talked about how my son did it, and she was trying to relieve me in some pain. I didn't really want to talk about it, but she knew I was struggling with my son, and she said, the way he did it was this way, and she told me about this way that she would do it. And
that's cruel.
It's like, cruel. Well, no, she was trying to get me to be all right with it because it isn't a violent thing. She's like, Joey didn't suffer. This is how they do it. And then she explained to me how she did it, how they would do it. Because she knew. Because she was planning on it herself. Okay. I know it's probably too far into the story, but...
No, it's fine, mate. It's interesting.
They found her on her knees, sitting on her ankles, with her hands wrapped around her ankles. And literally it goes up and she just leaned into it, and off you go.
Okay, that makes sense.
And they're saying that the way that she had bilateral breaks in her neck bones were broken. This type of bone that's in your neck.
Hyoid, yeah.
And they said that never happens in a partially hanging person, partial hanging, with a woman her age. But what they didn't put in that equation was that she was out there for 4 months, literally blowing around. She went from 95 pounds to 19 pounds. Just that alone will create
Yeah,
pressure
and
on your neck that'll break
yeah,
those
that
bones.
makes complete sense. Yes.
That's in my opinion, it's my contention that that's how those bones got broke, because she went from this to this literally,
Yes.
and it just put pressure.
Storms, wind.
She's blowing around out there, and it's just
Wow.
when it gets into the specialists, you'll see it. It's the guy.
Yeah.
The guy, like, he kind of blows over. Well, did you put in the equation that she was out there for 4 months?
No.
I mean, how many hangings even get a autopsy? Because most hangings they're found that day, or really quickly, and they don't get autopsies, so you're not going to know. This guy made it out. Their specialist made it out that every hanging in the history of the world, there's never been a documented case of someone breaking her neck with her size in the way, and it's just in the way you interpret everything. And this guy that they hired, he's just a hired gun. They'll say whatever you want them to say. You wait until you see this guy. His name is Dr. Schmuck. He belongs to an institution. It's at the Institution of Strangulation Prevention. It's this big long name. You know how many people are part of this institute? One.
Two.
Him. One. He's the only member of an institute. It's a joke. It's a joke. The guy's it's literally a joke.
Was the institute
One guy.
founded?
Why would you call it an institute if there's one guy in it?
Was the institute founded in 2021 on May 2021?
Yeah, the one that was not like not even a year old.
2022. I butchered that joke, but yeah, 2022.
He wasn't even online yet, but he's already selling T-shirts. He sells T-shirts on his website. You can buy a T-shirt too if you're there. While you're there,
is it with him hanging on the front?
Yeah. You wait till you see this guy's haircut. He literally was hired because he's a crime scene specialist. That's what he does. Apparently, that's what he does. He doesn't say anything about this Emily scene as if there was any indication that it was staged. He doesn't say one thing about the scene, but he says it was staged. But he doesn't even mention. But he's a crime scene. You know how you become a crime scene specialist? You go to Vegas while he's in Vegas putting on a mock scene, and you just show up for a couple days and you walk around and talk about stuff. Then he gives you a certificate, and off you go. And now you can testify at trials now because you now are a specialist in crime scene investigation. It's literally a racket.
I could become one of those.
You could.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do it.
Vegas, I'm certified. Right here, I got my little piece of paper.
I'm certified. That would be classic.
Crime scene investigation.
Next time I go to Vegas, getting certified.
For some reason, they always come to Vegas. I don't know what's going on. With that.
So you're saying that if I go to Vegas, I could actually be a licensed doctor and actually finally have credence to this name. Okay. I know where I'm going this summer.
I'm sure there's somewhere out here you can get that done. I'm sure it's not a big deal.
Well, you got the title, just the credentials. So yes, Dr. Hines. Right. Yeah, thank you for the disclaimer, Gigi. Yes, we do not give legal, medical, artistic advice. That's fine. Right. Oh, I stopped again on the ball pass. Sorry, Matt.
Oh,
there it is. Just a little one this time. It's not too bad.
Did you have any other contact with him via text or messenger or any of those kinds of things?
Yes, he texted me a couple of weeks later, again in Facebook Messenger, and was threatening my family with lawsuits for things that people were posting on Facebook. And I said, could you please send me links to this or screenshots or something so that I know what you're talking about, because maybe they're not related to me, or if they are, I'll talk to them. And he couldn't produce that, and just, I don't remember the end of the conversation, but it was essentially, this is what could happen or what I intend to do or something along those lines. I think he said defamation was the word he used.
And was that the end of your communications with the defendant?
No, we had one more text exchange after that.
And what do you remember about that?
He said, I miss our talks. And I said, I miss my sister. He said, can't you call me? I said, no, call Detective Grubbs. And I gave him Detective Grubbs' phone number.
And that's what I get.
Did you have any other interactions with him after that time?
No. Well, not via text or anything like that, no.
I want to turn your attention to September of 2020.
Okay.
Were you aware of people who were still out searching for Emily?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Yes.
Specifically, was there a high school classmate
Yes.
of Emily? And who was that?
Lisa Gordish.
Had you talked with them about where they were looking, what kind of things they were trying to do?
Yeah, Lisa wrote to me in August, and she has a sister, and she was in Emily's class, but we actually had class together. And she said, my sister and I were talking about how you and your mom and Emily would take bike rides or go on walks together. And we just want to get a sense of what that was like. Could you send me a few of those walks? So I drew them out on Google Maps and took screenshots and put out the steps for it and sent those to her. As I recall, there were 6. And I made a copy of that and sent it by email, I think, to the detectives and said, this group wants to look at some of these routes just for your awareness. And at the end of, when she got to the 5th or 6th one, she wrote to me and said,
Sustain.
Let's go. We'll move on. So you had communications with Lisa
Yes.
about where they were going to look. Okay. Did you receive a phone call on September 16th, 2020?
Oh, yes.
And
Many.
Generally speaking, what was the topic of that initial phone call?
That remains were found. They found her, is what a lot of people thought.
Have you seen any photographs of the remains that were recovered?
No.
Do you know any of the details about how your sister was found?
Yes, a little bit. I listened to the.
Objection, Your Honor. The lack of foundation. How does she know details? She just said she didn't see photos.
She was in the middle, I think, of saying how she knows, but I can ask it a different way.
Right, we need to find out. Right. Is it hearsay?
Did you obtain the 911 call that was made when the remains were found?
Yes.
And have you also read the Montgomery County Coroner's report?
Yes.
But beyond that, you don't know a lot of the specific details
No.
about any of the things that were found. Okay. Did you send Detective Grubbs an email 2 days after the remains were found?
I wrote emails to him a lot, so I don't know about the specifics of this one.
Were you generally aware that the remains that were found hanging?
Objection, Your Honor, is leading. She says she doesn't know the details.
I guess, were you aware?
Well, I'll let her answer the question.
I was aware of what the 911 call said.
Okay. If I have one moment.
Matt, a question for you, Matt. Were you aware that they showed the pictures of Emily when they found her during the live stream? It was an accident, but Law and Crime showed them.
At trial, did I know that her
Yeah,
remains were being shown over television? I had no idea.
No,
I didn't. I had no idea. But they were showing her pictures at trial up on this huge screen that was behind me. It was, and everybody's staring at me, and I'm staring at my little screen, and like everybody's staring at me. It was horrifying. And I knew that camera was right. It was bad. My attorney, this is 15 months later. I don't know if you got a chance to look at them. They didn't even look like real. They didn't look real.
Okay.
There was no like, oh, that's Emily. You couldn't like her body a little bit, but it didn't even. It was like I can't even tell you what I can't even describe it. It didn't look like a person. It looked like a bag or something. You know, like a. She didn't look like her. It wasn't her. They made it out that it was. They made it out as gruesome as they could. They literally just made it as awful as they could make it. And they're
I think he froze. Look at the lawyer's face right there. Look at how mad she looks right now.
I know she's mad there. She's mad there.
Yeah.
So yeah, he has frozen. It's all good though. I think they're about to finish this now. At least his ball patches are showing, so we did something right.
Ask Detective Grubbs for a full investigation into the circumstances of Emily being found?
Yes, I do remember sending an email about that.
Why did you ask for that?
Because I was absolutely convinced that
I'll sustain that. Go ahead. Next question.
And just one other thing I want to go back and make sure it was clear. When you were discussing having received messages from Emily Noble's Facebook account, were you aware who those messages were coming from? Were those messages from your sister or were they from somebody else?
No, I assumed in the context that they were from Matt.
Okay. So it wasn't, you don't believe you ever received another message from Emily?
She has answered this. She thought they came from Matt, if that's your question.
And so the last communication that you had with your sister was the text message on the morning of her birthday?
Correct.
I have no further questions this time.
And gentlemen, let's take a 10-minute stretch and restroom break. We'll be right back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Please recall your court.
We won't be, but I mean, anyone that needs a break, obviously go and take a break. Right, so Matt is coming back, but he's just going to grab some lunch. So I think, let me text Matt back. Perfect. I think we'll watch Diane and then get your thoughts. Cool. This week. So I think the plan is now we'll watch this with Diane. Hopefully Matt will be back by then. Get his thoughts. If he's not back, we'll just chat anyway, and then call it a day for streaming. Because I don't really want to start another witness, and for that was to be like an hour, 2 hours, and then do you know what I mean? So I think getting a few witnesses. Sally, what do you think?
I'm fine with whatever you want to do. Like, this is your show. I'm here for the ride. So
Yeah, well, it's our show. It's our show. Well, yeah, it's my show, but it wouldn't be the same without you, Sally. Already, you're a star on this show. and people that want more of you and the gilf, I call her, Lady Law. So, and then Dr. Hines comes in, takes everybody. All the ladies love that Dr. Hines.
Yes.
So, where's Ketchup? So, oh, Jesus, look at them all flirting with him. Unbelievable. I get no attention when he's here. No attention. I'm out the window somewhere. He's just gone to get some lunch. Dinner, sorry, Dr. Hines has. And then Matt's gonna get some lunch. We're gonna stream Diane's cross and the recross wherever, and the jury questions, and then we'll call it a day. Get some thoughts off Matt. And by then it'll probably be about 10:30, 11 o'clock, my time. So
Okay.
thank you, Emma. Thank you. The only person to say it. Thank you.
I just
I'm
have to be
joking,
done
by
by
the way.
5 o'clock. I only have to be done by 5 o'clock my time. So, and that's not for 3 more hours. So I'm good.
That's 12 my time. Yeah, no, definitely. We'll be
Sweet.
done. Don't worry about that. Don't you worry. His Majesty King Ketchup of Luton. Yes. Luton is next to London, if people don't know, and that's where Dr. Hines is from. Will you wait till Sally till you hear his laugh? Jesus, it's fucking hilarious. His laugh is. He can't stop, you see. He just
He's
can't stop.
hysterical.
Yeah, he just can't stop. I remember the good old days. Hang on. Thank you, my darling Gigi. Thank you.
Have a seat.
I remember, Chrissy, when I was just your number one, Chrissy. Just me. Not anymore. Gone.
Cheater.
Cheater.
Right,
All of
defense may
these
cross.
women. Cheaters.
Amy, Diane Menasci on behalf of Matt Moore. We had an opportunity just now. I told you that I was going to ask you some questions about the email that you sent to Detective Grubb. Is that right?
Hey.
Yes.
And I gave you an opportunity to review the email should you need to refresh your recollection as to what the email said.
Yes.
And you indicated that you had reviewed the email and you knew what it said.
Yes.
So I've got some questions about it. The
Aaron.
email that I'm talking about was sent on September 18th.
So I will challenge you, Julian, just to say I agree, but we've also got Daddy's ketchup. Daddy's is also very, very nice. So Daddy's is my favorite, and then Heinz. Just to spice it up for you, but it's very hard to get Daddy's ketchup.
I don't think they have it here.
No, we don't have much of it now.
The email that you sent to Detective Grubbs was on September
Never heard of
18th,
it.
2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was 2 days after Emily's remains were found.
Yes.
Thank you,
The
dude.
title of that email,
Mwah.
I'm sure you
Mwah.
recall, was Westerville Body, September 16th.
Yes.
You write to the detective, do you not, with "Good morning. Following is a statement based on my professional knowledge and personal interactions with Emily. I urge those investigating to look beyond suicide." Do you remember writing Detective Grubbs that?
Yes.
And then you go on in the next paragraph, do you not, to talk about your qualifications and your education, right?
Yes.
You mentioned you have a master's degree, that you have training in mental health first aid USA and youth mental health first aid as well.
Yes.
And then you go on to email Detective Grubbs. What it looks like is 1 full page single space, 2 full pages single space, and then a few lines on the next page.
Yes.
I mentioned your master's degree because you would agree with me, would you?
Right. Again, I totally agree with you. Right? Totally agree with everything there. But you have not tried Daddy's. Try
No, I have
Daddy's.
not. I haven't. We don't have it here.
No, and we don't have it at the minute in the UK. It's really rare to get it, because I love it. It's a quiet taste. I love it. But without Daddy's, you're 100% right. 100% right. Heinz is the Daddy. I'm not sure if Lou's had it before. If you've had Daddy's ketchup before, Lou, but nothing. Heinz, I would say, is superior. For me personally, Daddy's is the best, but it's an acquired taste. I would take Heinz every day. We got Heinz at home. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Yes.
So everything else sucks.
Would you not Amy, that memory does not get better with time.
Yes, Lou, that is.
Yes.
Okay. Because this was written 2 days after Emily's remains were found.
Yes.
And today's date is what?
August 17th, 2021.
So between
2022.
22. So between September 18th, 2020, and today's date, would you agree with me it's about 2 years?
Yes.
So let's talk about the email. Because I heard you on your direct examination talk about two different statements that Matt Moore told you allegedly on the phone. Do you remember your testimony about Matt says, quote, she's gone?
Yes.
I trust then, 2 years ago, you included that in your email to Detective Gross. You didn't, did you?
No.
No. Nor did you include 2 years ago when you wrote a thorough email to Detective Grubbs asking him
Hi, Mike.
to follow up on the investigation. Did you include the statement? Let me get to it because I want to make sure I have it. When he allegedly told you, you better do that if you want to see your sister again. Do you remember telling the jurors that statement?
Yes.
And that is also not in this incredibly detailed email to Detective Gross, correct?
Correct.
Even though, Amy, in the email to Detective Grubbs, you talk extensively about Matt and your communications with him.
Yes.
In fact, you agree that the second page is about Matt. You're right?
I don't remember.
Would you like to refresh your recollection? See the email? I have a copy.
Yes. Give it to her.
Marking, Your Honor, just to refresh, but I'll mark it as defendants. Would you wish us to use numbers or letters?
We use numbers. You get letters.
Okay. Defendants exhibit A. Amy, if I may approach.
Yes.
Shining witness was previously been marked as defendants exhibit A. Amy, do you recognize?
I love that she just went, if I may approach, she's just coaching. She's got her head down. I don't care what you say, Judge. I'm going there anyway. So it's all good. Johnny come lately. This is a Matt Moore trial from last year. It's a rewatch trial. This is Matt Moore on screen. He's also, he was on screen with us. He'll be back later after dinner. And this is his Ohio against Matt Moore trial that we're covering. We're only doing a little bit again tonight, today, wherever you're from, but that's it.
Johnny come lately also, I think a big reason why a lot of us didn't hear of this trial is it was at the same time as Johnny Depp with a short overlap.
Yeah. So you're going to love Dr. Hines' channel because he's got a 3-part series for Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. So make sure you watch his first part, and then his second part came out last night, and then I believe his third part comes out whenever. So I think, Sally, you probably enjoy that. So.
Recognize that?
Yes.
And what does it appear to be? Just so.
An email from me to Detective Grubbs.
And when I've been asking you all of these questions the last 5 minutes, is that the email that you believe you've been talking about?
Yes.
And if you can, turn to the second page of the email. And first sentence is what you asked Matt. Would you agree with me? Matt's name is in the first sentence?
Yes.
Second paragraph, first sentence of second paragraph, talks about Matt's traumatic brain injury and how he struggled with adjusting after Joe died. Do you agree with me on that?
I did say that.
And then in that paragraph, and I just asked you to scan, you say Matt frequently. Do you not? Throughout the second paragraph, Matt's treatment, knowing from Matt. Third paragraph, first word is Matt, is it not?
Yes.
And then the fourth the next paragraph talks about Joey's suicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And Joey is Matt's son.
Yes.
And then the last paragraph, of course, again, about your urging of the detective. And in the fourth line, you're talking about Matt again, are you not?
Yes.
So in every paragraph on the second page, Matt is referenced.
Yes.
But nowhere in the entire email is either of these statements that today you told the jury.
Well, luckily, Johnny, this is Matthew Moore then, and not Johnny Depp. So this should interest you because Matt is not a millionaire. He lost all his money about this case.
Matt made to you on a phone call.
Correct.
And of course, when you're testifying about text messages or instant messages, we have the actual message, right?
Yes.
And so there's no question as to whether or not someone said what they did because it's right there.
Yes.
Subsequent to September 18th of 2020, you haven't at any point in time reached out to Detective Grubbs and given him the information about those 2 phone calls that you told this jury about. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Oh, so is there?
Wait, please repeat your question. Subsequent to this,
Yeah, since September 18th of 2020, have you sat down with Detective Grubbs?
I have talked to him on the phone, yes.
Have you sat down with him?
No.
And in preparation for your testimony today, did you meet with Detective Grubbs?
No.
Did you meet with the prosecutors?
Yes.
And how many times?
Objection, relevance.
It probably is, but I'll let her answer the question.
Once.
Okay. And since this email, right, you haven't sat down with Detective Grubbs.
Correct.
You would agree, since this email, you have not emailed Detective Grubbs again, is that correct?
I don't recall.
Right. I'm gonna go back. And maybe I'll go here, start here, Amy. I want to you talked about your sister. So the jury is clear. She goes missing on May 25th, 2020. You are living in DC. The last time you had been to Ohio was the summer of 2019.
Correct.
So a year prior was the last time that you had seen Emily.
Yes.
So let's now go to May 25th of 2020. You do not come to Ohio that day? Correct?
Correct.
Nor the 26th?
Correct.
Nor the 27th?
Correct.
Nor the 28th?
Yeah, we were in a pandemic and we were quarantined.
You came to Ohio not at all that summer.
Correct.
And so the communications that you're talking about with Matt and what you told this jurors about how you were managing searches, you were never in Ohio searching for your sister, correct?
Correct.
Have you even been to the Abbey Cross house where Matt and Emily and Joey lived? Did you go there?
When?
When they all lived there together.
Yes.
And that was in the summer of 19 when you came for Joey's funeral?
Yes. And the 2 weeks prior to that?
And in June of 2000, at the end of June of 2019, I
Yes.
just told the jurors you came to visit.
Yes.
And then Joey killed himself.
Yes.
And I noticed during your direct examination, you used the word self-inflicted. Joey hung himself, correct?
Yes.
In a park.
Yes.
From a tree.
Yes.
Emily loved Joey.
Yes.
And when you came to the funeral, you saw how distraught she was.
Yes.
And Joey's suicide was an event after a significant other number of deaths in Emily's life. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I want to go through some of them. You talked about her friend in the 90s that had HIV and died. There was other friends that Emily had, and you talked about if she would sort of take someone on and sort of like a bird, take someone under their wing and care for them, and then they passed. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you talked about how she met Mark in 2011. And it stood out to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, Amy, that you talked about how happy Emily and Mark were together.
Yes.
How they dressed alike, and the bag was even sort of similar, and they were taking on some characteristics of one another.
Yes.
And fair to say, I assume, Amy, that you, based on your observations and seeing them together, you thought they were happy.
Yes.
And you thought that of the couple, Amy and Mark, right? You thought that as a couple they were happy?
Emily and Mark, yes.
I'm sorry, Emily and Mark. You thought that they were happy as a couple, right?
Yes.
And then Mark killed himself.
Yes.
And that was obviously a surprise to you.
Yes.
And he shot himself in the head, did he not?
I don't know.
Did you go to Mark's
I know
funeral?
I know it was a gunshot wound. I don't know where.
And did you go to Mark's funeral?
Yes.
And then after Mark's suicide, Emily had a good friend kill herself as well, did she not?
Not right. Who?
In 2012, a friend?
I know of somebody more recently than that, but I don't dispute that that may have happened.
Who do you know more recently than that?
A high school classmate.
And the high school classmate is separate from her brother-in-law that also killed himself in 2017, is that right? Her brother-in-law by marriage.
Marriage would be
Mark's brother.
Mark Farmelo's brother. I do not know that he died by suicide.
And if you know Mark's parents, they died by suicide?
I don't know.
And of course, Joe.
Yes.
And in between all of that, and I you know, and the state asked you about it.
I don't think, excuse me, Mark Farmelo's mother isn't dead, I don't think.
Okay, she's alive.
Well, you said that she committed suicide.
Tell me if you think she's alive.
I thought she was alive.
Okay. And his brother?
I believe he's deceased.
Okay. With respect to the other kind of deaths that Emily, you know, experienced, right?
Mhm.
And I mean, separate from her own, in sort of in between all that, in 15 and 16, and Amy, tell me if I'm wrong, but your parents also passed, your dad?
Yes.
And then I think your mother was tragically killed in a car accident.
Yes.
And that was in 17.
16.
16. And then you're aware, just before Joey's death, that Matt's mom died.
Yes.
That's a significant amount of loss.
It is.
It's a significant amount of suicide.
Yes.
I want to go back to his hand. Sort of some of the, and I know your testimony was that you weren't here, and we can just leave the lights off if you don't mind, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. I know that you weren't here, but just generally, you're familiar with where Abbey Cross Lane was and where Emily and Matt lived?
Yes.
And you're aware, are you not, that Emily's remains were found in this wooded area right here?
Yes.
Have you seen this map before?
This particular map?
Yeah.
I've seen, yes, on Google, not this particular map till today, but yes, I've seen Google Maps.
And I asked you because I'm just wondering, I assume you're aware that on May 25th, after Matt called the 911 and reported Emily missing, that Matt took the detectives along this red line right here and told the detectives that this was Emily's favorite place to walk and to go in here and forage.
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that?
No.
You talked about how you were aware that Emily, after Joey's suicide, started to go to counseling.
Yes.
And I assume based on your testimony, you knew that when she went to counseling because she reported difficulty after the tragic loss, and she was traumatized by more death and loss in her life. Does that sound about right?
Those were not the words she used with me.
Okay. So she told you that she went to counseling. She started to go to counseling.
Yes.
And that was after Joey died.
Yes.
And she told you that because of what she was experiencing as a result of Joey's death, she was going to apply for family medical leave. Is that right?
Correct.
And she did just that.
Yes.
And she didn't work for 3 or 4 months. Is that right?
Correct.
And I assume you know, based on your testimony about your relationship and closeness with Emily, that she had a history of depression.
No.
You didn't know that she had suffered from depression and had been diagnosed with depression?
No.
And that's not something that she shared with you?
Not that particular issue, no.
She did not know her
I
sister.
remember when you were describing Emily on your direct.
Whoa. Say that again. I can't see you.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I just took my face off. Hold on.
No, it's fine. I could hear something. It was like, who's speaking? No one's here.
Sorry. Yeah, I sent a message earlier in chat that I would only mute if I wasn't there. Anyway, hold on one sec.
No, I did see you.
No,
Sorry.
I just said I don't. There's no way that her sister knew her all that well. I mean, like even if I were to talk to my sister or just any random person, you can tell in their voice, the way they talk, that something's wrong, something's up. Like she would have to know that something was wrong with her sister.
It doesn't add up. But no, it doesn't add up. You're right, because also I was thinking that earlier on. But if she wasn't depressed, if she didn't know anything, so why is she asking if she is going to commit suicide then?
Oh yeah, that is a big contradiction. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. You know, it was not that close if she didn't know she had depression. Exactly. And that's the thing. That's what she. Yeah. So Lou said the same as you, but that's my question. But why were you asking her then about suicidal? It just, I don't know, doesn't correlate
Yeah, she
with
just
me.
yeah. You're 100% right.
So, yeah, people are speaking a bit about personal issues here. I got you, Gigi. I got you back. I know. Yeah, withdrawal is enough. Exactly. Some people have got hard issues in the past. I've seen you discuss it in chat. Nice to see everyone sharing. What's that? Sure, but I believe all women, so it's fine. Yes, that's a good way to live life. I think. Just say yes. Right. I think we're gonna
Mike,
watch another about
smart
40. Yes, smart. But another 40 minutes of this, guys, and then hopefully, Dr. Hines and Matt come back, and then we'll wrap up a little bit on discussions.
I'm gonna be here, but I'm gonna mute. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. What it was, right, is I was like, I heard something, but I don't know where it's coming from, if that makes sense.
No, it was my
So I
bad.
thought, is it core? Is it? Oh no, I could then see that you were talking. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
Sally, shit. Pause.
Sorry, my
That's
bad.
all good.
I'm muting my mic for just a minute, and then my
Yeah.
cam. My mic's gonna be active.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
That she was courageous, and she loved nature. There was a point in time when she stopped going to therapy, was there not? In 2019?
I was not aware of that, no.
So Emily never told you that she just stopped going to therapy at the end of 2019?
No.
And so was it your understanding then, as her sister living in Washington, D.C., that she was still going to therapy up until her death?
The man is back.
Hey.
Hey. So
I wanted to butt in on your conversation you were just having about
yeah.
About Emily and her and
yeah, speak, man.
Yeah.
Pretty well. relationship.
You have to read my book. Forgive it.
I can't hear you, mate. Can't hear you. Matt, can't hear you, mate. You've gone quiet.
Can you hear me?
A little bit. A little bit.
Just plug in your headphones again. Plug in your headphones again.
Well, Matt's
Can you hear me?
sorting that out. Yeah, hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
You can hear me.
Yeah.
There's the relationship between Emily and her sister was there was abuse when they were younger, and they both dealt with it differently. And Emily was mad at her sister for not helping her through her time. I don't know how else to explain it. They knew they were supposed to be in love because they were sisters, but they weren't because of this thing that happened to them when they were young, and it was never resolved. It never got dealt with. It never was addressed. So there was a distance between the two of them. The way Amy was when she was missing, you can just tell, right? I mean, is it that hard, difficult to figure out? There was something going on between the two of them, but they were like putting on airs, like they knew that they were supposed to be sisters, so they were supposed to be happy about hearing from each other on their birthdays, and I don't know if that explains it.
It makes complete
There was
sense.
definitely
Go ahead.
It wasn't your normal sister brother relationship. There was issues with their childhood that ran really super deep, and Emily wasn't. And she talked to me about these things. She wasn't pleased about how she was treated by her sister. But it wasn't like this hate thing. It was just, as far as her sister coming out and helping look. I mean, is there anything that would keep your sister from coming out and looking for you?
No.
There wasn't a lot there.
No. She blamed COVID. I forgot your name already. What's your name again?
Me, Sally?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Sally.
I got it.
Sally,
right?
Yeah.
You said you made a point that made it look like that she wasn't suicidal, right? That she was happy that day, right?
Yeah.
And that might lean towards, well, there she is not being suicidal. That's because they weren't on that level.
Correct.
They were not like you would be a great friend. If you're having issues that day, and you would reach out to her sister wouldn't have been the one to reach out to talk to. She would never talk to her sister about anything like that. So they weren't that cool. That wasn't what was going on with their relationships. Literally, the woman lives. You could drive to where we live in a day. She never came out because I don't really think she really gave a shit. She put on airs that she did, but I don't think she really cared.
No.
That's an interesting insight. Because now she seems that she cared a lot. Do you know what I mean? It's how she's portraying it. So that's interesting.
It's about image.
I mean, I have relationships in my life where I would do anything for them. I would go anywhere for them. That's not what they had as a relationship, and neither was those friends that she'll have up. She'll have a couple of friends up. I mean, she knew them, but did she know them? No.
No.
I forget what point Sally made, and then everybody was like, "Oh no, that makes them look bad because it makes it look like that she's not suicidal." I forget what it was, though. I'm sorry. I blew it.
No, I was saying is that I was kind of saying that it didn't seem like her sister knew her that well, and I was saying that if you know someone well, even by their tone of voice, their dialect, if you're close, you're going to know if someone's struggling. And then Dylan was reminding me that before she was asking if she was suicidal, and she, the sister was asking the sister. So she was completely contradicting herself, even in the courtroom. Like, why, she just didn't make sense.
Yeah.
I think that's the main point, is that just like something you would ask. It sounds like a nurse would ask you, and like to the doctors or something. It's
clinical.
It's that's the kind of relationship they had. It really was like that. It wasn't a soul thing. It was a doctor, I think. Well,
you cut it out a bit, Matt. We're losing you a little bit. You cut it out, but it's all good. We caught what you have to say, so it's all good on that. What we're doing, Matt, is we're watching this now, and then hopefully you can stay, join, and have your thoughts after Diane finishes, and we'll shut down for the night on this one. Then once Diane finishes, or
right.
once this witness finishes, we'll finish it. We'll cut it, whatever time that is. I think it's only about 40 minutes to go. I think, and then we'll just have a brief chat. Chat might have any questions, and then we'll just leave it if that's okay with you.
All right, great. Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah,
perfect.
Okay. Dr. Hines is making some ketchup somewhere, I think, but he's
From
listening.
scratch.
I know he's listening.
Yes.
Yeah, from scratch.
If she wasn't, would you have wanted to know that, Amy?
No.
Let's talk about Matt. Because I know the state asked you about your relationship with Matt. And I know I asked you about May 25th and 26th and 27th, and we know that you weren't in Ohio that summer. Fair to say that the first time that you communicate with Detective Grubbs is when you call on June 11th. Does that sound right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
I just want to make sure that the juror understands the timeline.
No, I communicated with him before. What is the significance of June 11th?
Well, so the way that it goes is that I ask you the questions. If you don't know, just let me know.
Oh, don't. One moment
Sure.
while I think. I will say in early June, I called Westerville Police Department, or I spoke with Detective Grubbs in early June. I do not remember the date.
And fair enough, because it's some time ago, right? It's obviously, as we talked about, almost 2 years ago. But in June of 2020, there was a call between you and Detective Grubbs, was there not?
Yes.
And you realized, Amy, that when Detective Grubbs was calling you, that your sister had been missing for a week or two or an extended period of time.
Yes.
And you knew that you were talking to the individual that was the lead investigator on the case, did you not?
Yes.
And you told Detective Grubbs, did you not, that you thought Emily had gotten angry and left, but you couldn't figure out what she would be mad at since Matt Moore was a grizzly bear. Remember telling Detective Grubbs?
That sounds about right. At that point in time, yes.
So as of June-ish, early June, your sister's been missing a week or 2 weeks.
Yes.
You talked to the detective and you said you think that she got angry and left. I'm not sure why, but the reason why you're not sure why is because Matt's a grizzly bear. Like, he's a nice guy, huh?
Yes.
And there's some questions about the relationship of Emily and her brother. And I ask you this because you mentioned that you have a sibling, an older brother.
Yes.
And isn't it true that Detective Grubbs asked you about trauma in Emily's life that she may have experienced with respect to sexual abuse?
Yes.
Specifically, he asked,
Objection.
Oh,
can't
say that.
He asked you about her being sexually abused by a family member. Do you remember that?
Objection, Raul. I'm not sure. Can we approach it? We don't have to go anywhere.
They did not want that.
No. Emma and Ace, good night, everyone. Sorry.
Dylan, I sent you a private chat.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, they didn't want Emily's sexual abuse when she was a kid to come into play, and they got it on. This is what you just heard is all you're going to hear about it. Whatever was done on the sidebar thing, they squashed it.
Squashed it. Okay.
The judge, the prosecutors got it squashed. But what Diane did is she did what's called get it in there.
Yes.
They get it in there. They say it. She probably was told not to mention it, but she did anyway, and it gets in the jury's mind that there was abuse.
And it can't
'Cause
be
it's
undone.
not. Pardon me?
I said it can't be undone. It's in their heads now. They heard it. Even if
Right.
objected to, that she did something wrong, that they still are thinking about it.
That is part of her style of doing things. Diane's style. So she got it in there, but it never gets mentioned again.
Brilliant.
Sally, I know you want to post some links. I made you a mod so you can post
Thank
some
you.
links. So
Thank you.
no worries.
Yes.
Were you aware that Emily had any history of abuse, or sexual abuse?
Objection. It's the same.
And in your conversation with Detective Grubbs, did you not? He told you reach out to Moore being Matt, to see if he would talk to him. Do you remember that?
Please repeat that.
Sure.
Without you, please use names. Could you please?
Detective Moore is talking to you, Amy Thomas. Right? I'm sorry, Detective Grubbs is
Yes.
talking to you, Amy Thomas.
Yes.
In early June. And he says to you, will you reach out to Matt for him? Does he not?
I don't recall that.
You don't.
No.
Because I asked you that because you said to the
Yes.
judge.
Correct. Yes.
So it's actually Detective Grubbs that asked you to be a liaison between Matt and the police.
For medical records. Yes.
Oh.
Because you told the jurors how Matt had asked you to play a role. I thought that was the word you used in direct, but tell me if I'm wrong. Is that the word you used, Amy?
Yeah, Matt asked me, I believe I spoke to Detective Grubbs prior to speaking to Matt about that.
So it first comes from Grubbs. Will you,
Correct.
Amy, go to Matt for me?
Correct. But I don't remember that, but it's possible. Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. Because your memory of that event has faded?
Just give me a moment to think.
Take all the time.
Do you have a date for that?
It's the same June conversation that we were talking about earlier with Detective Grubbs.
I do remember a conversation like that. I remember it before the conversation with Matt. Because that's what made me frustrated when Matt started asking for this relationship.
Because you thought you were being put in the middle.
Yes.
Yeah, and you were frustrated by that.
Yes.
Okay.
Too much
I
effort.
want to talk about your statement that you made on direct about you trying to give Matt some grace.
Yes.
After Emily went missing, because you saw Matt suffering when Joey died. Did you not? You saw it firsthand when you went to the funeral.
Yes.
And you saw Emily suffering when Joey died.
Yes.
And Joey's suicide, hanging himself from a tree, was about 10 months before Emily is found hanging from a tree. Is that right?
Yes.
And you know, because you've suffered loss and I'm sorry truly about your parents, you've suffered loss. Grief can look different in everyone, can it not?
Yes.
And sometimes, and I heard what you said about that funeral with a relative of yours. Sometimes grief can take a gentle form, and sometimes it can take a different form, right? We're all different.
Yes.
There is no playbook on how we grieve with loss, is there?
No.
Despite, I know you talked about the list back in time when you gave to Emily, you know, these are things you can do to help you move forward, right?
Yes.
But there is no, Amy, a playbook that says if we do these 8 things, we will be okay.
No.
And as someone that has suffered from grief and significant loss, you would agree with me, would you not, that it's not just when the loss hits that matters. It's triggers that happen, birthdays, holidays, a song on the radio. It could be anything, and it's almost the worst when it's least expected.
Yes.
Dr. Hines is back. Oi, oi.
Dr. Ketchup.
That's
Ketchup.
That's neither that, neither that dinner.
Dr. Heartthrob.
Who was
Oh, my.
playing the music?
I don't know. Yeah, who was playing the music? Was it you, Dr. Hines?
No, that wouldn't be me.
He was dancing first.
You gave about
It's all good.
Emily. She had the pins removed.
Yes.
I think it was the right ankle. Which ankle was it? Do you remember?
No.
It was an ankle. She had broken her ankle, had she not? And she had surgery on it.
Correct. I don't know about surgery. She's broken her. Well, yes. Yes.
Yeah, you don't know your sister.
The pins were the surgery.
I don't know.
Wow.
So she had gotten the pins out, and after Joey's death,
This is, by the way, I've been listening to this cross all through. This is a masterful cross. I'm gonna say the fact that she actually got her to the fact that you guys pointed out in regards to the suicide, her mentioning in regards to her thinking about suicide. Was this thinking about suicide or worrying about her committing suicide? When I heard that, I was like, wait, what? Wait, if you're trying to say that this guy killed her, it wouldn't be great that you were also worried about that she was about to commit suicide. That's not great. Yeah. That's not really,
no.
Anyway, that was insane. That was insane.
Agreed.
No, I think we all agree with you, Dr. Hines. Or as Christy says, Dr. Dimples now.
Dr. Dimples.
He is the heartthrob. I mean, I'm losing all my viewers here.
She was trying to get healthy again.
Yes.
I promise I'll get ugly.
And
for that.
I know
Just for
when
you.
you were
Just for
asked
you.
by the state to describe her,
I'll disfigure my face somehow.
She was like 95 pounds, 98 pounds, under 100. Does that sound right?
I did not talk about that today.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes, she was about 100 pounds, 5 feet tall, and about 100 pounds.
And were you aware, did you know when she had like the elbow break?
I don't recall.
Get her to say
that.
yes.
Fair enough.
It didn't happen, did it?
You don't recall, and I know you told the jurors about how she had over the years taken to what you described as nature therapy.
Yes.
And fair to say that even in Emily's text messages or your communications with her, that's an expression that she used, right?
Yes.
Nature therapy. She loved to go on walks. You said that you told the jurors that she was an early morning person. Is that right?
Yes.
She loved to forage.
Yes.
And tell the jurors what you mean by forage.
As I understand it, it's finding edibles in their natural location. So, So you go, mushroom hunting is one example.
Yeah, and so you tell me if I'm wrong, foraging is you look for mushrooms that you can actually eat that won't harm you.
Correct. You look for greens like dandelion greens that you can eat. We grew up pulling wild onions from the stream, eating them.
And this foraging was something that she had really come to love.
Yes.
And something that she did with Matt.
Yes.
And is it something that they shared together?
Yes.
She found peace in the nature, did she not, Amy?
Yes.
You were asked, I know, about Facebook messages that you had with Emily. Do you remember that line of questioning during your direct?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that you and I agree, Amy, that nowhere in your Facebook messages with Emily does she ever say that Matt is mean to her, right?
No.
Does she say Matt hates her?
No.
Matt wants her dead?
No.
She talks about how does she not, that with COVID, she was working remotely.
Yes.
And you write, and I mean before May 24th and 25th, you write often, I love you both.
Yes.
She talks to you, though, about how Matt coated a shepherd's hook that held a bird feeder, right, with Vaseline. And she joked that Matt actually didn't understand the ancient secret to keeping squirrels out of the bird food.
Yes.
And that's just on May 11th, just a week or two before.
Yes.
That's what how she's describing Matt. Is that right?
Troubled marriage, real trouble.
And then I want to go to the messages that you were asked about by Mr. Sleep. You told the jurors this message where he talked about the woods, right? That he's not ready to find her in the woods. Do you remember
Yes.
that?
Fucking Minaj is good,
I
man.
won't ask you about your children, but
Yes.
and
Yeah,
Joey
she is good.
was Matt's
fucking good.
biological child.
Question
Yes.
it
You
all.
were
And
very lucky.
are you aware that
Worth every penny.
What? Even though you don't know how much she cost, but she is worth whatever she costs, you triple it or quadruple it with you.
I think she gave me a big break, dude. She gave me a really big break on the money.
At the end of
I'm
the
not
day,
surprised.
wonderful worth. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know, but I don't think I had enough to afford her. I don't think so. I did it in my head. I just don't know. I think to get this caliber of defense, you'd be spending millions, at least $1 million. I don't know. She'd literally memorize. How do you memorize everything? How do you memorize like 30,000 pages of discovery, and you don't even know what in that 30,000 pages is going to get used? How can you literally memorize the things she had to memorize? It was amazing to see. It really was. I'd never seen anything like that before.
And she's on her own, basically. Do you know what I mean? I know she had an assistant, but she was on her own.
The assistant was that Allie was definitely a big help, but just to see, and it wasn't like she knew everything she was going to do beforehand. A lot of that stuff she did right there.
Yeah.
Like she would have to hear them testify first, and then while they were testifying, she figured out what she was going to do and say. Yeah, it was. I can't say enough about her.
No, magical to watch. Right.
It is.
His other child had.
Yeah. No, say what you want to say, mate.
Just the way she connects everything. She literally she's doing things now. She's saying things that you might not think are relevant, but she's going to use those later.
They will be.
What she's already mentioned. Emily's likes it in the woods, right? You would say that that's where she goes to find her peace, right? And and she just did it, and she's building it towards the end of this thing, 5, 6, 7 days later. So it's she knows what she's doing. She's not just saying things to say things. Everything she's saying and doing is there's a reason for it, and she's going to connect everything in the end. And literally, the things they were doing, none of it got connected. So it was nothing. It was nothing for her to just to be able to make her case instead of theirs, to discredit their story. You know, it wasn't
Yeah.
really a lot for. Not only did she discredit their story, she solved it, and she, hey, by the way, if you really want to know what happened, here it is. You know, so
Yeah. All right. I think we got another about 30 odd minutes, guys. So we'll power through in this one.
Died of a disease at a very young age.
Yes.
And so his second child was dead in the woods.
Yes.
So it's from that context that I want to make sure the jurors know exactly what was written. You asked him if he wants to meet you somewhere to search, and he wrote, did he not? I am not ready to think that she is dead, lying in the woods someplace. And that's what search parties are for, to look for bodies. But if everyone thinks it's for the best, then yes. Isn't that what Matt actually wrote, Emily?
Yes.
And then you wrote, sigh. Yes. I know. I'm still hoping a couple of her friends know something. They haven't responded yet. And then Matt says, I'm going to stay home and let the police investigate. They have her phone. I will keep you posted. Try not to worry. And then later he writes that his dad Palmer,
Yes.
is at the house, and so he can now go search. Remember that?
Yes.
Because he didn't want the house to be left empty in case Emily
Objection,
came
Your
home.
Honor, speculation.
that's
And
exactly
then you
what I
asked
didn't
about
want
the clothes that she was wearing when you left. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he said he did not know.
Yes.
Matt called you every day, did he not? After she went missing?
Almost, yes.
Constantly communicated with her as the sister of Emily.
Yes.
Keeping you updated on what was going on. Or at least checking in.
No.
Did you answer his calls?
Yes.
Thanks, Ace.
You know that
We all
you
feel the
were,
same way. Thank you, Ace.
shown a picture of Emily. Just so we can sort of set the stage, Amy, if we could. This picture was posted.
This is Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2, showing the witness with remark to State's Exhibit 2. This picture was posted on May 25th, or May 24th, which is your testimony?
I commented on it on May 25th.
But it was posted on May 24th.
I don't recall.
And your comment, as you told the jury, was love this photo, love you both, or love you guys?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure the jury sees this, though. I'm zooming in for a reason. It appears that Emily is wearing two necklaces there. Does it not?
Yes.
And the shirt of Matt's, it's a plaid shirt, red, blue, white.
Yes.
And it appears from the photo, and tell me if you can't tell, but that Matt's arm is extended.
That's where she's going.
You know already.
Clue me up.
Yes. The
Clue me up.
clothes that were on the ground out of the clothes hamper were these clothes in the picture.
Right.
She's leading to the this is what they were wearing. He couldn't have done this because this is what they were wearing last night. They're on the floor.
Oh wow. Okay. That's
You got there well before me anyway. I didn't figure that one out.
Yep, it's all leading to he couldn't have done this because this picture was the night before she went missing. You commented on the 25th. Clothes on the floor. Anyway.
Unwashed, unlaundered.
Yep. Day before, nothing on the clothes,
No
not trying to cover evidence.
forensics.
No forensics, yeah.
Literally, it's like I'm the mastermind. Like I've left absolutely no evidence, zero. How do you do that? How do you literally do this in the short amount of time that I was allowed to do it without leaving any evidence? And she literally explains it to you that there's nothing there.
Screwdrivers, nothing.
There's nothing.
Well, you are a criminal mastermind that can't open a laptop or work your headphones. So there is
minus
always that possibility.
minus the criminal part. You might be right. I might just be a mastermind.
In the context of this case, just a caveat: he's not actually a criminal. Just the context of this, he's a mastermind. Alleged. Okay.
Wait until you see how Diane makes that out. Like she addresses that too at the end. She's like, okay, let's go into that. Let's go into let's see if this how much of a mastermind this guy is. And then she starts making fun of me right in front of everybody.
Love it. At least there was humor.
Yeah.
And
I'm sitting there, I'm going, oh, come on. She apologizes. She's like, I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to, put you out like this in front of everybody, but come on.
I love it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, she puts everything together. If you keep track, she puts everything together.
Yeah. Well, thankfully we got Sally to keep track for us as well.
Thank you, Sally.
Because I didn't get it.
I didn't see that either.
I'm a nerd. I pay attention to details.
You spoiled that over a necklace.
Sorry. The plaid shirt gave it away.
The necklace is that she would have changed her necklace. I mean, she would have done all this stuff. You can just keep watching. It's their story is ludicrous, basically.
And he's smiling.
Yes.
And your sister seems happy there, does she not?
Yes.
At any point in time, and let me just show you this picture too. The memory slide. Was previously marked as defendant's exhibit B, if I may, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Amy, tell me if you recognize that picture, if you've ever seen that before.
Yes.
And what is that picture that I've just shown you marked as defendant's exhibit B?
This is the other picture at Field of Heroes I was remembering of Emily standing there.
And if I can, I just want to zoom this in. And it's not the best photo, but I promise you, Amy, it's no fault of my own. Emily's not wearing pants in that photo, is she?
She's wearing a mini skirt.
Right. And a t-shirt that at least covers her shoulder?
Yes.
And that necklace, that longer necklace that you see on her.
Yes.
She loved that. It was her birthstone, was it not?
I don't know.
And if I could zoom in on the shoes, it's not the best picture, but do they appear to you, Emily, to be tennis shoes? I'm sorry, Amy?
No, they look like hiking shoes.
Like
like
little boots.
No, they're not.
Yes.
But definitely not tennis shoes.
She connects dots later. She won't even tell you why she's pointing that out right now, but she will later.
Oh, I don't right where she's going with all this.
Yeah. She'll let you know later.
One moment, Your Honor.
Wait till you see what she does to the police. Wait.
Ooh, I can't wait now. I'm gonna have to wait a whole another week for all this crap.
This is literal nonsense up until the first 3 days is just there's nothing here.
The
There's just this type of
asked
thing.
you at the end of your direct examination if you have been provided other details about the investigation or seeing photos, and your answer is no.
Correct.
And so I know in your email to Detective Grubbs, the September 18th, 2020 email, you urged him, look carefully at the evidence, including footprints in the soil, fibers in her hair, fibers on her clothing, digital evidence on her phone, her laptop, and that of her spouse. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Because all of those things to you, Amy, could have led to an important determination, right?
Yes.
And could have answered some questions.
I hope.
So you hope. And Is it your testimony today that you've never been provided with the information that all of those things were looked for and nothing was found?
Objection. Misstates the evidence.
I'll let her answer the question.
Could you please restate the
Sure.
question?
I'll break it out. Footprints in the soil, fibers in the hair.
Approach, please.
Oh, approach again.
Yeah.
Got it in.
Got it in there.
So you couldn't hear the sidebars then?
Ask Detective Grubbs to.
No.
Because in a lot of courts now, the defendants, they do hear the sidebars. Is you right? That's why it's a bit like, ooh.
They do the type thing. They record it, but they don't.
Yeah.
Do, right? To look for trace evidence, right? That's what you were saying you wanted so desperately the police department to look for, right?
Yes.
And you've never
Amy's
been
being the little
updated as to whether
detective.
those things were found or not.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Cross. All right, let's see what the state bring back. Just remember, Cash App, all the details for Matt is in the top of the description box, guys. So just chat box. So just Cash App, Facebook, website. Sarah P's pinned. We pinned
Hard
it.
to
So please
Take
go
a
and
quick
take a
look at an email and be asked a bunch of questions about it.
Yes.
You were asked if you had an opportunity to look at that. You had a brief chance to review it. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a bunch of questions about what was or was not in the email.
Yes.
And you answered, if not, I may approach this. I marked a copy of this email. It was a defense exhibit A, but I'm going to mark it as state exhibit 4 as well, so that none of the parts are blocked off with the sticker. Just for the record, state exhibit 4, that same email we were just talking about.
Yes.
And you were asked if you recalled whether there was anything in the email about, first of all, the statement that the defendant made to you when he first made the phone call.
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at the first paragraph at the bottom of the first page of that exhibit. Was that
Oh, I did say it.
was that email written when this was fresher in your mind?
Yes.
And do you recall exactly what you said to Detective Grubbs in the email? Without reading it, do you recall
No.
exactly what's in there?
No.
Does that email represent a true and accurate depiction of what you said to Detective Grubbs at the time?
Yes.
I would like you then to read what you wrote to Detective Grubbs at the bottom of that first page with regard to the phone call you received from Matt Moore.
Should I begin with when my phone rang?
Yes, ma'am.
When my phone rang May 25th, her phone number appeared. Naturally, I assumed it was her calling for our special conversation. It was her spouse, Matt Lyman Moore. He said that he was sorry Emily was gone. He said she had been missing since that morning. That made no sense to me.
And so, Amy, when you have an opportunity to actually read the email, you did, in fact, put to Detective Grubbs that that was the statement that the defendant made to you when he first called you to let you know.
Yes.
Continuing to the top of page 2 of that exhibit. Did you also specifically tell Detective Grubbs that you asked the defendant what they had argued about?
Yes.
So now that you've had an opportunity to actually read the email, did you tell Detective Grubbs the same things about that phone call that you testified to today?
Yes.
I want to continue talking about this email. You were asked on a bunch of occasions where Matt's name appears. You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember any specifically some of the things that you talked about that Emily had shared with you about her marriage?
No. I know I talked about them. I'm not.
And again, would this email represent your recollection that you wrote down at the time, which would be
Yes.
would be a true and accurate representation of what you recall?
Yes.
You were asked also that if Emily had ever messaged you things about Matt being mad or other things of that, but is that the only way you communicated with Emily?
No, she did text me one word that I understood in context, but I was not questioned about that.
I'll come back in a second, but as far as you also have phone conversations with your sister?
Yeah, infrequently. To be honest, we texted more than we spoke on the phone.
And that's fair. Was text messages the only way you ever?
No.
Had Emily shared with you some struggles in her marriage?
Only one.
You guys were not that close then.
What was
That was
What the hell?
vodka.
And what did that mean?
That was the word she texted to me, and that it meant to me that.
Yeah, that's speculative.
Well, if you can present a foundation for that, I'll let you do so, but we'll determine whether she can answer that.
But foundation or not, you can't really prove what the person meant by what they're saying to you.
Right.
Foundation or not, like that's a bad call. It's more of it's speculation all day long.
Yeah.
Without saying what it meant to you, why did it mean something to you?
Because I asked Emily if Matt understood a joke that she had described to me, and she said no. And I said, why not? And she said, because vodka.
And did you,
Lies.
in your email to Detective Grubbs, relate?
Oh, now they're trying to say that you're an alcoholic, aren't they? When in doubt, go for an addiction.
I'm gonna say, like, I could, with the loss that she's been through and the loss that Matt's been through, I'm sorry, when I've gone through struggles, I've had me some alcohol.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just baffled by they're just trying to make you look like this horrible person. It's like, no.
They're doing their best. That's what they did the first couple of days. They just did their best to make me look like the type of guy that could have done the thing they said I did, but with zero evidence. Just whatever you consider this as, if it's evidence or not. I don't even know.
But that was hearsay. How that was hearsay? Her sister said this. Like, how was that not objected to as hearsay?
I think it was in a text message.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if they like that because they don't really know if the person's texting it is the person it's supposed to be.
Yeah, there was something, you have to authenticate it.
You know what I mean? That so I there was a little bit of that type of thing going on, but I think they just let most of that stuff come in. Just to let you guys know, I happen to have all the text messaging between Emily and I between November of 19 to when she went missing, May 24th of 20. If you like, I have all of it. Like, and we text every day together, like all the time. I don't know if that would be interesting, but that's like who we were with each other.
Yeah.
Because we never thought anybody would be reading these text messages. There's like 500 pages of it. And it's, if you want me to copy it and give it to you, whoever wants to read it is more than welcome. And if you get murder anywhere in there, like, we are the squarest, nerdiest, goofiest people you'll ever meet. They literally went into 500 pages and took out maybe like 6 pages of like, well, you could kind of like assume that he meant that way, She made check this out. She made a comment that she was afraid to come home one night. I mean, I'm afraid to come home. I don't want to come home to you doing whatever. She was bitching, right? Well, they made it out that she was afraid to come home because she was afraid that I was going to hurt her. And which was ridiculous. If you read it in context, it's ridiculous. She did say she was afraid to come home because she was always bitching about something. She was like any other girl, Exactly.
Woman. Sally said it. Thank you, Sally.
You're welcome. I'm here. You be normal. Don't guard your tongue.
Court TV. While my trial's going on, Court TV took that and made a thing out of it and said, Emily Noble, and I'm not. This is the inference in her voice. She went, the lady on Court TV, the lady, the whoever on. She's like, Emily Noble, afraid to come home. That's all you need to know. Just like that.
Oh. She could have been afraid to come home because she went shopping. She could have been afraid to come home because she wrecked a car, or you could have been in a fight and she just didn't want to deal with you because she's a woman and she was avoiding you.
She was bitching about me. Drinking too much. She's like, listen, I'm afraid to come home with you all wasted all the time. And she okay, but it wasn't like she was afraid to come home because she was physically afraid of me. That's what they try to make it out to be. It's ridiculous. Wait till you see it. It's just ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, and I plan on part of my making what my website or whatever. We'll have this 500 pages of text messages between Emily and I available if anybody wants to read them, because that's the biggest piece of evidence to me. I mean, if you read these and come up with murder, then there's something wrong with you, because there's nothing in there. It's just the goofiest, and they tried, but it was so silly. Wait till you see when they try what Menashe does to these people when they try to do that to me. She tears them apart. It's not even close.
I believe I did. Yes.
Again, we're reviewing that.
Yes.
I hand you again, states it before, starting with the second sentence of that second
Yes,
paragraph.
I did write that. She did not like her husband's use of vodka, and I surmised it interfered with his thinking. And then I give the example of that text I was describing.
Good detective work there. Good detective work. Nice. Sweet.
Broad. Emily, whilst you're here, Emily, can you give us? Matt was asking earlier on about an update on Zach. I'm not sure if you've heard from him lately. How's he doing? If you just give us a couple of lines of how Zach's doing. Emily's a big supporter of Zach, and she's closer to him than most. So. Good to see you, Emily.
Let him know I'm thinking about him, man, and I'm going to learn his case more and more, Emily. And then if there's anything I can ever do, I'll become pen pals with him if you want. I don't really know what I could say to him except just hang in there.
Yeah.
But I feel for him.
Yeah. I'll need to send you some stuff, don't I?
Amy, you were also asked on cross-examination about calling Matt a big grizzly bear. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Hey.
And you were read from a portion of what Detective Grubbs had written down about your phone conversation.
Yes.
Was that the entire conversation that you had with Detective Grubbs that time? You just called him a grizzly bear and that was the end of it?
I doubt it. I don't recall.
Okay. You're not sure if there were any other discussions that you had with him at that time?
At that particular day, I don't recall.
Okay. You were also asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about not including the things you testified to about your phone calls with Matt. Do you remember those questions?
About not
including in your email or not communicating
Correct.
to law enforcement the things that you now testify to.
Yes.
Again, do you remember exactly what was written in this email to Detective Gross?
Not word for word, no.
And is it again an accurate representation of your memory at that time that you now no longer have exactly?
Yes.
Show you again, paragraph 2, second paragraph, top of page 2. Starting with after May 25th, and then stopping at Matt.
Yeah. After May 25th, I spoke frequently with her husband. At first, it was pleasant. Then on 3 occasions, he demonstrated a desire to control, a threatening tone, and name-calling me in a text that also complained to my family about defamation of character that we were not committing. I no longer speak on the phone or text with Matt because of these negative and frightening interactions.
So again, you were asked on cross-examination if you had put in the email anything about those conversations, and you answered no, right?
Correct.
That was after you had only had a brief moment to look over the email and try to recall everything that was in it, right?
Yes.
But when you actually look and read the email, it is true that you did put the stuff in there about those conversations. What's written in this email more or less accurate than your answers on cross-examination?
More.
You also were asked about phone conversations with Detective.
What I meant, Devin, he was closer than I am. Sorry, I should say you're closer than I am to all the girls and stuff.
Gross, remember that?
Yes.
And do you recall leaving Detective Grubbs a voicemail on June 12th?
Yes.
And do you recall what that voicemail was about?
It was about the request for me to be the liaison with the police and that particular statement of you should think long and hard about whether you want to see your sister again.
And that was something that you did after your conversation with Matt and based on his reaction to you talking about with him.
Well, I'll permit it. Go ahead.
Yes.
Either now.
Not here.
No, oh my gosh, that is funny. That is
You
funny.
were
I
asking
thought
questions about whether you came
Not
into
it.
Ohio to physically search for your sister.
no, but seriously, who did that?
Why did you
I
not come
didn't
to
hear the
Ohio?
whole time, so I know I didn't
We
move.
were quarantined.
I'm sorry.
And so were you
Initially, we were quarantined, and then subsequent to that, we didn't know what happened to Emily. So I was a little frightened and worried about where I would stay. And I was unemployed and couldn't afford a hotel.
Oh,
Oh.
geez.
So there were
Couldn't afford it.
multiple
You know,
reasons.
tough
and
times at COVID.
My
Well, she has
Yeah.
she doesn't
My-
have that problem now, living
I
in a 1 minute
developed
home.
this digital way
Oh, yeah,
of
she-
collecting information.
She
does
can afford
not
to
have
take
that
your house,
problem
though.
anymore. She's got a nice big place to stay now if she wants.
If she wants, yeah. Oh, it's fine. And I think thank you, Sarah. That link, $10 goes to Zach's fund if you for
Hey.
that shirt.
And disseminating information that was helpful in looking for a missing person in
But you just
particular, which
fucking
I was
disappear.
hopeful Emily
I gotta
was
change everything around
initially.
again. I get too used to people.
were asked questions about your communications with Matt They were fairly regular initially.
Yes.
When did that change?
After that phone call about wanting me to be the liaison with the police and the tone of voice that he used, I just did not speak with him on the phone after that.
Finally, Amy, you were asked some questions or read a portion of a sentence at the end of the email that you sent to Detective Grubbs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And defense counsel asked you about looking for fibers in hair, fibers on clothing, digital evidence, right?
Yes.
Was that entire sentence?
No.
Do you remember exactly the words of that entire sentence?
Not exactly.
Would see in that email that would be an accurate representation of what you actually wrote at the time?
Yes.
And you, States Exhibit 4, starting at the bottom of page 2 with still, and then continuing on to the top of page 2.
What I wrote that day was still, I urge an investigation to look carefully at the evidence, including footprints in the soil, fibers in her hair, fibers on her clothing, digital evidence on her phone and laptop and that of her spouse, broken bones, crushed cartilage, and bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging. It is my expectation a clear and true understanding will come forth about Emily's death.
So defense counsel did not read you your entire sentence of the
No.
things that you encourage people to look at in this case.
Correct.
No further questions this time.
Here we go. Clean it up.
You also wanted to know about broken bones, crushed cartilage. By cartilage, you meant what, Amy?
Cartilage is this part of your nose.
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
interesting.
bruising, so hemorrhaging, right? Like if she punched, you get a bruise, and you put bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging.
I said
Was there meat left?
bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging. Yes.
And then it says, it is my expectation a clear and true understanding will come forth about Emily's death.
That was my hope.
And then do you see further? Because I want to make sure now to really include every single sentence. It says September 18, 2020, 9:52 a.m. And it reads examples of how Matt ties, T-I-E-S. Do you see that, Amy?
Correct.
Okay, and did you send Detective Grubbs samples of how Matt ties?
Samples. No.
Examples.
Examples. Yes.
Okay, and so those should have been attached to the email that the state had? May I have savers?
That was.
I'm sorry, did you send the state examples of how Matt ties?
Yes.
Showing the witness what has previously been marked as, or what is being marked as Defendant's Exhibit C. Amy, do you recognize these shoes?
Oh, here we go.
No.
If I could hone in, is this one of the pictures that you sent about how Matt ties?
I don't remember.
Oh.
What did you send the police?
You know where she's going with this?
Yep.
I sent photos that I saw on Facebook.
Of how Matt ties?
Yeah, of Matt's shoes that he was wearing.
And those, how many photographs did you send Detective Grubbs about how Matt ties his shoes?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You would agree, though, since we're being thorough, that the word you use is examples, plural, right?
Correct.
And attached to that is nothing.
On these emails today, yes.
But your recollection is you sent Detective Grubbs pictures of how Matt ties, right?
Correct.
Because that's important, is not?
Objection, speculation.
Well, that was important to you.
And hopefully on this channel, please, Donnell, if you haven't done so.
Thank you, Dan.
It's true that I sent pictures.
Thank you, Danielle.
Back to the email.
Is this going to be how she tied the cord, or is it going to be something else?
The paragraph.
The cord.
That's what I was thinking. That's where my head went. How you would tie the cord, because you would tie a certain way. Okay.
Right.
So I misread what Danielle said. I sub to both this channel and Dr. Hines. And please, thank you. Please sub to also Matt's channel as well. Everything's pinned at the top.
There's another about the sneakers that she was wearing that night.
Yeah, they're gonna get there.
There's more than just the cord, and well, I won't ruin it, but
don't ruin it.
Has to do with it. Yeah, very good though. Very good, Sally. Very, very good. She's definitely keying in on how Matt ties.
Yep.
And then how someone that knows how to tie ties. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Second full paragraph, page 2, when you were asked about vodka. The state is so right. Let's make sure we have every sentence. It begins in that paragraph, does it not? Emily had shared some of her struggles in her marriage, living with Matt's traumatic brain injury and adjusting after Joey died, period.
Yes.
She said nature therapy was helping.
Yes.
Right? And then the sentence, she did not like her husband's use of vodka. And you surmised, Amy, did you not, that it inferred with his thinking?
I wrote it interfered, yes.
It interfered.
Yes.
That was your conclusion.
Yes.
And I want to be specific because the state's right. Let's be specific. You wrote to Detective Grubbs that Emily told you she did not like her husband's use, U-S-E, right?
Yes.
Not abuse. The word you use is use, is it not?
Correct.
Words matter.
Are you married?
I'm divorced.
Especially with you claiming to have money.
Partner, fair to say, Amy, that we don't always love everything about our partners.
Correct.
You just mentioned about the searches. And I think Andy, your brother, lives about an hour away in Ohio.
Actually, an hour outside the scope.
You asked about why she didn't come for searches, and she said she didn't have anywhere to stay.
What is the problem?
Her brother lives close.
Your brother Andy lives about an hour away.
Yes.
Nope. But about the searches, the fact that you weren't here, you didn't participate in searches on the ground. It doesn't mean just because you weren't participating in searches that you didn't love your sister, does it?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question you would like to ask this particular witness, you may write it down. And if you do, pass it to the end. Becky, our court reporter, will obtain those from you.
Carrie, Masha. Gigi, no, I thought that would be the answer.
This trial was so interesting. I can't believe it's falling apart from day one.
So,
before day one.
Before day one,
I know.
yeah.
I know. So just so people know, this is the questions from the jury. So the jury gets to ask questions in this trial, which is
I'm excited about this.
Yeah.
And I befriended one of the jurors. Her name is Connie.
Oh no,
Juror number 8. Yeah, we're Facebook friends now. She's a sweet lady.
Aww.
She's been on a few of my podcasts and a few of my interviews. I'm one of the majors. I guess I'm on Dateline's done a 2-parter on me, and she'll be on there. She's on the Dateline.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hope they don't spin it, because if you were a celebrity, they'll be like, "Oh, your star power dazzled them, so that's why you were acquitted and you were really guilty."
Dateline, you know Dateline. You watch Dateline. They're gonna do their best to keep it even on both sides for the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. the lady, the executive producer, she seems like a nice lady. I think I'll be all right. Regardless, I don't really care what they do. You know, whatever. I don't care.
I've seen
free exposure.
I
exposure.
I haven't seen Deadline. Oh, sorry, go on.
Exposure to a lot of people too. A lot of people watch Dateline. Like a lot of people watch Dateline.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm all the way here in UK, so I haven't seen Deadline. I was more so referencing the articles that I see from like Washington Post and NBC documentaries.
Anything that's mainstream is what he's saying. Anything
that
MSN, CNN, Fox, anything that comes from any of those, skeptical, spin.
Yeah,
they're pro-establishment. They're pro-police.
Yeah.
But with Connie, I was going to speak to you offline, but hopefully we might, be able to ask Connie to come on right at the end. After
would love
it's all
to.
done or something. Yeah,
she doesn't mind
so
talking about it because she can't believe what they put me through. She can't believe it. So she's very outspoken about what they did to me.
Yeah, I'm sure the channels will be now in touch with her as well, and you've named it. But we'll get her in at the end when we do like a recap of everything. It'd be great to have her insight into it. So, but we won't get there for probably about 6 months, but the rate we're going. So we got plenty of time. It's all good. So yeah, judges reading through them to make sure they're suitable.
Thank you.
Oh, they're doing the questions?
Yeah.
And then we'll wrap up this part.
All right. I had fun today, man.
Mate, we've had fun. We always have fun when you're here. Well, I always enjoy talking to you anyway.
We'll get to know each other better and we'll have some fun because there's some pretty wild stuff coming up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Oh, Sarah, just special shout out, to Sarah as well. She's been here all day trying to put links out and stuff like that. She's a superstar. Josie's normally here as well. So thank you, Sarah P. And Gigi helps out as well. You're a superstar. Thank you, Sarah. Take care. Sarah, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm taking the week off. I'm taking the next 2 days off. I've streamed too much lately. So go and watch the documentary with Dr. Hines and go and check out Sally's YouTube channel as well.
How do I answer specifically to someone in comments? I'm making comments on the right, but they're not labeling them towards someone.
There's one that says private chat on the left. You go ahead. You tell him.
Oh, well, no, you say, because you're looking at something different to me, Sally.
So there's one that says private chat, and then there's a button that says comments. So if you click on comments and then you type it in that box, then all of YouTube will see that.
Oh.
Do you see that?
No.
So on my screen, it's on the right hand side. There's a box. On the top of it, on the left says live, or private chat.
I see top chat.
Oh, you're not in StreamYard.
Oh, I need live chat. There it is.
So I missed live chat.
I was putting in another chat. Okay, I got it. Sorry.
You're okay.
All right, cool. So now everybody sees mine right away. Is that the deal?
It should be, yeah.
On live chat. All right.
Let me look and see.
Let me try to. I'll type something.
I've seen some of yours, Matt.
Yeah, I've seen some of them too. I'm typing directly into StreamYard.
You get that right there? Yeah. You just got it. Hello from Vegas. You got that right away?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I was just typing in the wrong. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
Don't worry, Gigi. It's absolutely. Look, guys, Matt is happy to answer any questions you guys got. Nothing's off the table. So, Gigi, it's all good. Ask away. It's fine.
Anything you want to ask, you can ask. Anything.
Yeah.
If you think I did it, bring it on, man. Bring it on. I want to hear from you too.
This was the mastermind, guys. The one that was asking about how to use the chat. That was the mastermind in all this. So bear that in mind while you're asking your questions. Bear that in mind.
You wait till you see what my lawyer does to me. Oh my God, it's horrifying.
I wish I was your lawyer, to be honest.
That would have probably been fun for you, huh? Would have been fun up there. She had a blast, man. I'm telling you, Diane, and Allie, they both had fun up there because it was easy for them.
Thank you, Sarah P. You check them out.
Hey, Sarah P., if you have Rumble, check out Talk with Sally on Rumble. I did a 10-part docu-series on World War II, the rise and fall of Hitler, and kind of went through the correlations of from then to now what's going on in the world. And we did one on Operation Paperclip we did yesterday, and then we did one on Mein Kampf. So it's kind of like learning as we go together. Anyway, those are all on Rumble.
That's actually very interesting, because I know that they won't allow documentaries like that on YouTube. So,
no.
Rumble's the place to go, huh? Rumble's the spot.
I don't have to censor my speech. I don't have to worry about saying words that oh crap, that's gonna get flagged. So that's why there.
Yeah.
Is this on Rumble? Are we on Rumble also, or?
Yeah, we're on Rumble. Yeah.
Are you? Do you know?
Well, I got 2 accounts on Rumble. I posted on the wrong account, but the rest will be on the right account.
Okay.
My bad. But I'm just the alternate corner on Rumble. But this one's posted at Davish 12, DAVISH 12. That's just my wrong channel. I messed up. So, but it is on Rumble. But the rest will be on the proper channel. We have a lot more subscribers.
Of the nature of Matt's traumatic brain injury.
Hey.
No.
Brain injury. Not very nice.
The next
question
is, did Emily go through any type of therapy after her husband Mark died?
I do not know.
Okay. Did she go through any type of therapy after her father died?
I do not know.
Okay. And the final question is, did Emily go through any therapy after her mother died?
I do not know.
Okay. You've seen Exhibit 2, a photo of Emily and her husband on Memorial Day. Were those pictures sent by email, text, or messenger?
Wait, you don't know if your sister went to therapy?
Posted in Facebook.
She doesn't know her.
On Emily's page, and I sent it by Facebook Messenger to a chat with Matt and Emily and I.
All right, thank you. Do these questions raise any questions the state would like to ask this witness? Defense. Okay, thank you. You may sit down. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Those were questions from the jury. I wouldn't be surprised if they made their mind up right now. They really sound very interested in, from those questions, they really sound very interested in their relationship between the 2 sisters. It sounds like that. I don't know.
They figured it out already. They did.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Because it's kind of like
Connie goes into it. She made up her mind really super early, and a lot of people got on her case about that because they were like, "Hey, you made up your mind really too early. You should have been more open." But if you listen to Connie, how sweet she is, she's just a sweet lady. And she was like, "Hey, I made my right when they came through with the body cam footage. You actually see me at our condo. She made her mind right then."
Oh wow! I didn't know there was body cam to this. Okay, this is.
Oh, don't be cheating.
Oh yeah, that's coming.
Next week.
Oh yeah, it's coming. They got me right there. You wait to see how much of a great thespian actor I am. I'm putting on a show like De Niro.
Oh, so you're not just a mastermind that knows how to pull this whole thing off. You're also a all-time actor, like the greatest of all time, better than Daniel Day-Lewis and Leonardo. Wow,
the best. Daniel Day-Lewis is right. I'm in league with that guy. Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant. Well, has anyone got any thoughts? We're still early on, but any thoughts before we shut down? Or yeah.
See you next week, guys. Thank you. Thanks.
Is he leaving?
Man, it was great. Yeah, I'm out.
Is Matt leaving? Let me 1 second,
Yeah.
Matt. 1 second, Matt.
What's up?
I just want to tell you that I'm very sorry for all the losses you've been through, and I know that you haven't had time to go through this stuff. And I hope that you'll like save some time each day to allow yourself to have that grieving process and not keep it bottled in. And I pray for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Will do.
I appreciate that very much.
Legend.
All right.
Legend.
Yeah.
Right, Matt, catch you later, man. Speak to you soon. Bud. What a
was-
legend.
Yeah. That was
He's
because that was it's great that you asked him that actually, because I was really dreading to ask anything around, does he miss her or anything like that, because that was still his wife. So I don't know their background. So I wanted to ask about, their relationship and how it was, how intimate it was. But I did know, it's one of those ones where it's like, yeah.
I was surprised he answered
he's
it.
open to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's open to anything, guys. Honestly, he came here. I watched a few of his interviews beforehand, and he was very cagey by everything. So I thought he's going to be very short answers about everything. I've spoken to him offline. He's like a book. Ask him anything. He literally doesn't care.
Next week, then.
Yeah,
next week I'll
honestly,
definitely
anything.
try and see what it was like in the first few years or something like that, and like
he's happy. He wants to talk about it, so it's not like it's shy. He opened about his 2 sons dying. And then the emotion of it all. It's honestly, I've never met a guy like him, and I'm not just saying that because he's here. As I said earlier on to people, I'm selling a T-shirt online where $10 was going to be split between Zach's fund and his fund. He didn't want it. He's like, nah, give it all to Zach because I'm free. Zach's in prison. So do you know what I mean? That level of bloody hell, he's skint. Do you know what I mean? And he's doing that. He's like, no, I got my car, I got my freedom.
Yeah.
It's like Jesus. So what a great attitude. But I thoroughly enjoyed today. I thoroughly enjoyed, obviously, your company as well. I think it's
you
good. I
have.
know we've.
You're
Well, not
envious.
yours. I was talking to Sally.
Oh Lord.
Sorry, I talk too much. I try to keep my mouth shut. I'm like, I don't want to talk over people or over interject.
I love it.
So
I love it. I want you to talk because I want him to open up. I think he's always told me whenever he speaks to me, he feels so comfortable to open up. And that's why I want to generate. That's why this is never going to be done in 8 weeks. So we're 3.5 hours into an 8-hour stream on that one. Do you know what I mean? So do you know what I mean? It's like, which is perfect for me because, obviously some of you guys will miss some weeks and stuff. I understand that, but being able for him to be able to put his thoughts out there, he's not been able to grieve. This is a part of his grieving process. This is part of his therapy. I did not expect him to stay all day. I didn't expect that. So I appreciate him for all this.
Yeah.
I'll give him a message later on, thank him again and speak. He's 1 in a million, honestly. So, Sally, Dr. Hines, thank you so much for being here today. Yes, thank you very much. I honestly, I loved it. Well, before we do shut down, obviously, some people miss the start and stuff. So, what have we got going on, Sally? Tell the group what we got going on and what's out there they can watch. Because I'm off now for a couple of days. So, what can they watch and stuff?
Okay, so I'm on Rumble and I'm on YouTube and I'm on Twitter, but shadow banned. So you can find me maybe in 4 or 5 days. All of my usernames are Talk with Sally. I've kept it simple across the board, so it's consistent. On Rumble, I do a lot of I'll do Tucker Carlson watch parties or live watch a lot of his drops and kind of break it down and talk about it. I do. Like I said, I did start doing a World War II docu-series. It was a 10-part series. I added one in there for Mein Kampf because the docu-series didn't talk about it that much. And it was extremely relevant to, everything. So we entered that in there. We finished World War II and then we're doing Operation Paperclip and kind of overview what it was. And then this coming week, I'm going to do Dr. Schreiber and, I'm having a brain fart on the scientist that did the rockets and stuff for NASA. So I'm going to do a breakdown of those 2 people. And this coming week. And then YouTube are my fun videos, nothing too big, just like a lot of short clips. I've done garden lives, so a lot of my garden lives are on Rumble too. I monetize there, so you can watch them all day long on Rumble.
Nice.
So not monetized on YouTube yet, but anyway, they're in both. They automatically upload to Rumble, so everything's in both places, minus the World War II stuff.
Yeah, I got the same, but Rumble, I get monetized in Rumble. I get probably 1 pence a month, $1. Well, the 1 cent a month I get. I don't really get much money from it.
Yep.
But and also Twitch. Your supporters are telling us about your Twitch channel as well.
Oh yeah, I Twitch. I do watch parties on Twitch, and that one is a little different. It's Sally P78 on
78.
Twitch. And I do those usually between 8 o'clock and 10 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And it's just completely fun, chill. You know, we don't usually talk politics or drama free most of the time. We just have a good time. We watch movies, hang out, chat with each other. It's a great time.
That's fine. Jonathan, he's going to sub you with you on Rumble, and
Thank you,
Lou
guys.
is saying you don't talk too much. No, and I agree, you don't talk. But I want you to speak, so talk more if anything. But then we got Julian. Is it Julian? Julian says. What does Julian say? Yeah, he says, "Wait till you get to know her, Lou. She speaks a lot." But that's why we like it. So now the main man himself. I love the hat. Love the hat.
I
Honestly,
forgot to wear it
I
earlier
fall in
on.
love with that hat.
I
Yeah,
forgot to wear it earlier on. My hair is a mess.
I need to get on it.
I need to
Take
get
it
a
off.
haircut
Let's
this
see.
week. Huh?
Let's see. Show the hair.
I'm getting a haircut this week.
Ah,
Oh, it looks fine.
No, it's
you
not.
look fine, mate. You look
It's
fine.
not.
No, you look fine. Right, grift yourself.
very
Tell us
insecure
all
about
about
it.
you.
Okay. What do I be? Okay, so I usually do cover legal cases and a lot of the cultural issues that goes on. So I do video essays on that, and I do regular updates on cases that are going on right now. But I am not doing that for a while because of this documentary that I've been working on. It was actually done and dusted until my Premiere Pro crashed on exporting. Yeah, so I lost. Yeah, I lost the entire project, and I just didn't have time to panic or do anything. So I been working nonstop to release part 1. And then after that was released, that's when the panic came and every emotion overtook me. So I've been trying to play catch up since, which is why part 2 took so long. And yeah, I've had to like take a completely different direction because the part 2 that has been released now is not the original direction I was going to go into. It's but I'm in a way I'm kind of very happy that happened, because the plan that I had for part 2 was just a bland overlook of the UK case with a more slanted look on the victor. But I was like, you know what, you've already lost time, you've already done this, so you might as well just go all in and bring everything in and try and make it, subsidize it a little bit, and I arrived at this, so the other part 2 is not going to be released for a while, but there is a reason. And
It'll be worth
it. Because I have had people message me like, when's part 2? When's part 2? When's part 2? I'm like, please believe me, it's coming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But no, outside of that, once all my Debt v. Her stuff is done, I will be releasing a lot more content, because there are so many cases that I've written down that I'm going to put onto my channel, and I can't wait to show them. Like, for example, I forgot the name of the guy, but he was from the Backstreet Boys, and he was accused of sexual assault, and he exposed that in the worst way, but no one picked it up. So I'm like, okay, this is it. I'm gonna pick it. I'm gonna show it, because it was so bad how he was being accused, and at one moment it bubbled up for a bit, but when he replied, no one picks it up. No one ever, show the other side of the story. So I'm like, okay, cool, I'll do that, this and that. So I can't wait to showcase that one and get back to my regular schedule. But on top of that, I will also be releasing the interviews that I've been doing, with Andrea Burkhardt and Ian Ronco, and all. I'll be releasing all those interviews in the lead up to part 2, so that at least you guys got something to watch, as it leads up. Because I didn't want to review too much because part 2 is still in the works. So, but now that I release the first part, I can be like, okay, cool, I'm not going to be using this guy anymore, so I can release that one. I can,
Yeah.
Because what's the point of having it if everyone knows what's going to happen, what they're going to talk about? So, but yeah, like outside of that, I've also got a live stream this Friday. If you want to know more about the behind the scenes stuff and the stuff that I've left out, I could have included, but just leave that out. And because there's a lot of information that I was like, let me not, because it's a bit too slanted to one side. It's a bit too prejudicial, put it that way. Like, not that it wasn't important or you guys didn't need to know, but it was just in a way that
it wasn't objective.
Yeah, it would have slanted, and it was one of those information that you could have gone without knowing because it wasn't groundbreaking or anything like that. But it just would have just egged it on, like made it much. She's already bad at this. Let me not pile it on even more. That sort of thing. I'm like, okay, maybe they don't need to know that part, but if it was juicy, I would have put it in. But it's like, oh, okay, Euphoria showed enough information. Anyway, never mind. That's all about me. I hate talking about myself, honestly. I really do. I find it awkward. But honestly, I appreciate you, Dylan, for having me here, and as well as meeting you for the first time, Sally.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, like I always see you. Like I said, I'm not sure who retweets you. I'm not. I think it's one of the not Lord tubers.
Legal Vices, Chandler Remington.
Most likely. Yes, that's the one. I saw you in a thread with I think I was even commenting on there, but I can't remember.
I think you were. Thread. I've been shadow banned for a couple of days, so every reply that I thought I've been sending to everyone, no one has seen but myself.
All the tags. All tags.
So I have been conversating with you. You just don't know it.
Yes. That could be true. That could be true. Yes. But
I forgot one thing.
It was a while ago.
Yeah.
Gone.
I forgot. I'm going on Chandler Remington's show on YouTube. Her F It Feminism Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If anybody wants to come hang out, that's it.
There we are. So, thank you guys. I am I'm taking a few days off now until Monday, and then next week I'll have a look, see if there's any trials on, or I'll try and cover Karen Reed or something. I want to get into Karen Reed trial, and I'm behind on Brian Kohlberger as well, and Murdoch's kicking off, so that's how I came involved in all this, was becoming hated about Murdoch because people don't like my views. So, but that's what I think. All three of us have got probably similar views, so that's why I quite enjoy it. And that's about it. I really appreciate. The thing is, I think that I brag about myself here, right? I think I got a good eye for talent.
Yes, you do.
I don't think I'll go far, right? I don't think I'll go far on my own. But you two are going to be superstars. I know that. Lady Law's going to be a superstar as well. You all have got this thing about you, which I love to have on my stream. You just got this. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Honestly,
man, stop it!
Don't stop laughing.
Stop it.
The skill sets that you have is good. So I think you both will go superstars. Don't forget me when you go big, right? But I enjoy getting. I'm very fussy who I have on my channel. Really, really fussy. I don't just invite anyone. So
Oh, thank you.
genuinely, I watched the content before I invited you both. I really, really did enjoy it. And I love Lady Law as well. She's another one that's gonna be a superstar. So don't think I invite everyone on this channel because I literally don't. So you two, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to finish off with this, right? We got this wheel that I have to do. You guys don't have to participate in it, it's fine. But I have to do it. End of every stream, I got to do a wheel for these guys. There's a lot of stuff on it. Some of it is easy, like what I have to wear the next stream and stuff like that. Like
Nice.
on Monday, I had to wear a crown on Monday. Do you know what I mean? That kind of crap. And some of the stuff that I have to do is like drink a shot of whiskey, get some whatever, you know. So yeah, so I will do it. You guys don't have to do it. It's just a thing for me that I have to end the stream on. And then if we end on end stream, we end stream. So it's good. So spin it now, see what happens. Thanks, Lou.
Cowboy,
Thanks,
cowboy,
Kim. I think it's
cowboy,
Lou.
cowboy dress, cowboy dress, cowboy dress.
Oh, free membership. Okay, so hang on, guys. I thought it was going to be hot pepper. I hate hot
Ooh,
peppers.
I have a whole
I
bunch.
hate hot. I hate them with a passion. I can't do spiced. So let me just do this now. Then I will send a membership out to everyone, to somebody. Hang on, how do I do this now quickly? I want to keep everyone. So I've given out 5 already today. Jesus, how generous am I? Anyone wants to join?
I think this
Blue
is a
Ant.
great. That's a great. I like this.
Where did
And
you
you
get the
say you
wheel
have
thing?
no talent. This is a great way to end up the
Sure.
show. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
I
a great way to
appreciate
end
it.
up the show.
Where did you
Hang
get the
on.
wheel thing at? Like, how did you?
I just googled it and did it and filled it in myself.
So you just Googled it,
literally,
and then you fill it in, and you spin it, and then let your chat decide what you put in there.
yeah, basically. I
That's
mean, there's some rough
amazing.
stuff in there. You know,
That's
there's some
amazing.
shaving my hair.
I could tell you watched a lot of it's not Countdown, but there's another it's not
Wheel
You
of
Be Afraid
Fortune?
either, but not well, I mean, yeah, the concept is similar, but I'm trying to find there's a show that does something similar to this. Not the wheel per se.
Okay.
But they always do something for the feed for the viewers to interact in regards to the next show, but I just can't remember right now what
Oh, I
that
don't
show
know what that is.
but it's
if I'm being honest,
Big Brother. I think it's Big Brother.
I don't watch
Big
that.
Brother, like that's it. It is Big Brother. Yes, is who they. But they get to vote out the next person for the next show. Basically, they get to. It's kind of like that concept in my head.
Yeah, I'd never watch it, but
what's Big Brother?
You know, I used to do the first couple of series, and that's it. I loved the first like 3 or 4. After that, I just went, oh no, too much. Right, I've just sent it in. The free membership has gone in. Let's see who gets it. Let's see who gets this. Who gets it? All right, it's gone through now. It takes a bit of time to go through. So who has won it? Beautifully Inappropriate. Happy days. So I'm not sure if she's here or not, but she's won it. Free membership for a month. We do a lot of, I'll grift myself, I do a lot of members only content once a week, try to, and then stream, and then Discord, obviously. So people want to join, just press that join button. So with that, we're going to end the stream. Thank you so much to you three, us three, and Matt. Thank you to chat. Love you all as always. Next week we will definitely have Lady Law, hopefully, and these two retrobates back, and we'll also have Matt. So where else do you get all this, guys? Nowhere else. So let's go.
Yes, we are
thank
horsed for you. Our legs are open for you.
Dr. Hines is going to play more music again next week.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Love you all. See you later. End stream. Take care. Try, guys.
Bye.